Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Romancing Rem'eb by Ruby Dixon, narrated by Holly Jackson and Mason Lloyd. Chapter 1. Tia. Stacy always says trouble comes in threes. Right now, there's 2 heaps of trouble, and I'm waiting for a third to head my way. Man, I wish I was back at Croatoan right now. I wish I'd never gotten on Ashtar's back and made the long, bitterly cold flight back to Iceholm. If I was back in Croatoan and having a bad day, Stacy would cluck over me like she was my mother. Never mind that my elegant mother never paid a lick of attention to me, make me something delicious to eat, and let me tell her my troubles. But I'm not at Croatoan. I'm not even at Iceholm. I'm currently sitting in a completely fruitless fruit cave with Tallhorn Clan and Ashtar. We're here to try to pull a Sherlock Holmes and figure out the case of the missing fruit. Or at least, the others are. I just want to be away from Iceholm Beach, because if I'm there, I'm going to see Irek and Floor. Irek and Floor smiling at each other. Irek and Floor sharing kisses. Irek and Floor resonating and absolutely not hiding their lust for one another. Irek looking at Floor in a way he never, ever looked at me. It's all awful. All of it. First, the fruit cave. Now, my sorta boyfriend of the last 4 years, and my hope for resonance, resonated to someone else just before I returned. 2 troubles. Whatever the third one is that's waiting to drop, it's gonna be a fucking doozy, and I am not looking forward to it. So even though I should be sleuthing in the cave, I'm sitting on one of the top ledges away from everyone else and working on my knitting. Knitting calms me. Knitting gives me something to do with my hands other than to wring them. I pull and knit, and it helps me sort my raw, painful thoughts. At least, I would be if I had some time alone. Instead of going down by the pool with the others in Tallhorn, Arjal lingers by my side. I'm surprised about this for a hot moment, but then I remember that he hasn't resonated, and so he's probably my husband-to-be. And that makes me feel weird. Weird, weird, weird. I pull and knit, pull and knit, giving the ball of yarn the occasional angry tug. It's not his fault that I feel like a leftover cheese sandwich that got shuffled to the back of the fridge. Arjal is sweet, but his mopey, yearning personality doesn't match mine. I figured that out pretty quickly, but now I'm worried that I might be stuck with him. Perhaps... Arjal begins, his voice careful. I look up from the stitch I just made, my mouth pressed into a tight line. You should have remained behind, he finishes. Oh, sure. Me remain behind. I knit even faster, knowing that I'm pulling too tight and I'm probably going to have to redo this entire row later when my head's on straight. But fuck it. It's either knit or choke someone, so I knit. And then stop. Because this was a hat for Irek to match the scarf I'd made him. And now he's got a freaking mate and everyone's looking at me like I'm some sort of Jezebel because I kissed him before I even knew he had a mate. And what? I spit out, furious. Watch them kiss constantly? Watch them giggle over each other? Watch them be happy and in love and know that should have been me? No thank you. I'd rather be playing Fruit Cave Detective with the rest of you. Arjal just gives me another one of those sad-eyed looks. If it was meant to be you, he would have resonated to you. Urge to kill rising. Not that I'd really kill someone. I'm just so angry, humiliated. I want to scream and cry. I want to rip my knitting to shreds, except I know how long it takes to make yarn, and no thank you. I want to be away from here, from all of this. It's not that I even want Irek. I mean, I kinda did because he's a good kisser and he's devoted. A little cranky, sure, but we got along well. It's the humiliation of it all that burns. I stared down at my knitting. Maybe if we had come back a day earlier, it would have been me. But it was not. No, I guess it wasn't. The moment I saw how he looked at Floor, I knew it wasn't me. It was never me. Even so, read the room. I shake my head, avoiding eye contact with him. I'm trying to have a pity party and you're not helping, Arjal. Aren't you frustrated? Upset? How can you be so calm? Because resonance decides. If someone was meant to be mine, my Kui would let me know. He pauses. I am glad you came with us, though you should not have snuck away from the group. As if anyone was going to let me leave Ice Home Beach unless I snuck away? Come on. I needed to get away from the camp, just like you, and you know I'm right. If there's some computer stuff here, who's going to help you with it? Atom? Matok? Sabren? Atar did not want females with us, Arjal states. In case there truly is a stranger we have not met yet. Remember how Juth stole Arven? Don't threaten me with a good time, I think, but I keep that to myself. A stranger would solve all my problems. It would just hurt Arjal to know that I'm about as enthusiastic about our resonance prospects as I am for dung collecting. I glance up at him, since he seems to want to hover over me. You and I both know no one else is getting dropped on this planet, Arjal. Like it or not, we're stuck with each other. But I appreciate the company. Here I wanted to come back and show everyone how I've matured, and I completely lost it when I found out about Irek. I understand. I don't know that you do. I feel we're on different pages. And you act more like my dad than my suitor, but we're stuck with each other. That realization makes me blink hard, and then the waterworks start up again. Tears spill down my face and I sniff. Crap. I swipe at my face. Never mind. I just need to work through it. My shit got turned upside down 4 years ago when we got here and I was able to figure it out. I'll figure this out too. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone. He doesn't argue. He's probably relieved. I am going to visit Sabren and the others. Shout if you need anything. I stare down at my knitting and wonder if I should just start over. My stitches are too tight. I pick up the hat and tug on the loops to see if they'll loosen, but no dice. I can't exactly give gifts to my ex-boyfriend right in front of his new maid anyhow. That's weird. Awkward and weird. Maybe I'll turn it into a bag of some kind. I flip it over in my hands and contemplate how to start over. It seems like I'm always starting over. Every private boarding school I went to as a child, where I had to start fresh every time my parents decided that the curriculum wasn't challenging me enough. Then, when I arrived here on the ice planet. Then again to Croatoan. I should be used to this by now, but each time I have to reset again, it hurts more. I sniff again, my nose full of snot. Snot and angst. It's not my favorite combination. I cry on and off through the day, undoing my project and starting over. I'm going to make a scarf for Rochelle, I decide. Something with cute, festive pom-poms because every little girl deserves cute pom-poms. I stay up on the ledge by myself for most of the afternoon because I hear Matok talking shit about me and Sabren and Atom laughing. And I feel incredibly alone. They were my friends once, and they were so eager to play kissing games. Now everyone's mated and I feel like more of a pariah than ever. I wonder if I can live permanently in the fruit cave. I can be like the stories of a cottage witch in the woods, just hanging out and eating fruit and minding my own business. Except there's no fruit. And I'd be too lonely anyhow. I like people. I'm miserable alone and on my own. It reminds me too much of summers back home with my parents. They'd send me off to one boarding school or another so I could have the best education, but summers were terrible. When I wasn't at camp, I had to stay home. Home meant two parents completely absorbed in their work and with no time for me. The only child of two successful, highly educated lawyers, I've always been treated more like a box being ticked than a person. Couples in successful marriages have children, so my parents had one. Me. And then they'd leave me with a nanny or send me off to private school because parenting was too time-consuming. They loved me in their way. They just couldn't divert time away from important casework for a bored, lonely child. So no, I need people around. I don't want to be alone. It's not that I don't like the people here. I like everyone at Ice Home, even Matok. But I don't know where I fit in anymore, and I want to run back to Croatoan and hide again. I don't know how Arjal could stand it all these years, watching everyone resonate around him. I'd have fucking lost it. Hell, I'm losing it right now. After a while, even the knitting doesn't soothe me, and I figure it's time for more drastic action. I need to do something to tire myself out. So I pull up vines and examine the lines that feed water to the plants. They all seem to be heading in one direction. Up. I climb to the top of the cave and check out the computing system, looking for anything that might be amiss. It all appears as it should, so I climb back down again and then farther down, joining the others by the pool. Sabren and Atam are by the water's edge, sniffing a few scattered leaves. They both glance up when I join them. "Find anything?" Sabren asks me. "I saw you crawling around." "Nothing." "Of course you did not find anything," Atam says confidently. "Your nose is not as good as ours." I give him an annoyed nudge. I know that, ding-dong, but I have eyeballs. I went up and looked at the computer system. None of the components are out of place, and there are no flashing error messages on screen. Furthermore, the interface panels have dust on them like they always do. No one's touched them, so that rules out tampering. They both stare at me. Atam blinks slowly. "The ancestor things," I say, dumbing it down. "No bad stuff there." "Ah," says Atam. I manage a small smile at his response. It's not his fault he doesn't know anything about computers or technology. But this is why I came with them. How goes the leaf sniffing? "It is strange," Sabren says, putting the leaves down in a row on the rocky surface near the pool. "It is not strange. You are just imagining things," Atam tells him. He gets up and walks away. "I am going to go hunt for scents. Again." Sabren shakes his head. He picks up the first leaf, ignoring Atam's retreat, and holds it out to me. "I found 3 leaves that were damaged." I take it from him, eyeing the greenery. It looks like a leaf. A leaf that's been folded at some point, sure, but still a leaf. And I smell nothing on it. Now I feel like the dumb one. And he plucks the leaf from my hand. "That is just it, Tia. I should smell something. When a leaf is brushed by someone, it will take on a lingering hint of their scent. If I leave this leaf behind, it will carry a faint memory of your scent for some time." Oh. It's hard for me to realize that their noses are that sensitive. So they've been disturbed, but you obviously can't smell whoever was here? He nods. "I found more leaves that were broken, of course, but these are the only ones that smell like no one at all." Sabren glances over at me and then leans in. "Do you smell mushrooms? I do, but they all say I am a fool." I pull back, considering, and then pick up another broken leaf. I give it a sniff, thinking, no, But I don't know what a mushroom smells like anyhow. It smells like earth, caves, deep things. His mouth pulls down in a frown. No one smells it but me. Perhaps I am a fool. Hey, then you're in good company, I joke. I'm a fool for coming back to Ice Home Beach. The look he gives me is full of pity. It is not your fault, Tia. It is just resonance. His sympathy breaks through my unbothered facade and tears slide down my face again. I suck in a shuddery breath, and when he puts a friendly arm around my shoulders, I lean against him, weeping. Maybe Sabren gets it. Maybe Sabren, out of all people, understands. He pats my arm, offering comfort. You and Arjal will happen soon. Wait and see. Ugh. I pull away, frustrated. I don't want to resonate to Arjal. Sabren looks surprised at my reaction. Then what is it you want? I get to my feet because I don't have an answer. I genuinely don't know. A few weeks from now, a few months from now, I bet I'll probably be happy for Irek and Floor. They're both great people, and I can see how they'd work together well. But right now, it's all too fresh. I'm still grieving for the future I thought I'd have. I'm grieving for the fact that with Irek's resonance to another, I've been turned into an outsider again. A problem no one knows how to solve. Maybe that's what makes me the most miserable of all. Never mind, I tell Sabren, and retreat away to my sleep roll. Chapter 2. Tia. I can't sleep, of course. The others wander through the cave, full of theories, and more or less do their best to ignore me. I don't think they mean any harm by it, but Sabren mentioned that I cried and that put the others on edge. Men never know what to do around a woman's tears. So I lie on my pallet of traveling blankets and pretend to doze until the others go to bed. Once I'm certain everyone else is asleep, I get up. It's still completely bright in the cave. It always is, the artificial lighting never changing to distinguish between night and day. I pick up my knitting and head away from the group so they won't be disturbed by the clack of my bone needles. I head for the waterfall at the far end of the pool because it'll hide any sounds I make. I sit down at the edge of the water, pick up my knitting, and promptly set it down again. Overwhelmed feelings swamp me, and the tears start again. It's okay to cry, I tell myself. You're allowed to be disappointed. You're allowed to wonder what your future is going to look like. You're allowed to feel stupid. Because I do. I feel so stupid. I'm always looking for some way to fit in, to be valued. I'm sure it stems from being the child of intelligent, driven parents that were far too busy to attend school plays or PTA meetings. On Earth, I was an afterthought. I'd hoped it would be different here. After some of the guys got into a fight and I was blamed and shipped off to Croatoan, I was hurt. Hurt that everyone decided that I was the bad guy in the situation and thus the one to get rid of. It's one reason why I stayed in Croatoan for so long. I didn't want to go back to Ice Home and feel like I was the problem. Everyone at Croatoan was nice. I got along great with all the women. I picked up skills and watched kids for people and felt like a valued member of the community. Over there, I was liked. I was wanted. Whereas over on Ice Home, I felt increasingly ostracized as one after another of the men I'd flirted with in the past took mates. I was unnecessary, so I stayed at Croatoan, where people liked me. And when I felt loneliest, I would send Irek letters. I wrote all of them painstakingly on skins with a nub of charcoal and had them delivered on Ashtar's many trips between the two far-flung camps. I wrote him over and over again for the entire 4 years I was gone. And because I was aware he might fall for someone else, I always kept my messages polite and unemotional, something I'd write to a friend and not a lover. I reckoned I had kissed and did a little fooling around, but nothing serious. He never wrote me back, so I never changed the tone of my letters. I never gave him anything that would string him along. But after so many years at Croatoan, watching people resonate for a second or third, or in Josie's case, fourth time to a beloved spouse, I began to feel lonely. Croatoan was great, but there was no one my age for me. Sessa was there, but he'd always felt like a little brother, and it seemed like the moment he returned to Ice Home Beach, he resonated to Sam. They're a great couple, and I'm thrilled for both of them. It made me wonder if I'd resonate the moment I stepped on the beach again. I allowed myself to hope, to dream. I allowed myself to wonder what it'd be like to have a lover and a family. To resonate and know that 1,000% I belonged to this person and they belonged to me. I think that's what upsets me more than anything. It's the timing. As if resonance is deliberately working against me when it made Irek and Floor resonate just before my return, and it's that I feel so unwanted. There's no place for me on this planet. So am I having a self-pity-fueled cry-fest? You bet your ass I am. I must not be quiet enough, because someone gets up and pads over to stand just behind me. I'm not entirely surprised when Arjal puts a hand on my shoulder and leans over. Would you like someone to talk to? Wiping at my face, I shake my head. What's there to say? We both know talking isn't going to change anything. When he has no answer for that, I offer an olive branch. I heard your conversation earlier. You and Matok. Thank you for defending me. Arjal grunts and pats my shoulder awkwardly again. He is sour because there is no answer here, and he does not like feeling foolish. Do not let him make you weep. Oh, man. If it was only Matok that was the biggest of my problems. If only. It's not him. It's everything. I should have stayed at Croatoan. I just really thought I'd come back and things would be different. That I'd show everyone the skills I have and that I'm more than just a silly flirt. Instead, me coming back has made everything worse. Blurting it all out makes it somehow sound more pathetic and self-indulgent, and I bury my face in my hands. I was alone at Croatoan too, but I was happy there. I will take you back if you wish to go. I lower my hands, eyeing Arjal. You will? Seriously? I hadn't thought of going back, of just accepting that there's no one for me here, that I'm not meant to resonate, not meant to be part of the tribe here. Arjal's expression is grave. If that is what you wish. If you are miserable here, I would take you back. That solves one problem at least. But you and me. The smile he gives me is constipated. I think we both know our quees are silent and will remain so. Oof. He's not wrong. Our quees suck. You and I got the malfunctioning ones. We have simply not met our mates yet. When it is our time, we will know. He says this as if it's just a matter of time. Not that there's no one else left. Just that the timing isn't right. It's a little ridiculous, and even though I feel cruel for bursting his bubble, I can't help myself with my response. And who are we going to resonate to? The rocks? The trees? No, I think you and I are doomed to be alone forever. He flinches. I see. God, I'm such a jerk. I reach out and grab his hand. Here he is being kind, and I'm just lashing out. I'm sorry, Arjal. I'm not trying to be cruel, it's just I'm no longer holding out any hope. This planet has made it quite clear that I'm not welcome. Thank you for being my friend despite all of this, though. It's good to know I'm not completely alone on the sit-out bench. He studies me intently, his head tilting slightly to the side as if he doesn't quite grasp what I'm saying. It's the slang, I realize. He doesn't know what a sit-out bench is. I open my mouth to explain when all of a sudden I feel a breeze. That's odd. There's no air circulator in the fruit cave, is there? That's why it's always so muggy and humid here, and why I'm wearing nothing but a breastband and a short leather skirt instead of full-on body-covering wraps. I close my eyes, concentrating and waiting to feel another whiff of a breeze. There's nothing, though, and when I open them again, Arjal is still watching me. Watching me, and his dark black hair is dotted with pollen. How strange. I've never seen that before. You have pollen in your hair, Arjal. Are there flowers here? He doesn't answer, his expression telling me that he has no idea what I'm talking about. Did he not feel the pollen coating him? I reach out and touch his hair, grazing the beads of pollen that turn to dust that coats my fingers the moment I disturb his mane. I hold my hand out, showing it to him. A strange, earthy smell touches my nose. It does look like pollen, Arjal says after a moment, and his words are thoughtful. Smells like mushrooms. Mushrooms? I lift my head to meet his gaze, determined to tell him about the mushroom scent Sabren said he had picked up earlier, but I get stuck on the strange expression on his face. He looks sleepy, dreamy, like he could take a nap, even as a dark, shadowy form emerges from the shadows near the waterfall's ledge and lifts a horn to his lips. He blows, and another breeze ruffles my hair and more pollen dances in the air around us. The stranger behind him is no one I've seen before, no alien I've ever seen before. He's got dark fur and 4 arms and a fearsome expression. I should be terrified. I should warn Arjal. Hey... Oh, it's so hard to spit that one word out. I try again. You... Black tunnels into my vision and I realize I'm about to pass out, just as my entire body slumps to the ground. I wake up with a bad taste in my mouth and a chill in my limbs. It's dark, which seems odd to me. It never gets dark in the fruit cave. It takes a moment for my brain to wake up and remember that I was kidnapped, that I might not be in the fruit cave any longer. Panic unfurls in my mind and I lie perfectly still, gazing up at the darkness around me. Not again. Not fucking again! The last time I woke up in a strange place after being knocked out, I ended up on an ice planet. I'd better fucking not be stolen by aliens again. I think I'll have an absolute meltdown if that's the case. Biting my tongue to keep from making any sound, I assess the situation as best I can. I press my hand on the cold floor, and it doesn't feel like the rough, coping stone that surrounds the artificial pool in the cave. I'm not on a bed either, though, so that means whoever kidnapped me isn't interested in my comfort. It feels like smooth rock under me, though. That's a good sign, I think, because there wouldn't be rock flooring in a ship. There'd be metal or plastic or something. I put a hand out in the darkness, feeling above my face. I'm not in a pod. I'm just in some cold, dark room with a stone floor. I lower my hand and touch my clothing. Both my short skirt and breastband seem undisturbed, along with the goofy leather panties I made for myself. All right. No one touched me while I was asleep. That's a good sign, I think. Arjal? I whisper into the darkness. Are you here with me? Silence. Either he's passed out, or they didn't place him in this strange room with me. Who's kidnapped us, and why? I rack my brain trying to figure it out. No one from Croatoan would. No one from Icehome either. Women get kidnapped, but usually for resonance reasons of some kind, and they always return safe. Arjal's the only one that hasn't resonated, though, and he was taken too. Metlax? Did they finally get smart and organized enough? But then why steal people who have done nothing to them? I can't figure any of it out, but if I was a betting person, I'd bet that whoever's been stealing into the cave to snatch up all the fruit is behind this. If it's whoever was stealing the fruit, then Ashtar and the others won't know where I am or who has taken me. Everyone was mystified by the sense and the lack of sense in the fruit cave. No one's coming to save me. I have to save myself, and possibly Arjal. Fuck! This is not how I imagined my return to Icehome Beach would be. Definitely should have stayed home in Croatoan. Stacy was right. Trouble does come in threes. This is my number 3, and I'm not going to let it defeat me. I get to my feet, mentally testing my limbs. Other than my head feeling a little swimmy, I'm all right. Nothing hurts, and I have no injuries that I can feel. I put my hands out and shuffle forward on bare feet until my fingertips brush the wall. A wall made of stone bricks. Frowning, I trace my fingertips along the mortar seams between the bricks. When I find a section with an upraised carving, I realize why this seems so familiar. This is a hut, just like the ancestor huts back in Croatoan, the ones that were abandoned long ago. Unless I'm in Croatoan? As soon as the idea crosses my mind, I dismiss it. I wouldn't be discarded like this in Croatoan. I'd be tucked into a warm, comfortable bed full of furs, and someone would have a fire and some hot tea waiting for me. Whoever is here, they're strangers. If this is a hut like the ones at Croatoan, then it has to be set up the same way. All of the huts in Croatoan are made the same. There's a shelf along a small kitchen area, a door facing the street, and a toilet. Well, more like an outhouse, but it does the job. At the same corner in each hut. If I can find the door, I can get out. I just need to orient myself. Following the wall with small touches, I shuffle along, half expecting to run into the sleeping body of Arjal. We were drugged and he might still be out. But the floor I move along feels empty and cold. I find a corner and move along the next wall, and there my fingers encounter something different. A door, I decide after feeling around for a bit more. The texture is strange and spongy, like a rubbery sort of wood, but my questing hands find a pull ring made of cold metal at chin height. Success! Before I can tug on it, the door pushes inward and light spills in. Someone's entering. Fighting back a yelp, I skitter backwards until my back hits the wall. I don't have a weapon. I don't have anything with which to defend myself. I curl my hands into fists, ready to punch my way to freedom if I have to. I'm not letting these fuckers win. A glowing tube of soft, luminescent light precedes them and lights up the darkness of my cell. An alien man enters, and I can see the shoulder of another standing guard just outside my strange hut. The strange man stares at me, eyes wide with shock. I stare back. This particular alien doesn't look like any other alien I've ever seen before. It's strange, after over 4 years here on the ice planet, to realize that there might be people I haven't met. It's clear that whoever his people are, they live on this planet too. He carries a spear, which means his people aren't the spacefaring type. Instead of wearing fur, he wears a strange mustard-colored fabric kilt and sandals on his feet. He also has 4 arms, like the Strongarm clan. As my gaze travels upward, I notice thick fur on the lower extremities and a long, swishing, full tail. The stranger has a pelt of hair on his chest and a thick, lion-like mane on his head that falls to the shoulders. He wears beads twisted in the thick tangle of reddish-gold mane. His eyes are quee-blue, and he has tall, skinny, arching horns that remind me of Arjal's. His facial features are regular, if carved with a heavy hand, and other than the 4 arms and tail, and horns, he could be humanoid. A really muscular, really hairy human. I meet the stranger's gaze and realize he's about my age. His eyes widen as he looks at me, and keeps looking. And looking. I'm guessing he's never seen a human before. His color ripples as our eyes meet, and I'm reminded of the islanders, who lose control of their camouflage when they get nervous. "What do you think, Rem'eb the Fist?" the second man calls out from the doorway. He won't enter, won't even look in this direction. I'm guessing that he's not allowed to look at me, which only makes me more nervous. The one standing in front of me blinks. He must be Rem'eb. One hand reaches up to rub his jaw and his lips part as he stares at me, as if he cannot believe what he's seeing. If he's startled to see me, he must not have been the one that kidnapped me. The moniker, the Fist, is a little alarming, though. I'm not going to relax my guard just yet. The Fist guy finally answers, clearing his throat before speaking. She is the most beautiful creature I have ever seen." Oh, well. I might be an idiot, because it's hard not to be somewhat flattered by that odd tone of voice.
Chapter 3. Rem'eb the Fist. Earlier. I sling my sack of fishing tackle over my shoulder as I head through the streets of the village of those who remain, humming to myself. I like fishing. It allows me to collect my thoughts as I work to provide food for our people, and the sight of the huge underground lake always fills me with internal peace. It's a peace I could use after the last while. No sooner do I step onto the cobbled path toward the lake than Tanzor the Careful jogs toward me, his path straight as a dart. "There you are. Your father is looking for you." I bite back a groan. Being summoned to the chief's side is never a good thing, even for his only son. Surely not today. I have done my duty at the outposts. In fact, I just got back. I slow my steps, setting the butt of my long, thin fishing rod on the ground as I stop to talk to my friend. "Tell my father I am going fishing." Tanzor shakes his head. "That's not what this is about. He said it's urgent." "Urgent, eh?" My father thinks that everything is urgent and must be obeyed immediately since he is chief, but rarely does he use such words with me. The look on Tanzor's face is grave, and if my old friend is not willing to joke about my father's usual demanding ways, then this must be something different. "Do you know what this is?" He will not say. Is it the rebels? I lower my voice even as I speak the words aloud, as if eyes are watching us from the shadows. They likely are. Rebels seem to be everywhere lately. No wonder my father is so worked up lately. Beleb the Mighty has been less mighty and more anxious of late. Tanzor's expression is grim. He will not speak of it. "Your father is acting very secretive. I can get nothing from him." Strange, considering that everyone gets along well with Tanzor. Sometimes I think my father likes him more than he likes me. All right then, my friend. I will change my plans. I offer him my fishing rod, and when he declines with a grin, I'm surprised. "Are you coming with me?" "If I may." I am extremely curious about all of this. So am I. We turn and head back through the sprawl of the village. Tanzor the Careful steps are jaunty, but I am more pensive. Our home has been troubled for some time, and it seems that every day that passes brings new worries. We should be in a good place, our people. The terrible sickness that killed so many has been dormant for many turns now. Our food is plentiful, our gardens blooming. The living mountain is quiet, with no rumblings in its belly. But as I walk, I see males talking, their heads down. I see secrets being shared. I see resentment. Something must change, but what? As is custom, when we get to the wall, we pause. I let Tanzor the Careful go first, waiting for him to get several steps ahead of me before proceeding. I walk slowly, holding my breath, hoping to hear the Kui in my chest come to life. On the other side of the wall, kept safe, are the remaining females of our people. They can no longer mingle with the males for their own protection, and only resonance will allow us to spend a short time with them. But resonance means a family, children. It means that our line will continue. My Kui remains silent, and, just like every other time, I am tempted to turn around and walk past the long, winding wall again, just to see if anything changes. I suspect every male feels like this. The guard posted at this end of the wall, Jelef the Stoic, gives me a small nod as if acknowledging my disappointment. Tanzor and I continue on to my father's dwelling. It is the largest building in our village, with a courtyard full of plants that my father adores tending. Thick mushroom caps dot the gardens next to stone sculptures honoring our ancestors. Beyond the courtyard, my father's home boasts multiple rooms. Once, this building was filled with people. I am told my father's father had his mate in his bed, and there were so many of their children that all the rooms were filled, even the large hall that my father holds his chief meetings in. Now, the building is empty of all but my father. My mother is dead, the sickness claiming her long before I could remember her, and no other children will be born. My father's father and my father's mother and most of their children have all passed, many struck down by the sickness. I should live close to Rem'eb, as a proper chief's fist would, but I moved out many cycles ago, and he never said a word of protest. He has given up on me. Two of my father's most loyal guardsmen stand outside the door to his meeting hall, the sight of which surprises me. Why does he feel the need to keep others out? What is so very important? They nod at me as I approach, but one holds a hand up when Tanzor remains at my side. The chief will see you alone, Rem'eb the Fist. I narrow my eyes at the guards. Tanzor the Careful is loyal. Your father's instructions were clear. Were they now? I glance over at Tanzor, but he puts two of his hands up in amused apology. We will talk more later, my friend. You know where to find me. Tanzor grins at the guards. I shall just take another stroll along the wall. All is well. I grunt, but I don't like it. Tanzor is trustworthy. He is loyal. What's so very secret that he cannot be included? What is my father up to? Once Tanzor walks away, the guards step aside to allow me to enter. I eye them and move forward and turn and wait for the doors to shut behind me. Once they do, I move to face my father. Rem'eb the Mighty looks as he always does. His shoulders are back, his chest full and proud. His mane is a stark pale gray, but his face is unlined, his horns sharp. He wears the medallion of the ancestors that he won many years ago in combat, proving his worthiness as chief. My lip curls in disgust as I see the mail hovering over his shoulder. Kinfar the Exile. I should not be surprised to see you here, spreading your filth. What poison are you whispering in my father's ears? The exiled male smirks, crossing one set of arms over his chest. I am merely proving my loyalty to Rem'eb the Mighty, sharing the wealth I have brought back. No more fruits plucked from the forbidden gardens. You have been told not fruit. He lets out a little giggle that sets my nerves on edge. Something that tastes far sweeter. My father raises his hand. Enough from both of you. Kinfar is here because he has done us a great favor. I thank him for his loyalty. He hopes to someday prove that he is worthy to dwell within the village of those who remain once more. Him? I spit on the floor in front of my feet. That is what I think of Kinfar the Exile. My father's eyes narrow. He turns toward the exile. Leave us. We will speak again soon. Send Castor back to me. Kinfar nods and slinks away from my father's seat, receding into the shadows. A few moments later, Castor the Worthy returns. He is Tanzor's eldest brother and has long been a trusted assistant to my father. I like him far more than the exile, and I can tell from the stiff look on the warrior's face that he does not approve of Kinfar or his antics either. He moves to take his place at my father's side, his expression unreadable. "Has there been another raid on the above lands?" I ask, unable to stand all the subterfuge. "You know I do not approve. There is no sense in poking a lizard's nest. It is a sure way to get bitten." My father waves my concerns away with an idle hand. "You worry too much, my son. Najme the attendant has spoken to the oracle. It warns us of the people above. Yes, I am well aware." My father's eyes gleam and he leans forward in his chair. "I am not afraid of them, nor am I afraid of the oracle's nonsense. I have a solution to our problems, my son, and you should be grateful." I draw back in surprise. "A solution to the rebels? How is that possible? The rebels hide in corners, letting their whispers carry their discontent. They will not be satisfied until the females of our people are taken out from behind the wall and mingle freely with us once more. Even if it costs the lives of many, they want a return to the old ways. My father opposes it because it will destroy what is left of us. Even now, when I walk through the streets, there are too many empty homes, too many families that have been wiped out completely. It is not a solution, but the rebels think with their cocks alone." Bah, the rebels. My father rolls his eyes and waves his hand again as if it were batting away a troubling bit of ash in the air. "Spoiled brats, all of them. Their rebellion will die down when they mature. No, I have a solution for our family, to protecting our line." Now I am the one that wants to roll my eyes. Ever since I turned of age, my father has had great interest in me resonating. When I turned into a warrior, he made me walk past the wall multiple times a day, certain that I would find my mate, impregnate her, and then we could begin to rebuild our line once more. But as 10 turns have passed and my Kui has remained silent, he has given up on me. Today, however, my father's eyes have a maniacal light in them as he regards me. "If I show you something, Rem'eb, you must swear not to tell a single person." I hold back my frown. "I swear, not even Soran the Bitter." That makes me pause. Soran was my childhood friend, but he is also the leader of the rebels now. I no longer speak to Soran. He is opposed to everything our house stands for. This information will make him angry. Beleb the Mighty leans forward on his seat. "For we have found something we will not share." They went to the Forbidden Gardens again. I am certain of it. Biting back my disappointment, I keep my expression neutral. "What is it?" "We went to the Garden of the Strangers again." His voice lowers to a whisper. "But this time, there were people in it." My brows go up. "People? People above? The blue ones? I thought they all died out long ago. How can they survive in such cold? The exile finds treasures they leave in caves," my father continues. "Foodstuffs, furs, carvings. He steals bits here and there, nothing they will miss." The exile again. I hate that he speaks to my father. No good can come of Kinfar and the poison he drips in my father's ear. I cannot help but think that Kinfar will be the first to cry about the curses the above-grounders have, and yet he is the one that steals from them. If there is a curse, he is not afraid of it. I see. So he mocks the rules that we have established to keep our people safe. "Bah," my father says. "It is not mockery. We are not to provoke those that live above. That is an old rule. As Chief's Fist, I must point this out. You fuss too much. He is simply keeping me entertained. If it becomes a problem, I will tell him to stop. That is not why I called you here, anyhow." My father waves a beringed hand, annoyed that I point out the rules to him. "What, then?" He leans forward, eyes gleaming. "Kinfar the Exile enlisted Setnef the Wanderer to assist him in his last raid, at my command." I do not like this either. Setnef the Wanderer is a good male and a fine warrior, if a quiet one. He keeps to himself, and I cannot imagine he likes working with the exile. They pulled a female from one of the caves from above, a strange female, with no fur except atop her head and no horns to grace her brow. Sounds hideous, I remark dryly. Kinfar the exile is welcome to her. Father shakes his head. She resonated to another male we captured. Another male? Yes. He was lurking near the other female, and they had no choice but to steal both. Oh, by the ancestor spirits. It takes everything I have not to press my hands to my face in frustration. So you stole a mutant male and 2 mutant females from above? Why? Do you want to start a war with them? The old stories from many generations ago speak of the fierce blue ones, that they killed our people with darts that could incinerate a body in a heartbeat. We lost so many of our people that we closed off our tunnels to the surface and vowed never to go atop again. Yet here, Kinfar the exile has been raiding their gardens and stealing their ugly females. Truly, my father listens to idiots. I look over at Castor, and though he strives to remain impassive, I can feel the disapproval radiating off of him. You should take them all back, father. We have not yet decided what to do with the female and male that resonated to each other. If we return them, they will certainly give away our presence to the strangers above. But the other female I have kept aside carefully, and I have plans for her. Father's expression grows crafty. Oh, no. Chapter 4. Rem'eb. You cannot keep one of the strangers, I protest to my father. It is against the laws. We are to leave the blue strangers alone. This one is not blue, Rem'eb the Mighty says, and there's a hint of glee in his tone. I am keeping her aside. She is for you. He makes no sense. What do you mean, she is for me? Our line is dying, my father continues. You have not resonated despite passing the wall for several turns. I think perhaps there is no woman of our people for you. I am barely 30, I protest. He makes it sound as if I am one of the elders doddering about with canes. I am in my prime, but your chest is silent, and it has been many turns. I am your chief. I have decided. This female is for you. You will feed her and care for her. You, and only you, will go in and out of her chamber. She will see no one but Rem'eb the Fist, and she will resonate to no one but you. My camouflage flickers, my colors rippling as the shock of my father's words sink in. This is madness. Our line will continue, even if I must add strange blood to it. Father lifts his chin. Do you not want to go and have a look at her? Your mate? I stare at him with growing horror. This goes against all the rules of our people, everything we stand for. Our males protect our females at all costs. We keep them safe behind the wall, only to come out when resonance occurs. While it is awful that we must be separate, ever since the rule was enacted, no one has died of the sickness. And yet here my father drags a stranger down into the safety of our tunnels. He is risking us all by listening to Kinfar the exile. He cannot raid against the blue strangers. He cannot steal them. If the rebels heard of this, they would riot. My father would be overthrown. I would be exiled alongside him, and it would not be the paltry exile of Kinfar, but a far more dire one. Ours would end in death. I will not die simply because my father wants me to resonate. I have to find this stranger and somehow get her back to the surface, back to her people without any of the rebels finding out what my father has done. She is probably hungry, Rem'eb the Mighty says, leaning back in his chair and looking rather smugly pleased with himself. You should take her some food. I imagine she is awake by now. It takes all of my control not to storm over to my father's chair and shake him like the fool he is. My color flares again, showing him my displeasure. Where is she? I grit out. Why does my father create messes that I must constantly handle? Why can he not leave things alone? Tell me. Castor the Worthy will show you. The warrior steps forward, his expression inscrutable. Rem'eb the Fist, I greet you. I gesture, torn between defeat and disgust at my father. Lead the way, then. Castor the Worthy nods and crosses the room, heading for the doors. I pause to look at my father one more time, but the gleeful look on his face fills me with disgust. I should be close to him. I should feel something for him other than exasperation, but he left me to be raised by the warriors of the village rather than to care for me himself. He is my chief more than he is my father. I follow a few steps behind the large warrior as he crosses through my father's well-tended gardens. "Tell me, you do not approve, Casor." Casor grunts. "I do not approve, but it is done, and your father will not change his mind." "Who knows about this? How many?" I imagine how the news of a strange female will spread over our village, and it fills me with fear. We grow more fractured each turn of the season. Is this the crack that will make the entire wall crumble? Your father has not been the same since your mother's death and the erection of the wall. None of us have, but he grows more troubled the more silver his mane becomes. He should be robust for another 100 turns, and yet he ages. His mind is no longer focused on protecting his people, and he listens too closely to the stories Kinfar spins in his ears. I cannot keep this female. Someone will come looking for her. I imagine they will, yes. The exile has been left in charge of the blue stranger and his female, and I do not trust him. I told Setnef the Wanderer to be wary of that one. I nod. Setnef is clever. He will not let things get too out of control. Tell me father at least keeps her somewhere nearby. Preferably not in his home, because I will have to somehow sneak her away without others seeing her. It is a hassle that leaves me frayed and impatient, because I will have to drug her again and haul her through the lava tunnels while she is unconscious. She cannot know where our village is, or our people will be unsafe. And if I am to be chief after my father, I must look after all of them when he will not. She is not far. He hides her in the deep storage. The deep storage? The long-dried mushroom rations that are tasteless and far too chewy, that have been kept anyhow in case the mountain spews its fires again and the tunnels fill with heat, killing the mushroom gardens once more. Then we will have no choice but to eat the 2 fibrous mushrooms regardless. The deep storage food is in a cluster of huts near the edges of the village, where many of the empty huts reside, and very close to the chief's equally empty residence. Once, I am told, these homes were all full, but now we no longer have enough people to fill them, and many lie open and unused. One hut in the back has a newly reinforced stem door, and a guard is posted in front of it. Even in this, people will ask questions. They will wonder what my father is keeping tightly under watch, and will want to see for themselves. As for me, it causes problems, because how am I going to steal the stranger from above if my father's men crawl all over the building? I rub the calluses on the side of my knife-throwing hand, thinking. An answer will present itself eventually, I decide. For now, I must determine how much of a problem this female is going to cause. Castor approaches and nods at the guard, who steps aside. He hands me a tube filled with light moss so I can see inside. You must go in alone, Rem'eb. I have my orders. Only you can approach the stranger inside. With a sour churning in my gut, I nod. Of all my father's scheming, truly, this is the worst. I hold the tube out as I open the door, letting it lead me inside. The darkness swallows me as the door closes behind me, and it takes a moment for my vision to adjust to the contrast. At first, I cannot believe what I am seeing. The legends of the strangers above talk of horns and naked blue skin. The female that steps into the light and gazes at me with wide, blue eyes is nothing like those tales. Her skin is the color of a mushroom cap, soft and strangely plush for all that she has no fur. The mane atop her head is full of coils, springing forth around her round face like a cloud of smoke. She is slim and brown, delicate and yet inviting. I was expecting an ugly creature that it would be easy to drop back onto the surface. "What do you think, Rem'eb the Fist?" calls Castor through the door. Is it not obvious to him? It feels obvious to me. That everyone should realize that this is the moment and the female I have waited my entire life for. It does not matter that she is a stranger or most likely an enemy. She is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen, I tell him, humbled. I raise a hand to my chest, knowing that I must surely be resonating, and I am surprised to find I am not. Not yet, then. It feels inevitable. No matter that my Kui is silent right now. I know that it is simply a matter of time. The wariness on her face eases at my words, and she tilts her head. Is it possible that she speaks the language of the ancestors? Did she understand me? Chapter 5. Rem'eb. We stare at each other, and I memorize the features of her face. Her eyes are large and luminous, with thick lashes under strange, thin brows. Her nose is rounded and her face wide, but it is her mouth that draws my attention. A deep pink in color, with full lips and an inviting lift at the edges. Those fascinating lips move, and she says something. "Nice to meet you, too." I blink at her, frozen. Now my Kui will resonate, I think, now that I have heard the husky, glorious sounds of her strange voice. I do not understand her words, but that seems a small problem. She is mine, no matter what she says. "I am Rem'eb the Fist," I tell her by way of introduction, "and I will protect you. You may trust me." Even as I say the words aloud, I realize I am a liar. I said to myself before that I would take her back to the surface and do my best to hide the monstrous problem my father has created. Looking at this gorgeous, strange creature before me, I realize I am weak because I am going to do no such thing. This stranger is mine. My Kui might be silent now, but it feels heavy in my chest, burgeoning. It is simply a matter of time. And I cannot let her go. Not yet. She speaks again, taking a cautious step forward, and her gaze meets mine again. Her words are nothing but mumbled, slick-sounding nonsense, but she reaches for the glow moss lamp I hold in my hands. She likes the light. Of course she does. She is a creature of above. The darkness likely frightens her. It takes a moment, but I realize that she has been left alone in the dark. The storage huts are some of the few buildings in our village that have a roof to keep out intruders or the stray lizard, and that means she has been blocked from all of the light that emits faintly through the main cavern. I hand the lamp to her, and she cradles it in her arms, saying more nonsense words. I eye her surroundings, and as I do, a growing anger builds in my belly. There are no blankets here, no soft pallet for her to rest upon. There is no food, no drink, no necessity pot. She has sat in the darkness, abandoned. It is an awful way to treat my mate, and I have to bite back a growl so I do not frighten her. "I will take care of you," I tell her again, my voice low and fervent. "We're not getting any worry." She purses her lips and juggles the lamp in her arms, freeing one hand. Then she taps it against her breast, drawing my gaze to the bouncy teats covered with a strip of strange, thick material. "Tia. Tia. Tia? Is that your name?" She shakes her head and taps again. "Tia. Just Tia. Tia." "Tia," I try, since she seems focused on that word. A smile breaks across her face, showing strange, square white teeth. I did not realize it was possible for her to look more radiantly beautiful, but I am wrong. Her name is interesting, if short, as delicate and perfect as she herself is. One of my hands goes to my chest, pressing there. Now, I think. Now. Still silent. I gesture at myself. "I am Rem'eb the Fist, the son of the chief." She recoils slightly at my name as if she does not approve. Does she not like that I am the chief's son, or is it something else? Tia spouts another round of nonsense words, her expression troubled. I shake my head, frustrated. "I do not understand your words." She purses her lips, nodding, and thinks. Somehow, she understands me? Or am I simply reading too much into it? "Will you hold your hand out?" I ask, testing my theory. Tia hesitates, and then puts her hand out, palm up. She has a strange number of fingers, but they are long and perfectly shaped, and her palm looks soft and inviting. Everything she does dazzles me, and I find it difficult to concentrate. With a free hand, I reach out and close her outstretched hand into a fist, nudging it back toward her. She's warm, soft as I knew she would be. She smells incredible, too. The fur on my lower arms prickles in response. "So you can understand everything I say?" She nods again, blurting another wave of her strange words. "How is it I cannot understand you?" "I'm Uman," she says, then points at her extra finger. "Uman." "Uman," I agree. Is she teaching me her language? Does she want me to repeat after her in my language so she can learn it? That is a finger. She snorts, the sound full of amusement. Oh boy. Oh boy, I agree, just pleased to hear the sound of her voice. A little giggle escapes her when I echo her words, and I am enchanted. How are you so perfect? The moment the blurted words escape me, I feel foolish. My ears grow hot. Here I am, showering her with compliments, and I know nothing about her. I do not know her honorifics. I do not know who her people are or where she comes from, and these are all things I must find out. Instead, I am going on and on about how gorgeous she is. It is just, I have never seen something as lovely as her, and my thoughts are addled. I clear my throat and try to hide my awe. Are all your people made like you? Tia makes another string of sounds and gives her mane a playful little toss. Then her expression sobers, and she holds her hands out, reaching for mine. Rem'eb, she tries, her expression earnest. Yes? Rem'eb, I agree, noting that she has dropped my honorific, as if we are close companions. It feels so very right. Tia? When I extend my hand, she clasps it into her waiting ones. Tia, go, she says, emphasizing each syllable, and then frees one hand to point at the door. She points at herself again, her gaze matching mine. Tia, go. Already she wants to leave. I understand, even though I cannot help but feel crushing disappointment and an odd sense of covetousness. Not yet. It is not safe. My father, the chief, has you guarded. I will help you leave, but now is not the time. Tia looks disappointed, dropping my hand. Oh. Her dismay crushes me. I swear I will fix this for you. Trust in me, Tia. If I have a choice, she manages a little smile. Zarzal okay? I will make this stay for you as comfortable as I can, and then I will help you leave. I lower my voice so my father's men outside do not hear me. But for now, you must stay here until I formulate a plan. What about Arzal? She asks again, a question in her voice. She gestures above her head and flicks her hand behind her hips. Arzal? I glance behind her to see what she is gesturing at. Tia sighs. Another little sound of disappointment. I strain my thoughts, desperate to understand, desperate to figure out what she is so upset about. It must be the severe state of her quarters, that she has been given nothing for her comfort. If she is not a prisoner, why do we treat her like one? I get angrier the longer I gaze at her surroundings. I am going to fix this, I tell her. I cannot help you leave just yet, but I will ensure you are comfortable. Are you hungry? Thirsty? She nods, her expression guarded. I will bring you things. Wait here. At her chirp of a laugh, I realize what I've said. My apologies. You know what I meant. I just cannot think straight around you. I will return soon. Maybe showering her with comforts will ease some of the shame I feel at her captivity. All I know is that I am not ready to let her go just yet.
Chapter 6. Tia. I don't know what to think. I've just met my first alien stranger, a people I didn't even know existed, and he's clearly smitten with me. He touched his heart so many times, as if he had to double-check to see if he was resonating or not. It should have been laughable. Maybe it would have been, if I wasn't feeling the same way. The air between us definitely felt charged. The longer I looked at him, the more I liked his features. The hard planes of his face, the nobility in his brow, the intelligent eyes, the attractive mouth. I'm not as keen on the fierce-sounding name, but maybe it means something else to his people. Whatever it is, he's been nicer to me than whoever kidnapped me. Rem'eb has left me with the lamp, at least. He promised to return, but I can't count on that. I set the lamp on the ground and put my ear to the door, hearing the movements of someone outside but no conversation. A guard, if Rem'eb is to be believed. I retreat back from the door and sit down by the light, crossing my legs, and I think. Rem'eb must not have been the one that stole me. It was clear from the astonishment on his face as he looked at me that he'd never seen me before. It doesn't answer the question of where Arzal is, though, or why he's not here with me. That part of things feels more than a little sinister. Unless they left him in the fruit cave? I wish I had answers. I wish I could speak clearly to Rem'eb. I remember Georgie's stories of how difficult it was to communicate with Vektal when they'd first met, and Rook and Harlow had the same situation. I thought they were charming stories, a cute little anecdote to their relationship. Now I'm realizing just what a boon the language translator chip is, and what a pain in the ass it is to know that Rem'eb doesn't have one. He's clearly not from Ice Home Beach. Clearly living here. Wherever here is. I touch between my breasts just to make sure I'm not resonating either. It feels like something I should know automatically, but I've also never experienced this sort of sensation when flirting with the others back at Ice Home. It's like I'm anticipating Christmas, or an orgasm, or both, which makes it doubly weird since we just met each other. If this isn't the start of resonance, what is? I rub my chest and pace in my small cell, wondering how I'm going to get free. Rem'eb said he'd help me. He also said there was a guard and we can't go now. Rem'eb is clearly my best bet so far, and he likes me. Do I seduce him to ensure that he breaks me free? Is that even necessary? I won't know until I know what's happened with Arjal, but I need a plan. A plan and a weapon. With the light coming from the strange tube that looks as if it's crammed full of strange yellow-green moss, I check every nook and cranny of my cell for objects. It's absolutely bare, which doesn't surprise me, but I wanted to check anyhow. I see a few spots with promising chinks in the mortar between the bricks, so if I can get a sharp object of some kind, maybe I can tunnel my way out prison break style. Just as I'm starting to wonder if Rem'eb is going to return, the door opens again. Someone steps in carrying a huge armful of bedding, so tall that his face is concealed, and I step backward automatically to give him space. I glance at the open door, wondering if I should make a break for it, but I'm not entirely sure where I am. For now, I have to stick with the devil I know. Rem'eb drops the woven basket of bedding down onto the floor with a heavy thud. This is the first load. Wait here and I will return again. Where do you think I'm going to go? I call back. Wait here indeed. He disappears as quickly as he'd reappeared, so I pull the materials out of the basket to give them a look. Since becoming stranded on the ice planet almost 5 years ago, I've come to expect a different sort of bedding than a plush mattress and feather-down pillows and cotton sheets. The Saqui that live here are basically hunter-gatherers, and while there's a computer with the old ship that crashed them here, they're content to live as they are. We work on introducing small things into our lives here on Not Hoth. My friend Tiffany loves to do creative works, and recently figured out how to spin wool from Divisti into yarn, and she taught me. I've gotten pretty good at knitting, but it's a slow process for sure, especially when nice furry animals are right there and are killed for the meat they provide. It makes sense to just use hides and furs for everything, especially in the cold. But the bedding that Rem'eb has given me is very different from the furs we use above. There's a strange mat of some kind, rolled up and made with more of the strange woody texture that's a little softer and spongier than the door. I don't know what it is, only that there seems to be a lot of it down here. It's woven together with ropes into a thick, heavy mat that has a little give when you lie upon it. Much better than the floor. There's also a long, slithery-feeling fabric of a vivid gold yellow, and I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to do with it. Is it for a dress of some kind? It seems too fancy to be a sheet, too thin to be a blanket. I fold it up again and set it at the foot of the mat. Rem'eb returns a short time later, this time with a large tray in his arms. He has what looks like a plate full of colorful items that must be food and a large pitcher. He sets the tray down on the floor and then gestures one more time, indicating that I should wait. This is almost like a picnic date. Or it would be, if the circumstances weren't so fucked up. I watch, almost amused, as he returns very quickly for the third time with a large earthenware pot in his arms and puts it in the corner of the room. I frown, trying to figure out what it's for, and then it hits me as he unfolds a screen made of the same strange yellow gold cloth. This is my toilet, because I'm a captive. My amusement sours. I'm reminded that I've been stolen away and taken from everything I know. I cross my arms over my chest again and eye him. "I think that is everything for now," he says, glancing about the tiny room. "Have I forgotten anything?" "A way out?" I jibe. When he gives me a blank look at my sarcastic words, I gesture at the door. His face falls. It immediately sends panic through me, because I should be nice to him. I need him to be on my side. I need him to fall in love with me so he'll help me escape. I can't be bitchy and scream at the fact that I've been kidnapped, even if that's how I feel inside. "Sorry," I whisper, and put a small smile on my face. "Now is not the time yet, Tia," he says, and my name sounds like a caress on his lips. He watches me closely, his eyes full of apology. "I give you my word that I will help you, but we are both being watched." I nod, because what else can I do? "Thank you," I tell him, and tap my chin and extend my hand out in the ASL sign as well, just in case he knows it. He doesn't. He gives me a curious look and then moves to stand right in front of me, his tail swishing behind him. "Is there an injury on your chin? Let me see." And before I can protest, he carefully cups my face in two of his hands and tilts my head back. My heart hammers in my breast at his nearness. I hold my breath, gazing up at him. I'm fairly tall for a human woman, but he towers over me. Strangely, though, I'm not afraid of him or his size. He tenderly cradles my face in his hands and studies my chin very intently. And then our eyes meet. He's going to kiss me, I realize, and a pulse of heat shoots straight through my body. But he only skims a thumb across my chin. "I see nothing." His voice is deceptively soft. "If you have been bruised, I cannot tell. Your hide is very different than mine. Strange and furless, but attractive all the same." Our eyes meet again, and I suck in a breath. If he tugged me a little closer, I'd be pressed against his chest, my body against his. He's wearing a short kilt, and I'm only wearing my sleeping gear, so we'd have a lot of warm skin pressed to warm skin. Good Lord, why am I so freaking horny for this man? I pull away, unnerved by my own response. He's still a stranger to me, even though he's kind. Even though I need to woo him to my side to get free, I can't just start groping his dick. That's not who I am, no matter if it's my best chance for survival. Rem'eb isn't bothered by my retreat. He lets me go, his arms falling to his sides. His color ripples to match the walls for a brief moment, the only outward sign of his distress. "If you have pain anywhere, let me know. I can have my father's herbalists make a poultice. And I will speak to him about your rough treatment." Sounds like I need to seduce Daddy, I mutter to myself, rubbing my bare arms and pretending the goosebumps there are from the cold. I don't like that idea, though. There's a strange attraction to Rem'eb, even if he's called the Fist for some reason. I can't imagine seeing another four-armed furry alien and thinking, "Man, I'd like to tap that." I'm worried it might be resonance after all, and that scares me. Vectol knew the moment he saw Georgie. Others say they knew before their quees did. If that's what this burgeoning sensation is, what does it mean for me as a captive? Nothing good, that's for sure.
You must be hungry,
Rem'eb says, stepping to the side.
How thoughtless of me to forget. I have brought you food and drink, but if it is not to your liking, I will see what else I can have prepared for you.
Thank you, I say again and make the ASL sign. He hesitantly signs it back, recognition dawning on his face.
Ah, acknowledgement?
Sure, close enough. I nod and then sit down in front of the tray set on the floor near the bedding. I guess you guys eat down here on the ground?
I did not think to bring a table for you,
he says, answering my question. He watches me tuck my legs under me and adjust my short skirt.
May I join you?
I look up in surprise. I can't really tell him no, since he's my captor, but I get the impression that if I looked unhappy about it, he'd leave. I gesture at the tray. Be my guest. He sits across from me, on the far side of the tray, and crosses his muscular legs, his impossibly long tail curling around one thigh. Rem'eb leans with one hand on the floor, two tucked into his lap and the other resting comfortably at his side. He watches me, making no move toward the tray. I gesture at it. You want some?
It is for you. You must be hungry.
Strangely enough, I'm not all that hungry. I suspect anxiety is knotting up my stomach and staving off the worst of hunger. Even so, I need to eat to keep up my strength if I plan on escaping, with or without Rem'eb's help. I eye the tray before me, worried that the foods here won't be anything I recognize, and immediately spot some familiar bright red fruit slices. I pick up one and arch a brow at him. Rem'eb looks ashamed.
It is a dirty secret of our people that we raid the Forbidden Garden above from time to time. There has always been more than enough.
I shake my head, wagging the fruit at him again. But you stole all of it from above. It's like he knows what I am accusing him of.
There has always been enough in the past,
he amends.
One of my father's men noticed your people had been taking more and more, and they grew upset and plucked all from the vines. It will come back again.
I let my tone show my disapproval, even as I take a bite. It's juicy and fresh, unlike the last bits of fruit that I had that were dried. The flesh is so soft and delicious that the juice dribbles down my fingers and I automatically lick them, not wanting to waste a bite. Rem'eb makes a hungry sound in his throat. Well, so much for not trying to seduce the guy. Looks like I'm doing it without realizing it. I give my fingers one last lick, and then, because I can't resist, offer him a slice, holding it up to him as I lean across the tray. If I'm going to play with fire, I might as well get burned, right? He grabs my wrist in his grip, gently, and takes the slice of fruit into his mouth, his lips grazing my fingers. Heat clenches through me. That's not playing with fire. That's walking straight into an inferno.
You feel this between us,
he murmurs after he swallows it. He doesn't let go of my hand either, just lets it continue to hover near his face, his lips.
Do you not?
There's no sense in denying it. I nod.
If it is not resonance yet, it will be.
And he sucks on my juice-dampened fingertips. I gasp, pulling out of his grip. My nipples are hard and I'm breathless.
And I am looking forward to it, Tia the stranger.
His gaze is full of heat and promise. He's not like anyone I flirted with in the past. There's no bragging, no uncertainty. He knows exactly who he is and what's going to happen. It's that utter certainty that's making my belly coil with want. For the first time, I feel like someone sees me and wants me, all of me. It's not like back on Ice Home Beach, where the more I joked around and flirted, the less everyone liked me. I can flirt with Rem'eb, and he'll flirt back. He'll eat it up like fruit and ask for more. I can be myself without being afraid that I'm too much. The way he looks at me, I get the impression that I can do no wrong in his eyes. He could find me standing over a dead body and would ask if I need help with the knife. The realization makes me shiver just a little. I've flirted a lot in the past, especially with Iraq. But he grew annoyed with my constant teasing, as if I was disappointing him on some level. It always made me retreat. But if Rem'eb doesn't disapprove of my teasing and he doesn't retreat, it's not flirting for him. It's a promise. I sit back down and stare at the spread of food before me, my cheeks hot.
"Eat,"
he tells me, voice gruff.
"There is time for us to explore our bond later."
Normally, I'd make a sharp retort to that, or a teasing one. But I'm still throbbing with all kinds of emotions I shouldn't have for a stranger I've just met. A man whose people just kidnapped me. So I shove a slice of fruit into my mouth and then pick up something that I thought was a slice of cooked game bird. It's not. It's got a strange, almost bouncy texture to it, and I pick it up and sniff it. Nothing. What's this?
"You do not have that above. Mushroom."
My eyes widen. This is mushroom? It looks like a palm-sized chunk of pale meat. It's huge.
"It is a plant that grows up from the ground,"
he explains to me as if I'm an idiot.
"We tend them here and then harvest them. They like the darkness."
I know what a mushroom is, I say grumpily. This whole language barrier is really turning into a pain in the ass. I take a nibbling bite, and it has a mild, nutty flavor to it, more pleasant than any raw mushroom I recall eating on Earth. With a pleased sound, I take another, larger bite.
"I am glad my people's food brings you happiness."
Rem'eb sounds thrilled, as if me eating is one of his great joys in life. How often have I heard the same notes from the Sa-Kui males as they fed their human mates? God, I always thought that was such a corny cliché. Now, watching Rem'eb watch me stuff my face, it's clear that feeding is a thing between mates. Not that we're mates. Please don't let it be resonance, I beg my Kui silently. Please let him be unreasonably sexy, and I'm about to get my period, and that's why I'm ultra horny. Resonance will screw everything up. Please just let me have an arm fetish or something. I eat in silence, trying not to watch him too overtly. He pours water from the pitcher, and I notice a piece of fruit lands in my cup. The addition of the fruit to the water makes it lightly sweet and twice as refreshing. And I wonder why we haven't done that back above. Too busy drinking hot teas, I suppose. I finish my drink and study him. Are you going to hang around all day? Rem'eb tilts his head, regarding me.
"I do not make out your words. Help me understand you. I wish to know what you are saying, more than anything."
My face grows hot again. I decide to switch topics. What's this? I pick up the yellow cloth and hold it up to him. Do I wear this?
"It is fabric. For bedding. Do your people not use bedding?"
I know that it's fabric, I tell him, dropping it into my lap. Wait. Fabric? I grab the material again and run my hand down it, looking for seams or messy stitches. When I knit, the loops and knots are never as tight as I'd like, but this is beautiful and shiny and silky to the touch. Where are the stitches? Who made this? How did they make it?
Fabric, he says again. It is material we create.
Oh! I point at the decorative, overly large stitches in my leather bandeau top. Where are these? The stitches. Where are they in the fabric? It takes him a moment to realize what I'm asking, and then he shrugs.
I do not know. I am not an expert with a loom. That is not a skill I have worked at.
Oh my God! I shriek, excitement flooding me. I forget all about them being the enemy and my kidnappers. You have a loom? Where? Can I see?
This is good.
He watches me as I clasp my hands in front of my chin and nod enthusiastically.
Then I shall bring you a loom.
That would be amazing, I tell him, and reach out to touch his hand in gratitude. Thank you.
Danku.
He agrees, and touches his chin in a mimic of ASL. Oh, how sweet and clever of him. He's already trying to learn my language. I give him a happy nod. If I can get out of here and get a loom to look at, this might be worth all the trouble. A loom is my pie in the sky, my dream item to figure out. If I can get a loom working, I can weave fabric from the wool yarn we make. Right now, we're knitting and crocheting, but I've been thinking about bigger projects with tighter stitching, blankets, cloaks, whatever we can make. Washable layers, since leather is good for a lot of things, but panties aren't one of them. So yeah, I want fabric. I want to learn how to make it because it's another skill humans had made huge advancements with, and the sock we have not. I even suggested to Tiffany at one point that we ask the computer at the Ancestors ship about weaving equipment, but any time we ask for information beyond the logbooks or languages, it generates error messages. Marduk says the error messages have been increasing, and so we're not to use the computer unless it's an absolute emergency. But these people have looms. They know how to weave. I'm suddenly torn on leaving right away. I need to find out where Arjal is and if he needs rescuing, but a loom. Damn it.
I will see about getting you a loom,
Rem'eb promises me. I finish my meal and he lingers for a little while, pointing at objects and asking for the word, or gesture, for them. After a while, he reluctantly gets to his feet.
I must go now. I have to speak to my father.
I jump to my feet worried. You're coming back, right?
I do not understand your
I get up and take his hand in mine, then press his large fist to my breasts. It's dramatic, sure, but it also gets his attention. Rem'eb, return? I gesture at the door, then mime with my fingers to indicate him walking out and then coming back. Return? The look on his face is stunned, and I wonder if pressing his hand to my tits was too much.
Yes, my stranger. I will return to your side. Of that, have no fear.
His thumb rubs over the back of my hand, and his gaze is locked on me.
I do not think I could stay away if I tried. I will return with your next meal. I promise.
I manage a small smile and touch my chin in thanks. Then I pause. Arjal? Will you find out about him? His brows furrow. I think for a moment, and then free my hand. Holding one finger up, I say my name, Tia. I put the second finger up, Rem'eb. I point at the first one again, then the second. Tia, Rem'eb. Then I lift a third finger, Arjal.
Recognition dawns on his face. I do not know.
And he doesn't look happy, I asked.
Chapter 7. Rem'eb. Jealousy stews in my gut. I am almost certain that I will resonate to Tia the stranger, that it is just a matter of time before my chest sings to hers and our keys are in harmony. She looks at me with interested eyes and touches my hand easily. She is not afraid of me, and when I left she seemed disappointed that I had to go. And yet, I am jealous of this male she asks about, this Arjal. I hate the sound of his name and the worry on her face as she inquired about him. He must be her suitor. Arjal. This must be the other male that is with the female, the one that resonated and is being kept hidden by Kinfar the Exile and Setnef the Wanderer somewhere in the deeper tunnels. Will she be upset that he resonated to another? I do not like the thought of her being in pain, but I hate the savage satisfaction that burns in my belly when I think that she did not resonate to him, that this feeling of anticipation I feel is almost certainly going to be us. I head quickly through the city, back to my father's dwelling. I keep my head down and hurry past the wall, not wanting to tempt it with slow steps. I know that I will resonate to Tia the stranger, and yet, just in case. I quickly make it back to my father's home and nod at his guards. Where is he? He is speaking in private with Soran the Bitter. Again, always the same thing with that one. He has yet to realize my father will never change his mind. I will wait. I suspect it won't take long. I seat myself in the mushroom gardens, amongst the colorful rocks spread between the stems, and think about Tia the stranger. Tia with her cloud of hair and her soft touches. Already I want to go back to her side and just listen to her talk in that strange language of hers. Is it possible to crave someone you have just met? Because that is what this feels like. A craving, a hunger. I am mentally lost, dreaming of the way Tia said my name as she held my hand to her chest, when Soran the Bitter storms out of my father's dwelling. He slams the doors behind him, glares at me in silent betrayal, and then stomps his way back toward the rest of the village. The sight of his anger makes me sad. It has been a long time since he and I were friends, but I must side with my father. He does what he thinks is best for our people. Then I think of Tia and how she has not been placed with the other females behind the high wall that keeps them separated and safe. Is she going to get sick from being amongst us? Is it dangerous for her to keep her near me and the other males? And if not, it goes against everything my father has decreed for our people. It makes me uneasy. Secrets on top of secrets are not the way to rule a people. When I am chief, it will be different. I have always said this to myself, and yet I am weak. I did not free Tia, even though it is the right thing to do. I am selfish enough to wait to see if I resonate to her or if this feeling is nothing. And I am doubly selfish, because I am not going to demand that my father wall her away with the other females. After Soran leaves, I get to my feet and enter my father's chambers. He is no longer sitting in his chieftain's chair, but rests at a table in his personal chambers, a goblet of fruited water at his hand. His face is strained and tired, and for a moment he looks far too old for the turns he has lived. I clear my throat to let him know I have arrived. He glances over at me. Is it done? A strange question. I have visited Tia the stranger. She was given no amenities, father. He waves an irritated hand at my words. Is it done? Did you resonate? I draw up short, irritated that he does not care about Tia's comfort, only that I might breed a child upon her. We have not resonated, no. Rem'eb the Mighty sighs heavily, as if the weight of the entire mountain is upon his shoulders. I should have known. You have always been a disappointment to me. Why should it be any different now? I ignore his bitter words. I feel different around her. I think perhaps, given time, we might resonate. Father's hummed response does not indicate confidence. I will visit her again tonight, I say. Bring her more food. Talk to her again. Gaze into her eyes. Hope that she smiles. His lack of enthusiasm is bothering me. This is his plan. Would you prefer I journey to consult the Oracle? Seek her advice? Ha! The Oracle speaks nonsense. He shakes his head and drains his goblet and then pours himself more drink. The strong smell of sweet fruit and fermented mushrooms drifts through the air, and I frown. My father has been drinking too much lately. He does it when he feels troubled by the issues in the village. I suppose tonight it is because of Tia the stranger, but knowing that does not ease my concern. My father must keep his wits sharp if he is to rule us. The Oracle has good advice, I say, even though I do not like the idea of leaving Tia alone. But going to the Oracle could also give me the opportunity to steal Tia away, to get her back to the surface. I am not ready for it, but I must consider it. Do not bother with the Oracle. He takes a hefty swig from his cup. If you cannot resonate to a female when you are the only one visiting her, it will never happen. Just keep going to her, touch her, woo her, encourage her, queen. Beleb the Mighty sets his goblet down. But not tonight. You must continue your duties as normal, even though she is here. My duties? Does he truly expect me to go fishing and help with the food harvesting while Tia sits in the dark and waits for me? It feels an impossible thing to ask. Even now I want to go back to her side. How can I possibly focus on anything? You have stolen a stranger from above, a different kind of stranger, a beautiful, intelligent female one. And now I am supposed to pretend nothing is happening? That is correct, my father tells me in a tight voice. You must act as if nothing is amiss. You must pretend nothing in your world has changed, simply because the rebels watch everything I do closely. They watch everyone I speak with, everyone I encounter. That extends to you, my son. Or do you want the rebels to know she is here? Do you want them to rise up and free her? Take her away from you before you have even had the chance to resonate to her? I grit my teeth. The thought of another approaching Tia makes my tail twitch furiously. No, then you do as I say. He narrows his eyes at me. And be grateful. Grateful. I have many emotions in me right now, but I'm not certain if any of them are gratitude. I am angry at him, worried that he breaks the rules he established, the ones that the rebels despise so. I am angry at how Tia is being treated. I am angry that she is even here, and elated at the same time. And because I am already growing obsessed with her, I know I will do as he says, and somehow go about my day as if normal, because I do not want Soran the Bitter to discover her and steal her away. Then I am late to go fishing. You are. You should go, and hope that you have better luck tomorrow. Give her the pink-capped mushrooms. Those have been known to encourage a reluctant queen. Drug her? Again? I think not. Appalled at my father's suggestion, I hide my reaction and give him a stiff nod instead. There's no point in arguing with him. I exit his quarters, passing by his guards without meeting their curious gazes. For all that I hate his instructions, Beleb the Mighty is right about one thing. The village of those who remain is smaller than it has ever been, and everyone knows everyone. No one can spit without the entire cavern hearing about it. I must be twice as careful if I am to conceal Tia's presence, to keep her as mine and only mine. Even though I want nothing more than to return to Tia's side, I force myself to go down to the lake with my fishing equipment. My thoughts are full of Tia and the stranger Arjal, who even now resonates to another female. Are they together? Will she be crushed to hear he has mated to another? I want to protect her from that, even as jealousy eats at my thoughts. I make my way down to the calm surface of the underground lake, hopping easily down the rocky shelving that leads to the water's edge. The other fishers are there, casting their lures, and all glance up as I approach, the ripples of their coloring acting as silent acknowledgement. "Where have you been?" Wendit the fisher calls out, eyeing me from his spot on the shore. I have to be careful what I say. Wendit is friendly with Soran the Bitter. He might even be one of the rebels. So I grimace and rub my abdomen, feigning illness. Gut sickness. I am better now. His brows go up, but he nods. Gut sickness is just about the only sickness one can claim without making others panicked. Everyone has had a bad mushroom from time to time, or a bad bite of lizard meat. It happens. It is other sicknesses that will stir unrest and make word travel from home to home. Fishing at least allows me to settle in and relax. There is a favorite spot I have down near the water's edge, and I moved there, letting my camouflage change the shade of my skin to match the rocks I stand upon. I bait my line with remnants of fish from several meals ago, weight the cord, then cast it into the water. I allow it to trail along the bottom of the lake itself, looking for the fish that use scent rather than sight, the ones with the tiny, useless legs tucked under the bodies and the white, milky eyes. I cast my line, running it slowly along the bottom, then cast it again. As I do, I think about Tia. Then I play over our interaction repeatedly, devouring every morsel I can think of. Her clothes were crude. Furs, I think, from creatures above. She dresses in their skins and apparently does not dress very warmly. Does the cold not affect her like it does our people? Or was she taken before she had a chance to properly dress? She was excited over the prospect of a loom, so she must know how to make fabric. But if that is the case, why not make better clothes for herself? I ponder the small things about her, the strange riot of her mane, the tiny holes in her earlobes, the fact that she only has 2 arms and no tail. It helps pass the time, and when I've caught 2 large bottom skimmers, I head back to the center of the village and hand them over to the cooks. "Hungry?" one asks, offering me a bowl of soup. Shaking my head, I gesture at my stomach. Gut sickness. The cook, Mendar the Scraper, gives me a sympathetic look and then flings one of the fish atop his cutting table, pulling out his prized metal knife and getting to work scaling the fish. He does not ask for more details, and it makes me uncomfortable. Did he believe my lie? Or should I tell him more to make it seem legitimate? "My father has a potion," I blurt out, "for my stomach." Mendar looks up from his task, the one he takes his name from, and stops his descaling. "What?" "I am going to dine with my father, and then I will retire early." "Very well. So I can make up for the time I lost today, with the fishing. I am not on patrol until the waters recede again." Now he and his son are both staring at me. Perhaps I am offering too much information. I groan, clutching at my stomach dramatically, and then head off to my father's dwelling once more. Instead of greeting my father, however, I turn and head straight for the kitchens where the chief's attendant prepares his meals so he can concentrate on ruling. I make a tray of food for Tia, and Castor says nothing over the fact that I take roasted slices of juicy meat, the most tasty mushrooms, and another piece of fruit. He must know why I am here, stealing from my father's pantry. How many others know, I wonder? Tia is less safe by the moment. I return to the storage building, stepping inside quickly as the guard waits outside. Tia is inside, curled up on the sleeping mat, the tube of moss set near her sleep pallet. She sits up when I enter, her eyes wide. "Ye came back," she says. "I told you I would return," I say, guessing at her words. Her tone is surprised, and for some reason that bothers me. "I do not lie to you, Tia the stranger." I make my tone stiff, even though I want nothing more than to fall to my knees in front of her and place my head in her lap. I want to hold her close until she resonates. I want to caress her all over and drink in her scent. A small smile curves her mouth, and she gestures that I should sit down. I do, even though I am conflicted. I should take her back to her people. I should tell the others of my father's plotting. I should stay here at her side all night so resonance can happen. If it will happen. How have things gotten so complicated in such a short time? "I cannot stay long," I tell her, even as I fold my legs and move to sit across from her. "But I wanted to make sure you had food and were comfortable. And I want to learn more of your words." She smiles at me and gestures at something in the corner of the room, talking her nonsense sing-song words. I obediently look over, and as I turn back toward her, I catch a quick glimpse of her hand moving. The small fruit-cutting knife I put on the tray is gone, no doubt snatched up by my stranger. I suspected she might try something like that, and I am not upset. If she needs a weapon to feel safer, it is understandable. I would do the same in her situation. So I say nothing and instead offer her a piece of fruit, hoping for the chance to suck on her fingertips again. She picks through the meat and nibbles on one slice, her gaze locked on me. "Argent?" My spine stiffens. I hate that he is the first thing she asks for. "I do not know where your suitor is. My concern has been solely for your safety." Tia reaches out to touch my knee, her fingers light. "Please, Rem'eb? For me?" "I have brought you food. I wanted to see you settled tonight," I say. "I wish I could stay, but I cannot. I have so many questions to ask you. Instead, I am being commanded to keep my regular duties so nothing seems amiss. If the rebels hear that one of the above strangers resides here, I fear what will happen. They could think she is cursed and try to kill her. Unlikely. Far more likely that they think she should be returned to her people above, and I am not ready for that. We must keep your existence secret, I say firmly. The tense connection I had with her earlier feels as if it has vanished entirely. Did I imagine the sensation between us? Am I just so desperate to have a mate that I am pushing myself upon her? Tia finishes chewing and pushes the tray aside. When I offer her a slice of fruit, she shakes her head. Arja? She asks, her voice sweet and full of longing as she watches me. Please? I flatten my mouth with displeasure. If I hunt down Kinfar the Exile and find out where he's hidden the stranger and his new female, I will have to abandon the rest of my time with Tia tonight. If I return too late to the village and slip into my home, one of the guards that walk the streets will notice. They will ask questions. They will follow me to see where I'm going. For now they think I am spending time with my father, but Rem'eb the Mighty does not entertain visitors late, not even his son. But one look over at Tia, and I know I cannot refuse her anything. The look on her face is full of concern. Very well, eat your food. I will return for your tray in the morning with new food and news of your suitor. She makes a sound that might be relief and impulsively leans forward and presses her lips to my cheek. I jerk back in surprise, and she does too. We stare at each other, and I touch my cheek where I can still feel the graze of her lips. That was a happy gesture, I think, but my people do not show our gratitude in the same manner. And yet, I hunger for her to do so again. Will you do that once more? When I return and have earned it? Tia nods, her eyes wide. You have found the one incentive that will send me out to hunt for your suitor, I tell her, with a rueful last touch to my cheek. Then I get to my feet. I must go. I will return at low tide. My father's guards will ensure you are safe. You need not be afraid, I promise you. They will not enter. You are for me alone. I do not say it aloud, but I suspect she will be able to read it in my gaze. Low tide? She asks, repeating my words and garbling them. Low tide, I agree. The beginning of the new day. The waters in the underground lake recede. They swell again at the end of the day. It is how we mark time down here. Down here? She echoes, tilting her head. Below the mountain. She nods slowly, her expression thoughtful. If she is surprised that she is below the mountain instead of above land, she does not show it. Perhaps she suspected as much. Tia taps her chin in the thankful gesture. Arja, she says again, and I am starting to hate that word very much. Chapter 8. Rem'eb. It takes me some time to find Kinfar the Exile and where he lurks in the deeper tunnels, where nothing grows and the walls are too narrow for the village to spread in that direction. I know vaguely where he hides, since I have run across him on patrol in the past. Naturally, when I am seeking him out, he is impossible to locate. When I finally do find him, he is eating fresh fruit from above, the juices dribbling down his chin and staining his pelt bright red. He leers at me with amusement. Have you come to look at the yellow-maned female? Is the brown-maned one not to your liking? Or are you greedy and want both? You do not speak of her, I growl at him, pointing a finger in his face. You do not ever speak of her. You endanger all of us when you do. No one comes into these tunnels but exiles, he says in a sing-song voice. Exiles! And wanderers. Then you should quit coming out of them, I snarl, rapidly losing my temper. Show me where Arjal the stranger is. I know you have him and the other female. The dying one? I do. I would not separate them. They like to touch when they're together, and I like to watch that. His eyes flare with sick amusement. Disgusting. I should know better than to expect decency from Kinfar the Exile. When he was a youth, he killed his patrol partner while out in the tunnels and hid the body. No one knew that he'd murdered someone until he'd returned alone, and his story of the missing warrior continued to change every day. The male's corpse was eventually found and Kinfar exiled, but he lurks in the tunnels and causes trouble wherever he can. My father should ignore him completely, and yet if he had, Tia would not be waiting for my return. I think of her pressing her lips to my cheek again, and my tail twitches. I want that lip touch more than anything. Show me the strangers, I tell Kinfar, hating that I must use him to get what I want. And be silent. He puts one hand over his mouth even as he giggles to himself, then turns and points to a branching tunnel. I follow after him, hating every step, and he continues to lead me down a twisting series of unused tunnels that have no value to our people. There are no water pools to drink from, no moss for harvesting, no mushrooms. It is no wonder he hides them out here. No one would think to look here unless they knew someone was hiding. Sometimes I worry at what else Kinfar the Exile hides out in these tunnels that he doesn't tell us about. But then he turns down another narrowing tunnel and stops. "This place has not been used for some time," he says, "not since we warred with the strangers above. It seemed a shame not to utilize the rooms when so much work has gone into them." What is he jabbering about? I push past him, and then I see it. A cell. A cell with metal bars to enclose it. There are a few of them scattered in the tunnels, most of them far-flung and inconvenient. Only one is actually located inside our village, and the bars there have grown smooth from the hands that have rubbed and touched the metal repeatedly. The metal on these bars is rougher, not worn smooth, and enclose a small side cavern with a latching metal door. I don't blame Kinfar for being impressed with all the metalwork. It is a skill our people are losing. Most of the metalworkers died during the Great Sickness, and there is not enough need for more metalworking for those of us that are left. Have I not heard Garduk the Forge complain bitterly about how no one needs his skills? The enclosure is a small one, with a patch of moss crawling over the ceiling to provide enough lighting to see by. At the back of the enclosure, wrapped around each other, are the strangers. I see pale blue skin, like the strangers have, paired against pasty white skin and a strangely yellow mane. The male has horns rather like ours, but his tail and body are lacking fur, and he only has 2 arms. The female looks both a bit like Tia and nothing like her at all. This one is soft and rounded everywhere, with plump thighs and 2 pale coloring. She wears one of our people's wraps, made from stem fibers, and appears to be burrowing against the male for warmth. There is a low thrumming in the air, like a buzzing in the ears, and it takes me a few moments to realize that I am hearing them resonating. "Only the male has a queen," Kinfar says in a low voice just behind me. "The female's has died. Her eyes are dull and she grows weak." "The sickness?" I cover my mouth with the crook of one elbow and step back, glaring at Kinfar. "They have the sickness? And you did not tell my father?" The male rolls his eyes as if I am the crazy one. "Not that sickness. Neither of them has a rash. She is sick with something else." Even so, I take another step back, not wanting to breathe the same air. The Great Sickness decimated our people not long after my birth. So many died that our entire village was at risk. It was the reason my father took such drastic measures to ensure the safety of the women we have left. Even if there is a chance of sickness returning to our people, I cannot bring it back. "Where is Setnef the Wanderer?" I ask Kinfar. I would speak to him. I need to find out more. A short time later, Setnef the Wanderer emerges from the tunnels and sets my mind at ease. "There is no sickness," he says scornfully. "Kinfar the Exile causes trouble, that is all. But the female is dying," I point out. "He says her eyes are dead." I have not seen this for myself, as neither of them have awoken since I arrived. Perhaps all of the surface strangers are heavy sleepers, but I suspect it is more that Kinfar tampers with their food. "Her eyes are not dead. She has no qui." I frown at him, uncomprehending. "How is that possible?" Setnef spreads his hands in a silent gesture of confusion. "I do not know, but it is the truth. I have watched the male and the female interact, and he does not act as if she is dying, but he is concerned that she needs to be taken away. I think he wants to get her a qui to replace the one she lost." How can someone lose a qui? We are born with one wrapped around our hearts. It makes no sense. Then there is no disease? There is another female like her, and I want to make sure there is no danger to her or to others. I might be besotted by Tia, but I will not risk the lives of the rest of my people, no matter how much my heart speeds when she looks at me. "No disease." Setnef shakes his head again. "Kinfar thinks if the female is dying, we should give her to him. The male is very protective of this one, though." "Of course he is protective. They have resonated, and now there is no one to protect my Tia except me. She has lost her suitor, and I cannot help but be a little glad about that. She's mine. Kinfar will not touch her." I eye Setnef the Wanderer because he seems unlikely to be pulled into Kinfar's schemes. He is a quiet one, his mien somber and happiest when he is exploring the tunnels and on patrol. He has a brother, Talnef the Swiftest, who is well liked by all, but Setnef holds himself apart. "How did you get wrapped up in this situation?" Setnef the Wanderer's expression changes from calm to something darker. "I was checking the tunnels near the surface to see if any of them had been compromised. I have found many muddy footprints on my routes, and knew someone was going to the surface. Imagine my surprise when I came across Kinfar and one of your father's guards dragging the blue one and the brown female down here. Then we put the male behind the bars of the cage, and I find out that Kinfar has stolen another female, this yellow-maned one. He shakes his head. No good can come of this. We should not antagonize the surface peoples. It is best for us if they forget we exist. He is not wrong. I am more troubled, however, by the knowledge that my father has been working with Kinfar prior to bringing the females in. That he lied to me. I had been under the impression that Kinfar had started the trouble, and father then claimed one of the females for me. Finding out that they planned the attack together is troubling. Finding out that there is another male involved worries me too. Every other person that knows of Tia means that she is in danger. The Oracle would have something to say about this. In times of trouble, we are to consult the Oracle's attendant, but my father does not want me to speak to her. All of this grows more and more complicated, and I like none of it. No, that is wrong. I like Tia. I like her too much to do the right thing, and that is most troubling of all.
Chapter 9. Tia. I have no idea why I kissed a stranger. Insanity? Possibly. Stockholm Syndrome? Hopefully not. But the moment that Rem'eb said he'd go find out what happened to Arjal, I was so full of relief and hope that I reached over and kissed him. I shocked him, too. Either his people are like the Saqui and only kiss if introduced to it by humans, or I upset him. I brush my fingers over my lips even as I sit in the darkness waiting for his return. He seemed to like the kiss, even though it was a stupid move. If he'd hated it, it's entirely possible he'd have abandoned me to whoever kidnapped me in the first place. My position's too precarious to gamble like that. I need to think before I act, even if I feel strange around Rem'eb. Not strange, I decide. Impatient, like I'm waiting for something to happen. My gut tells me that it's resonance, but I could be wrong. My Qui is silent, and that's big clue number 1 that it's not. And yet, it feels different. Something about him is like no one else I've ever met. It's impossible to tell how much time has passed since he left. The moss continues to glow brightly, and the gentle light brings me a lot of relief. I move my bunk to the farthest corner from the door and put my back to the wall, clutching the knife in my hand. Sleeping peacefully seems like a ridiculous idea, but I'm going to have to sleep at some point. I tug the strange bronze-gold material over my body to use as a blanket, and I'm surprised at how warm it is. The weave is so tight that very little air passes through, and I finger it in the shadows, wondering at how it was made. Wondering where the hell I am. Wondering who, or what, Rem'eb is. I need to talk to him more. I try to make a mental list of questions to ask and the corresponding hand gestures I'll use, but I'm so tired I can't think straight. I end up falling asleep while trying to decide if "who are your people" is best communicated with touches or a gesture of horns, or extra arms, or the door shivers and bangs open, and I bite back a small scream of alarm. Rem'eb shuts the door quickly behind him, his expression grave. Oh, God, that's not good. I hide my knife in the folds of the blanket and scramble to my feet. What is it? What did you find out? Is he alive? Rem'eb advances toward me, glancing at the walls. Lower your voice, he murmurs, and takes my hands in 2 of his. I must deliver terrible news to you, Tia. I am sorry. I feel like I can't breathe. Arjal's dead? He's a nice guy, always willing to go the extra mile for anyone that asks, and I can't imagine him dead. I blink back tears. What happened? He searches my face, and then a third hand rises to squeeze my shoulder affectionately.
Your friend lives, but he has resonated to another.
I let out a sharp, gaspy breath. God, I hate this language barrier. But he's alive? I free my hands from his and pat my heart, trying to indicate a pulse. Alive? Rem'eb gives me a woebegone look.
I regret that you have lost your suitor, Tia. It pains me to deliver this news, but you must know he is lost to you.
Lost to me? I grab Rem'eb by his arms, 2 of them, at least, and give him a little shake. But is he alive or dead? At his blank expression, I touch his chest over the heart, indicating the steady heartbeat, and then mime breathing. And when neither of those clue him into what I'm asking, I try a different tactic. I fake stab myself in the guts and then dramatically flop to the floor. Arjal? Realization dawns upon Rem'eb.
Your suitor is well. He is being held captive in an old cell in the belly of the mountain, deep in tunnels that are not used. He's kept there with the yellow mane female.
I let out a shuddering breath and feel like crying out of pure relief. Thank God. Wherever Arjal is being kept, he's all right. He's being kept with... Wait. Who is he being kept with? I glance up at Rem'eb. Yellow mane female?
Both of them are being kept by Kinfar the Exile. My father has decided that since they resonated to each other, they are of no use to him. He cannot let them go because they will come looking for you, but he does not have the heart to kill them.
He pauses.
Yet.
I press my hand to my forehead, thinking, Wait, back up. Who's this yellow mane female? I mentally go through the list of people on Ice Home Beach, but the only blondes that I can think of are mated to other people. There's Rochelle, who has Liz's bright blonde hair and her father's blue skin, but she hasn't even hit puberty yet. She's a kid. There's Daisy, but Daisy resonated to Ojek. Hannah? But she resonated to Jashel. Raven is mated to Udron. Resonance never picks a second person either. I'm literally the only eligible bachelorette on the planet, which is what makes things so difficult. Or I was as of yesterday. Now there's a whole new people staring me right in the face, and it occurs to me that they'll have women. He's obviously hooked up with a blonde from their tribe. Good for him, though his timing is lousy. It's going to make escape difficult. I nod absently, trying to mentally picture what one of his people's women looks like. A blonde with 4 arms? And lots of body hair?
I am sorry that my news has brought you sadness,
Rem'eb tells me, in a voice that manages to be both stiff and oddly gentle.
I think you are a very worthy female. The most worthy.
Aww. Is he trying to comfort me? Does he think I'm sad over Arjal? I'm honestly just fucking relieved he's alive, Rem'eb. I take his hands in mine again and squeeze them. Thank you for finding out. He touches his chin in the gesture we've decided is thank you and you're welcome at the same time. We stare at each other for a moment, and I'm dimly aware that I'm holding hands with a stranger. One of the people that kidnapped me. I have so many questions, and yet they all fly out of my mind the moment our eyes meet again.
I did not have time to find you a loom, he tells me. Tomorrow, perhaps.
Politeness tells me that I should demur and say it doesn't matter, but I want that stinking loom. I know how much of a difference it would make for us if we could make textiles on a larger scale. I envision washcloths, diapers, fucking panties that aren't made of soft leather. I'm not in a position to make demands, though. All I can do is nod.
I will bring you more food in the morning and fresh water for washing.
he says, and still doesn't let go of my hands. Instead, he drops to his knees in front of me, his eyes wide and guileless.
Have I earned another?
I'm rattled by the sight of him kneeling in front of me. I should be the one looming over him, but even kneeling he's a big guy, and his horns and the breadth of his wide shoulders make him seem even taller. Huh?
Another mouth brush on my cheek.
He lifts one hand and indicates the spot.
As you did earlier.
Where has all my confident flirtiness gone? I'm fighting the urge to giggle like a schoolgirl at his request. I did promise that, didn't I? When I'd decided I was going to win him over to my side. I can't help but like him. There's an earnestness to him that I appreciate without Arjal's mopiness. He suits me so much better. And then I feel like an absolute jerk for even thinking something like that. Rem'eb is the enemy. I should be flirting so I can pull him to my side. Resolved, I lean in and give him a feather-light kiss on the cheek. Free me, please. His eyes are closed and he reaches up and touches the spot where I kissed him, as if committing it to memory. Free me, I say again, and when he opens his eyes, I indicate the door and gesture walking out. Free me and help me get Arjal. I'll kiss you all you want then. Rem'eb's hand drops from his face. He sighs.
I cannot. Now is not the time.
When? When is the time? What I'm asking must be obvious because he answers me.
I will know the time is right when I see it. I cannot risk anything yet. My father's men are watching us.
I pull away from him, frustrated. Something tells me that I'm going to be freed when we've resonated and I'm pregnant with his kid. And then there'll be a different excuse as to why he won't take me back to my people. He might be all talk and no action. Well, I'm not going to sit and wait for something to happen. I've done that far too much in the past. I push past him and head for the door, intending to storm out just to see what happens. I didn't see a guard earlier. I haven't heard one in a while. There might not be one tonight, or whatever time it is right now. If there's no guard, I can escape at any time. He said Arjal was in a tunnel. I just need to find the right one. Surely I can figure out how to get to the surface. How deep can a tunnel underground with people in it possibly be? They'll need oxygen and food and water. Before my hand can touch the door, strong arms snag me, pulling me backward. I hiss with anger, and before I can shriek my frustration, a hand covers my mouth. I fight like a demon, but Rem'eb has too many hands. Flailing, I slap at him. He doesn't grope me, though. He holds me carefully, and when he sighs in my ear, it sounds like defeat.
You cannot go out, Tia. I am sorry. I cannot let you. Not yet.
When? I demand. When I'm knocked up? You tricked me. You're just as bad as the ones that stole me. He ignores my angry words, stroking my flying hair back from my face and then patting my shoulder again.
I will return with your next meal at tide-rise.
His touch lingers on my skin before he reluctantly lets me go. This time, when he leaves, I see the form of a hulking guard standing near the doorway, trying to peer in before Rem'eb shoulders him aside. So I'm still guarded. There's no way I'm getting out of here on my own at this rate. I need a miracle. Or a friend.
Chapter 10. Rem'eb. The next day is a trying one. I can do nothing right. I dream of Tia in my sleep, of her soft lips brushing over my cheek, and then moving to my neck, and then further down my body. I wake up with my hand on my stiff cock, my heart racing. I take care of myself, and then spend my resting time pacing in my small home instead. If I close my eyes, I will see Tia again, her hands all over me, her lips adventuring to new places upon my body, and I cannot focus. So I pace. When the water clock shows that it is tide rise, I reset it and pack my fishing gear. Instead of heading directly to the lake, as is my normal route, I head to my father's instead. All eyes in the village feel as if they are upon me, watching my every move and wondering at my actions. We are creatures of habit, our people. Anyone that acts in a different pattern than normal will have people talking. I feel conspicuous as I hurry past the long stretch of wall and nod at the guards as I head to my father's home. Once inside, I set my gear down, take the food tray his attendant has prepared, and then disappear through the back to the storage buildings where Tia is kept under guard. My dreams were full of lip brushes, but the reality is that Tia is angry with me. She does not speak to me when I enter, and her eyes are puffy and red-rimmed, as if she had been weeping. She does not reach for the food I brought, and I reluctantly leave her side, feeling as if I have failed her. And because this day cannot get any worse, when I get to the lake, Soran the Bitter is waiting for me. I ignore him, moving down the rocky slope to my favorite spot, and he picks up his line and follows me. "I would speak with you, Rem'eb the Fist," he calls out. "I am not in the mood for speaking." He ignores my politely worded request and moves to stand at my side, close enough that I cannot ignore him. "You are acting strangely. I have had a gut sickness that I could not shake," I say, concentrating on unraveling my line so I can attach the sinker to it. "My father has a tea that helps. I have been taking meals with him." "Then why do you run past the wall?" I look up, startled. "What?" My once friend's eyes are narrow and full of suspicion as he regards me. "Someone saw you rushing past the wall yesterday. This morning, Anvar the Early was on duty and confirmed it. You move past it as quickly as possible and keep your head down, almost as if you wish to not catch the attention of any female that might linger there. What has changed?" The hair on the back of my neck prickles. Nothing. I cannot tell him the wall makes me uneasy now that I have met Tia. If it is nothing, why rush? Do you not want a mate? Sons? He tilts his head regarding me, his voice casual. Or is this another scheme of your father's? My tail twitches, but I do my best to not give away just how close Soran is to the truth. If he knew of Tia's existence, he would be storming the wall to claim one of our females for himself. Or worse, he would do his best to snatch more strangers from above. Neither situation bodes well for our people. He will destroy our fragile existence all because he is lonely. I am spending time with my father because he wishes to speak with his only son. You are far too suspicious. Perhaps you should stop spending so much time with those that despise him. You are seeing shadows where there are none. We glare at each other, neither of us moving or breaking eye contact. I know if I flinch away first, he will continue to suspect me. He cannot know of Tia's existence. He will not look to free her. He will spirit her away into one of the less used tunnels and try to save her for himself. He will hold her hostage until she resonates to him. Is that not what you are doing? A tiny voice inside me asks. I ignore it. Eventually, Soran straightens. He drops his gaze and then kicks one of the loose rocks into the water. If you say it is nothing, then I have no choice but to believe you. It is nothing, I reassure, relaxing my stance. Why does it bother you? Because this place is stagnant, he says, and his expression changes to one of entreaty. Can you not feel it? Our days are full of the same patterns, the same duties, as dictated by the chief. We eat and sleep and work to a schedule he decrees. We see the same faces, day in and day out. The females are kept behind a wall and never seen, and fewer children are born. When was the last time someone resonated? He spreads his hands. We are rotting in place. Of course I am interested when you act strangely. Change is interesting. All change interests me. There is no change, I tell him easily, even as my tail prickles. Soran is more alert than I have given him credit for. I must be even more careful than I thought. A bad bite of food has lingered in my gut, that is all. He continues to study my face, his gaze seeking as if he can see through my lies. Then he nods and, to my surprise, reaches out and clasps my arm. You must keep yourself well, Rem'eb the Fist. You are the last hope of our people. A strange thing to say, especially from one that is my bitter enemy. What do you mean? I mean that there are many of us that hate your father's rules, that think he is wrong. He will not listen to reason, though. We have tried and tried to speak to him, all in vain. Now we simply hope that he will pass and you will take the chief's seat and be prepared to listen. Your father is stubborn, but you have a good heart. Just do not let your father whisper in your ears for too long." Soran the Bitter stalks away to return to his fishing, and I wonder at his words. Is it true that everyone wants my father dead because they do not like his rule? Or simply more furious talk from the rebels? It worries me, all of it. My people seem to be falling apart right in front of my eyes, and I do not know what to do about it. I can follow my father's wishes and hold Tia captive until she resonates with me. And then what? Do I continue to hold her captive until she has my child? Do I then move her behind the wall with the other females? Do I trap her into my life and my people's village simply because I want her? And if Soran finds out she exists, will the rebels rise up against my father? The only solution seems to be to sneak her out of the village of those who remain, yet with every moment that passes, the thought of doing so pains me. The thought of never seeing her again fills me with a physical ache that threatens to consume me. Which one do I choose? Lost in thought, I cast my line over and over again, and nothing bites. I leave at tidefall, and instead of joining the others in the village at the communal meal, I head to my father's again. I can feel more eyes on me this time, and I force myself to move slowly as I walk past the wall. For the first time in my existence, I hold my breath as I pass for a different reason. I do not want to resonate to someone that waits there on the other side. I want Tia. When I head into the kitchens, Cassio the Worthy is there, preparing a tray for my father. He pours a bowl of mushroom soup and then eyes me. He holds the bowl out to me instead of placing it on the tray. "When was the last time you ate, chief's son?" Searching my thoughts, I shrug. I do not remember. Perhaps when Tia offered me a slice of fruit? I have been too lost in my swirling thoughts to sit down and enjoy a meal. "I am not hungry. Eat anyhow. Your face is pale." He nudges the bowl toward me. Is it resonance? If it was, would that make everything simpler? In some ways. And would complicate others. I shake my head. Nothing yet. A shame, is it? It is if your father's schemes come to nothing. He pours a second bowl and sets it on the tray. I watch him silently, holding my soup. Does he believe in my father's plans? Does he think that our village is safe with the females all tucked away behind a wall? Or does he follow the beliefs of the rebels? Is he simply waiting for me to claim the chief's seat? Cassor is loyal, but is he loyal to my father or to the chiefdom? "I will eat with my father," I tell him, setting my bowl on the tray and taking it before he can. I must speak with him in private. "Of course." Cassor nods politely and steps away. Taking the tray across the house, I find my father in his thinking room. He sits near a small fire, the scent of charred mushroom stems in the air. He is wrapped in a blanket, his expression distant. He looks frail, tired, the opposite of his name, mighty. I am told he was once a strong and powerful warrior and battled many a Metlak and Gorger to keep our tunnels safe. But ever since the sickness, he has been a shadow of himself. Tonight, he seems more fragile than ever. His color bleeds to match the shade of his blankets as if he cannot be bothered to keep his camouflage in check. "Are you cold?" I ask, setting the tray down next to his seat by the fire. Rem'eb shakes his head. "I am old." "You are barely 60 turns." I hold a bowl of soup out to him. "In your prime." He glances up at me again. "I am old in spirit. I am tired. It is why it is so important that you have a child with this strange female. Our bloodline must continue, and you have not resonated to any of our women that are left." Biting back a sigh, I take his hand and forcibly place it around his bowl. Father gets like this sometimes. He grows deeply melancholy and cannot be swayed from his dismal thoughts. He will remain like this for an entire turn before somehow shaking free of its grasp. Now is not the time for him to let the sadness take him, but when is it ever a good time? "Eat. We must talk. Have you resonated?" "Not yet." Rem'eb shakes his head, disappointed. "I need time with her," I tell him, even as I hate myself for saying such a thing. She needs to be set free, and yet I have no plans to do so. Not yet, because I cannot bear the thought of parting with her. But I am being watched. "Nosy fools," my father mutters, then takes a sip of soup. "They have too much time to sit upon their hands and fish. When I was your age, the Metlaks were constantly sneaking into our tunnels, trying to steal our food and ravaging our gardens. We were alert at all times." I pull up a seat next to him and join him by the fire, picking up my bowl. I will not apologize for the tunnels being safe. Metlux have not been a problem in many turns. They will be again. Wait and see. Biting back my annoyance, we have bigger concerns at the moment than a few thieving Metlux. I drink my soup as quickly as I can. You must tell everyone that I am working on a special project for you. What sort of project? I do not know. Something. They wonder why I am spending so much time here. Tell them that we have our heads together on a project that we cannot speak of. Tell Castor to spread the word. That way, if I spend time with Tia, they will simply think I am with you. Pshaw! Let them wonder. Father, I say in a warning tone. Rem'eb rolls his eyes. He takes another small sip of soup and then sets the nearly full bowl aside. Fine. We will tell them I am an old, dying male and I wish to impart all the chiefly secrets before I pass on to join the ancestors. Then, once your female is fat with your child, I can have a miraculous recovery. I am not going to tell everyone you are dying. Castor will tell them. He waves a hand at me. Have you tried giving the female the mushrooms I told you? The ones that encourage the Qui? I sigh. No, Father. You should. You must make this happen, my son. I set my empty bowl down and get up. I have to go tend to the female. I will return in the morning. Finish your meal. He waves an irritated hand at me and again looks so shrunken and weak that concern flares within me. I think about Soran the Bitter's words that they are waiting for my father to die. Is he truly this weak? Or is it more posturing? With my father, it is impossible to tell. I leave his side, making a mental note to speak to Castor. Later, though. For now, my thoughts fill with Tia. Castor is no longer in the kitchens when I return, and I quickly fill a tray with food and a fresh pitcher of cold fruited water for her. Is she still angry, I wonder? I add another piece of fruit to the tray, just in case the sight of it brings a smile to her face. I have no loom for her, and it is the one thing she has asked for. Well, other than her freedom. Tomorrow I will bring her a loom, I decide. I can tell Pazan the Weaver that it is for my father's secret project. The guard in front of the storage hut is Jonjud the Resilient, an older male with 2 sons. He is loyal to my father, but his sons are not. What does he think of my father's decision to hide me a female? Or does he even know that the hut he guards contains a stranger from above? He does not look at the tray I carry with suspicion, just opens the door as I approach. The light moss tube is by the doorway, the rest of the room filled with shadows. I enter, noting that she is not in sight, likely hidden behind the privacy screen hiding her chamber pot. I need to change it and bring her extra water. She will want to bathe, I think. Her mane still carries flecks of mushroom powder, the one that was used to drug her, and I want her to smile. Maybe a block of sweet-smelling soap and a pitcher of water will bring delight to her lovely face. The door closes behind me, and I step forward. Tia? I have brought food. Something moves in the shadows behind me. A hard item pricks at the small of my back. The knife. Don't move, Tia says.
Chapter 11. Tia. Letting me sit in the dark by myself is a mistake, I decide, as the hours drag past. I have nothing to do but plot against Rem'eb and his people. If they can take captives, fuck it. So can I. I hide behind the small screen that frames the chamber pot, the underground barbarian version of a toilet, I suppose, and wait, clutching my knife. As I do, I contemplate the best spot to hold it against Rem'eb. His neck is obviously wisest, but I can't reach it. He's got too many arms for the front of him to be a good idea, so I opt for the small of his back. Once I have him under my control, I'll demand that he lead me to Arjal, and when we're together, we can figure out a way back to the surface. I'm not leaving without my friend. It seems to take forever for Rem'eb to finally return to my hut, and when he does, he's dressed much the same as before. Yellowish gold kilt, sandals, and a bare chest, a few decorative beads holding his thick hair back from his face. Something on his tray smells delicious and warm, but I focus on the knife in my hand instead, and when he steps forward and the door is closed, I strike. It's childishly easy to poke the knife at the small of his back and get behind him. Don't move! Rem'eb goes still, just as instructed.
Shall I put the tray of food down first?
The tray? Do I want to eat before I escape? I might need my strength. I hesitate. Rem'eb's long tail smacks against my hand, knocking the knife from my grasp. With a sucked-in breath, I try to catch it before it tumbles to the ground, only for the alien to grab me with 2 arms, the tray still held in his other hand. He pulls me against him, and one arm loops around my shoulders and neck, holding me tight. He leans in close, his mouth dangerously near my ear.
I left you the knife so you could feel safe, Tia, not so you could stab me.
There's no menace in his tone, just a simple exasperation, as if he's annoyed that I tried to gut him and take him hostage. I squirm in his grasp, trying to wriggle my way free, and he sets the tray down with a fluid motion, never letting me go even though the action bends both of us over. I thrash harder, and he loses his balance. We both tumble onto my bed, and he curls himself around me protectively so I don't hit the floor. When my head stops spinning, I'm sprawled over his chest as he holds me close. I gasp, trying desperately to push off of him, even as one warm hand slides over the small of my back. Rem'eb stares up at me, his gaze fascinated.
Are all of your people so lovely?
He asks, voice husky.
Every time I look at you, it steals the breath from my lungs.
My pulse thrums in response. It's not just the flattery. It's that electric charge hanging in the air around us. I can feel the warmth of his skin, the sheer size of him against me, and those questioning, intelligent eyes that watch me as if I'm the best thing ever. I should be fighting my way free. Instead, I'm fighting the irresistible urge to lean in and kiss the hell out of him.
Is your Qui as silent as mine?
He asks.
Because I feel as if it must be humming when I look at you, but then I touch my chest and all is quiet. I do not understand. So it must be you and your beauty that simply entrances me. Lovely Tia.
God damn it. I am absolutely susceptible to flattery, it seems. Because I'm going to kiss him. I lean forward, my nose brushing against his much larger one, and let my breath play over his lips. I can feel the tension building in his massive frame, the way he watches me so closely, his gaze flicking from my eyes to my mouth. Don't hold this against me, all right? I whisper, and then I brush my mouth over his. It's just a kiss. I've kissed plenty of men since arriving on this planet. For a while, I thought I'd drown my worries and despair about being dragged from Earth in the arms of boy toys and flirting partners. Those kisses were exploratory, light, fun. Some of them were bad. All of them meant absolutely nothing. This one, though, this one means everything. It's just the barest graze of my lips to his, and yet I feel it jolt through my body, heat pulsing between my thighs. His mouth is soft, as I knew it would be. Soft and faintly sweet, his breath pleasant and warm. I love the soft hitch of his breath that tells me he's affected by the kiss. There's no tongue, no intense make-out session, and yet I feel utterly and completely wrecked. I move back again so I can look into his eyes. Rem'eb swallows, looking as shaken as I am. I do not understand. It's a kiss. Why is my chest yet silent, if I feel like this when I am with you? Oh, why is it that everything he says comes out sounding incredibly romantic? Why does he have to be the freaking enemy? I shouldn't kiss you again, I whisper, even as I lean in and do just that. Just ignore me. He doesn't understand my words, of course. He groans, his hands twitching against my skin as if he wants to touch me and yet doesn't want to interrupt me. I'm completely in control of this moment, and maybe I'm an idiot, but I want to keep going. So I part my lips, letting the tip of my tongue flick against his mouth. He twitches in reaction, one hand fisting at my side before clenching me tighter against him. Can I keep kissing you? I nip at his lower lip and then glance up at him, waiting for permission. Keep going, he breathes, and reaches up to tap his chin in the thank you motion. It's not quite a yes, but it's charming all on its own. I nip at his full lower lip again, and then fully cover his mouth with mine. This time, when I kiss him, he kisses me back. It's a little hesitant, but as I continue to kiss him and make soft sounds of pleasure, he grows more comfortable, less unsure. When I touch my tongue to the seam of his mouth again, he parts his lips. And when I tease him with my tongue, he pulls back in surprise. You licked me. I lean in and lick the tip of his nose playfully. I did. Rem'eb's eyes are full of heat. Can I lick you? My answer is to press my mouth to his again. He twines one hand into my hair, holding me carefully as he sweeps his tongue against mine. He makes a low sound of pleasure in his throat and deepens the kiss, tonguing me with enthusiasm that grows by the second. I'm no longer being lightly kissed. I'm being devoured. And I don't want it to end. When we eventually part, both of us are panting. Rem'eb reaches between our bodies, and for a moment I think he's going to cop a feel. Instead, he puts a hand over his heart and frowns. Beating fast, but not resonance. I still do not understand. I know you are mine. I understand how he feels, strangely enough. This tension between us, this anticipation, it feels like it should be resonance. The silence of our squeeze is mystifying. Maybe it's waiting for you to free me? He tilts his head, indicating that he doesn't follow my words, and I mime walking out the door even as I sit up on his chest. Instead of growing upset, as he has before each time I mentioned leaving, he looks thoughtful. Perhaps that is it. Your body does not like being under the mountain instead of atop it. So will you free me and Arjal? A dark look crosses his face. Jealousy. I cannot free you yet, nor your suitor. His hands slide possessively to my thighs, holding me against him. Will you teach me more of your words today? Oh, a subject change, and a not very subtle one. All right, I can play the long game. I can work on pulling him over to my side with flirting. I'm pretty good at that sort of thing, though I imagine I'm rusty after several years of hiding out at Croatoan. Romancing Rem'eb to make him fall in love with me? Piece of cake. So I lean over him and brush my mouth against his. Kiss. Kiss, he says eagerly, his voice heavily accented, and when he pulls me down for another makeout session, I'm all in. It's for my freedom, I tell myself. Nothing more. We kiss for a while, just leisurely exploring each other with lips and tongues alone, and I have to admit it's pretty damn nice. Rem'eb never presses for more, content to just kiss. He acts like each one is a special gift that he's surprised to receive, and it's rather adorable. I should hate myself for thinking the enemy is adorable, but I remind myself that I want him on my side. If it costs me a few fantastic kisses, then it's worth it. After a while, my stomach growls. Rem'eb reluctantly gives me a few last kisses and reminds me that I should eat. We separate, and Rem'eb moves closer to me the moment I settle near the tray. "Try this one," he says, offering me a bite. "And this one." Is the man going to be feeding me by hand constantly? I have to bite back a smile of amusement. I've flirted with guys in the past, but none of the men on this planet acted this obsessed. Okay, maybe Iraq, but he also seemed mildly resentful of his obsession, so that tended to ruin it. This just feels nice. I let him hand me choice bits, and we brush up on our tiny shared vocabulary. With a few hand gestures, I ask about his name. Why is he called the Fist? A chief's son is traditionally called the Fist, just as the chief is traditionally the mighty. My father is the one who rules, and I am the fist that carries out his laws. But he doesn't seem thrilled at the prospect, and his expression grows vague the moment we bring up his father. I change the subject to something else. The loom. It's a word in his language that I remembered, and when I ask about it, he brightens, pleased at my mastery of his tongue. I have not forgotten. Tomorrow, I promise. Tomorrow, I echo, using his word for it instead of mine. Don't forget. We practice language a bit more, and I find out that he has a father who is chief and no siblings. His mother is dead. He asks me about my family, and it makes me a little sad. All dead, I tell him. It's true. If what Daisy said was correct, Earth is long gone and only a distant memory. I have to focus on the here and now. So I lift a piece of food and ask him about it. What's this? Fire lizard, he tells me. My favorite. I regret asking, doubly so because it's delicious. I lick the grease off my fingers and try not to think about what I just ate, and notice that Rem'eb is watching my actions like a starving man. I offer him a piece of the food he brought me, but he shakes his head. I have eaten. I was just thinking, if we could do the mouth touches again before I must go. My face grows warm, even as I give my hair a confident toss and put on my flirtiest smile. We can kiss. And I will bring you a loom tomorrow, he promises. My smile falters a little. I'm not sure I like the thought of being so mercenary with my affection. If this were a different time or place and Rem'eb wasn't my captor, but he is. There's no point in moping about it, so I just give him a coy look. Loom tomorrow, yes.
Chapter 12. Rem'eb. That night, as I leave Tia's hiding place, I am followed. At first I think it is nothing. The hour grows late and most of our village is abed, but someone is always awake at all hours of the night. There are guards that walk the tunnels, weavers who cannot stop thinking about their current project, fishers who swear that the fish bite best at tide fall instead of tide rise. So when I pass others on the streets, I nod at them and think nothing of it. My thoughts are full of Tia and her sweet, lovely mouth. I touch my own, wondering at how 2 mouths and 2 tongues can make such intense pleasure. Lost in thought, my sandal catches on one of the taller cobblestones, and I stumble. Chuckling to myself, I bend down to fix the laces across the arch, and notice a small movement out of the corner of my eye. When I turn, there is no one there. The lightmoss lanterns providing light to travel by darken the shadows between buildings, concealing anything or anyone in their depths. The hairs on the back of my neck prickle. Surely I am imagining things. I continue walking, deliberately taking a different path than the one to my dwelling, crowded in amongst all the others. I head for the gardens instead, deciding that if anyone asks, I will tell them I needed a change of scenery to clear my head of troubled thoughts. It is not entirely an untruth, as I am worried about Father, but my thoughts are far more focused on Tia. Tia and her pink, inviting mouth. I make it to the edge of the gardens, walled off by an old, crumbling waist-high wall. I pick up a stone that's fallen to the ground and pretend to consider the wall and where it might be returned, when I see someone slip into the shadows once more, only the ripple at the corner of my eye telling me that someone is there, but camouflaged. So I am being followed. It is not my imagination. Do they know where I go, then? Do they know of Tia's existence? Or are they simply being curious? It does not matter. They do not need to be following me. It cannot be allowed. I turn and march into the shadows after the person, heading into the quiet alley between the houses of the thread-slingers. There, skin mottled to match the shadows, I spot a familiar shock-white mane and the 3 knots perched between 2 horns like a lizard's back sail upon his head. My old friend and now enemy, Soran the Bitter. He jerks when he realizes I have caught him, as if he is wanting to slink into the shadows again, and then decides to face me. Why are you following me? I keep my tone even, calm. He straightens, throwing his shoulders back. I am simply taking a walk. In an alley? At this hour? Beside Voldan the Threadslinger's home? Yes, Soran says baldly. Why are you so worried about where I walk? I say nothing. I cannot respond. I simply narrow my eyes at him and stalk away, heading straight for my home this time. The chief's son is supposed to take a dwelling near the large chieftain's lodge to show my importance to my people. Yet the thought of doing such a thing, setting myself above the others I work and hunt with every day, seems wrong. I took a home amongst the rest of the adult men in our village. I do not spend much time in my house. I have no mate, no family, and my hand at arts and crafts is poor. If I were a carver, perhaps my home would be littered with projects, like Voldan the Threadslinger's. Since I am a fisherman, I have a variety of nets hanging on their hooks, a few neatly tied fishing lines, and the skin of the largest fish cured and stretched on a frame, proudly adorning the wall. I have a stool near the unused fire pit, because rarely does the temperature change below the mountain, and I eat most of my meals at the main hearth or with my father. I have a pallet for my bed, the fabric atop it unadorned and undecorated. I think of Voldan's home and the wild, creative patterns he knots into the fabrics he wears. My existence is a boring one, a dutiful one. I am not interesting. I am a chief's son, but nothing more. I rub my silent chest absently. Is that why Tia has not resonated to me? Is that why my Kui does not sing? Or is it because it knows I cannot keep her? I peer out into the quiet village, but this time I see no one in the shadows. I remain uneasy, and when I climb into bed, I stare up at the ceiling of my hut and wonder. If I died tomorrow, Spajar the mourner would sing the songs and lead the grieving ceremonies for me. But when it came time to burn my most valued possessions, to send them with me into my next journey, what would they burn? What would they send? A few nets? The beads I wear in my mane that declare me Beleb's son? It feels like nothing, and for the first time I entertain the thought of what would happen if I took Tia's hand and let her lead me into the sunlight above. The next day, when I tell my father that I have been followed by one of the rebels, he is less than helpful. But is the female resonating? I clench my jaw. Not yet. Ah. Beleb turns toward his fire. I cannot help but notice that he is seated in the same spot he was when I left him at tidefall, wrapped in the same blanket. Has he not moved? How are we going to get Soran to stop following me, without turning this into an incident? I do not want the entire village alerted to the fact that I am sneaking around. This would not be a problem if you had resonated to the female, my father says peevishly, as if it is my fault my Kui is silent. He strokes the fur in his chin with an idle hand, thinking, if you are being followed, you will have to avoid her. What? No! This is a terrible idea. But my father gives me a sharp look. If you are being followed because they think there is something to see, prove to them that there is not. We will take them off your scent trail. I will tell them you are helping Setnep with a lizard infestation in one of the distant garden caverns. You can come back in a handful of days, and they will realize nothing is amiss. A handful of days? Apart from Tia? It feels like an eternity. It is the last thing I want to do. And yet, what is my choice? If Soram finds out that she exists, it could destroy the fragile peace in our village. Even so, the thought of leaving her behind feels painful. I am the one that brings her food and water. Who will do that while I am gone? I can. There is no chance that I will resonate to her. I do not like that idea either. Father seems to be sinking into one of his melancholy times when he forgets to take care of himself. I do not want him simply forgetting to take care of Tia. They will be suspicious of you, I suggest. Perhaps someone else? He shoots me an irritated look. Waduk the Blademaker, then. He resonated to a female behind the wall 5 turns ago. He can bring her food, and I can dangle a visit to his mate as incentive. I stare at my father, frustrated and unhappy with his words. Speaking of Waduk reminds me that I am having a female dangled in front of my nose, and Waduk cannot even spend time with his. It also bothers me that Father does not even know her name. We are not so numerous a people. He should know every name. That is his job as chief. Perhaps your absence will spur on resonance, my father says in his sly voice, cutting me with his bitter words. Give her Kui a chance to miss yours. What you are doing now does not seem to be enticing her, after all. Does he care about anything other than me breeding children with a stranger? And if I say no? Father straightens, looking like his old self for a change. I am chief. My word is the law. You had better remember that, or I will stop favoring you and trot your female out in front of a more worthy male. I scowl at him, fighting the resentment bubbling inside my chest. I know he is using words to sting me because he is unhappy with me. Because he is unhappy. Kasor has said many a time that he lashes out because he wishes to make everyone as miserable as he is. But it is a hard thing to stomach when the chief is also your father. I will leave for a hand of days, I say slowly, but if I return and Tia is not here waiting for me, I will tell everyone in the village what you have done. We glare at each other until I leave.
Chapter 13. Tia. Days later. I've been forgotten. For some reason, Rem'eb hasn't been coming to visit me. The first time a stranger enters my cell, I panic, wondering what happened to Rem'eb and who this new person is. But the man doesn't look me in the eye, only drops the tray of food and water off quickly and exits. I'm on pins and needles as the time passes agonizingly slowly until the next meal, wondering if it will be Rem'eb again or the stranger. When it's a different guy and not Rem'eb again, my confusion changes to worry. Rem'eb at least talked to me. This other man ignores my attempts to make conversation. It makes me feel more isolated and alone, and I search vainly for my knife, but it's gone. Rem'eb must have taken it, and I'd been too distracted with the kissing. Ugh. I am my own worst enemy, it seems. But there's nothing to be done about it now, other than hope for a new knife. I try to make cutting gestures at the man that comes in, but he ignores me entirely. I contemplate rushing the door, but I can see there's another guard outside, the outline of his shoulder visible in the doorway. I'd have to make it past 2 of the hulking, four-armed strangers, and then what? I don't know where to go. But as another day passes and Rem'eb still doesn't return to visit me, I worry that something bad has happened to him too. All right, so I'm going to need to rescue Arjal and Rem'eb and get the fuck out of here. No problem. I contemplate what to do to make that happen. Tear strips from the gorgeously woven blanket to form a rope? Kosh someone over the head with my toilet jar and then tie them up? Actually, that might be a good idea. If I can decommission the one guy that enters the room to bring me food, I can probably dodge the other or force him to chase me. If I'm fast, I can run away quickly. I just need an idea of where to go. This time, when he brings the tray, I wait on the opposite wall so I can peek out the door and see what's outside. It's shadowy, but that's to be expected if I'm underground. It also looks like a cluster of buildings with eerily the same shape as the Croatoan ones. But that sort of layout I can handle. If it's built like Croatoan is, the houses are lined up along a main route, tucked away in a canyon for protection. If we're in an underground canyon, it means there's a way out. Somehow. And there has to be a way to the surface, because that's where they snatched me from. The guard moves back to the door, having deposited his tray. He closes it just as I ask, "Where is Rem'eb?" No response, not that I expected one. I sit down to eat, since I'll need my strength. There's a cup of soup with a piece of mushroom floating in it, and I pick it up to drink it. It tastes bitter against my tongue, but I force myself to finish the entire thing. I won't get very far wandering around if I'm starving. There's no fruit brought for me, just more dried mushrooms, and even as I pick one up, my hand feels heavy, slow. I pick up the now empty soup cup, and there's a chalky residue at the bottom. No wonder it tasted different. I don't think that's spices. I think I've been drugged. These fucking assholes. I swear. I'm going to make them pay. Just as soon as I wake up.
Chapter 14. Rem'eb. I cannot obey my father. I am away from Tia for 2 tidefalls before the gnawing hunger I feel grows unbearable. I find reasons to return early, despite the fact that I had told Setnef the Wanderer that I planned on going deeper into the garden caverns and that I was not to return for several tidefalls. But I cannot sleep. I cannot eat. I cannot focus on anything because I think of Tia. Is she afraid because I have not returned to her despite my promises? Has my father hidden her away somewhere else? Somewhere more comfortable? Or have the rebels found out she exists and even now they carry her back to the surface? Or behind the wall? Whatever it is, I know I cannot stay away. This hollow craving inside me will not let me abandon her. I backtrack my way through the lava tunnels, paying no attention to my surroundings. All I know is that I need to get to her side, to get back to the village and look upon her face again. Surely this hunger for her is resonance, even with the silence in my chest? So distracted, I nearly run into Setnef the Wanderer. He is coming through another tunnel, a pack on his back, and we both jerk backward and stare at each other in surprise. "You are returning early," he says, pointing out the obvious. There is an oddly guilty look on his normally closed face. I am. I cannot stay away. I must return and check on the female. He seems distracted. "Do you think she is in danger?" "Not danger. Not precisely. I only know that I cannot be away from her. What of the others? The yellow-maned female and the male?" Setnef's expression changes to one of distaste. "Kinfar the Exile watches them far too closely. I do not like it." I know the feeling. Shall I complain to the chief? Have him removed from his post? The other male's expression grows closed again. "No. I will handle Kinfar. Do not involve the chief." Interesting. I nod, wishing him well, and continue the journey back to the village, tucked into the belly of the largest cavern. When I return to the village, I nearly run into the other brother. Talnef the Swiftest is the younger sibling of Setnef, and the brothers are close. Talnef is well liked around the village for his open, easy demeanor, and I greet him with a weary sort of pleasure. "Where are you rushing off to, friend?" To my surprise, his expression grows as cagey as his brother's. "I am visiting one of the more distant caverns with my brother, Setnef the Wanderer," he says after a moment, shouldering a large pack. "There is the potential for another garden to be established there." He looks as if he wishes to leave, which is precisely why I make him stay. I cross my arms over my chest and ignore my own fatigue. "Another garden? Tell me more." "Oh." Talnef blinks at me. He adjusts his pack again, his tail twitching. "I do not know where it is precisely. Setnef said he found it in his wanderings and wanted my opinion on it. I have not spent time with my brother in some days, so I look forward to journeying with him. That is all." As he shifts on his feet, I eye him. "Your pack is enormous for a short journey." The smile he gives me is guileless. "We will leave extra supplies in the cavern for the seeding team if it is truly a good spot for a garden." It all sounds harmless. A journey into a deeper tunnel to explore a cavern that might be useful for farming the mushrooms that provide so much to our people? It makes sense. Teams regularly head out to the more distant caverns to harvest mushrooms and reseed for the next harvest. We are always looking for places to grow more food. But Talnef's demeanor pricks my suspicions, added with Setnef's uneasiness, and it makes me wonder what the brothers are up to. Are they going to free the stranger Arjal and his yellow-maned female? I know Setnef the Wanderer is a quiet, lonely sort, but he is also a good male who will not hesitate to do the right thing. Talnef is younger and even more earnest than his brother. If I were going to free Tia, now would be the perfect time to do so. I could send her with the brothers and her suitor back to the surface. The very thought claws at my spirit. I cannot let her go. Not yet. Not when I cannot think of anything but looking at her again, gazing into her eyes, brushing her lips and tongue with my own in the strange kiss that was so pleasurable. It is selfish of me, but I do not care. Tia is safe, hidden away. She is not threatened by Kinfar. After a few more days pass, and we spend time together, perhaps... I rub my chest again. Perhaps this anxiousness I feel at being apart from her will turn into something more. Good luck on your journey, I tell Talnef in a gruff voice, and head deeper into the village. I contemplate returning to my home first, washing up and changing into fresh clothing. I should sleep and eat something as well. Yet I find my feet turning down the path toward my father's dwelling instead. I will visit quickly, I tell myself, slip into the storage buildings behind my father's large home and see Tia. She should be fed by my father's men. He does not want her dead, after all. He wants her alive, so we can resonate. There is no reason I should feel uneasy right now. No reason except that I do not trust my father or those he holds closest to him. If he listened to Kassor the Loyal more, that would be one thing. Instead, he lets Kinfar the Exile fill his ears with nonsense. I slip behind my father's house, and my heart stops in my chest. There is no guard posted outside of the storage. I race toward the small building, knowing what I will find, and yet I must see it for myself anyhow. The door to Tia's cell opens with a single push, and I stare into the now empty interior. Her bed is gone. The tube of light moss that provided her reassurance, gone. Tia is gone too. Is this part of my father's plan, to lie to me and steal her away? If he has put her behind the wall... Biting back a snarl, I race towards my father's house. I burst through the door, storming down the hall and into his private quarters. He is not seated near the fire this time, but sits at a dining mat alone, dragging a mushroom through a bowl of creamy sauce. He eyes me with distaste. I told you not to return for a hand of days. Where is she? I snarl. She is gone. I know, Father said calmly. I moved her. I did not like that the rebels were sniffing around. She is in Kassor's quarters. Did you know she cannot camouflage her skin? It is always that same shade of brown. Hot rage blisters through me again. He put her in another male's quarters? Biting back another sound of outrage, I pushed through the house once more, heading for the back rooms where Kassor moved in when he took the position of my father's attendant. I burst into the room without knocking, nearly destroying the door in my haste. Inside Kassor's room, I see Tia laid out on the sleep pallet. His sleep pallet. And I see Kassor seated in a stool across the far side of the room, his arms crossed over his chest. He looks miserable and thoroughly unsurprised to see me. Chief's Fest. I was wondering when you would return. Why is she in your bed? I all but growl at him as I bend next to the bed. The hour is not late, and yet Tia is fast asleep. I touch her cheek to wake her, but she does not stir. Her mouth hangs open, limp, and a bead of drool slides down her face. Horrified, I look over at Kassor. You have drugged her? Your father did, he says flatly. I was very angry when I found out and insisted she be brought to my quarters so I could guard her. Guard her against what? Your father. He gave her such a large dose she has been sleeping for longer than I like. Why did he drug her? She could not escape. I pull Tia's limp form into my arms, cradling her face gently. She is not a threat. I think he gave her the leaf that the old ones say enhances a kui, one that encourages resonance, but it just makes her sleep. So my father has drugged Tia, so when I return, she would be craving my touch like a gorger in heat? I grit my teeth, furious. I should believe my father's stories, but I believe Kassor. He is the most honorable of males. Father told me the rebels learned of her location. Castor sounds tired. Lies. He is trying to turn you against me. She is not safe here, Rem'eb. I have not left her side because I did not trust your father not to tamper with her food. He might want her as your mate, but he does not care what she wants, Rem'eb. Holding her close, I can feel her soft breath against the scruff on my neck. It reminds me that she is here, she is alive, and she is in my arms. But I cannot keep her safe if she stays here in the village of my people. I know my father. He might give me Tia now, but the moment we resonate and she is full of my child, he will shove her behind the wall like the other females and say it is for her safety. The thought makes me fiercely angry. My father is not the only threat either. If the rebels find out she exists, no one will be safe. Not my father, who betrays his people. Not Tia, who has only 2 small arms and a fragile frame. Not her people above, whose females will be stolen if the rebels find out they can simply attack and claim the strangers from above. The rebels will riot and destroy everything in their wake. This cannot go on. I am taking Tia out of the village and back to her own people, I tell Castor the Loyal, and I must go with her. You cannot stop me. I do not plan on stopping you, he says. I will help you. In fact, I have an idea.
Chapter 15. Tia. Waking up is a struggle. I drift back and forth between vague consciousness and sinking back into sleep. I want to stretch and turn over, but my bladder feels full and urges me awake. Or it tries to, anyhow. Opening my eyes is difficult, and when I finally manage it, a headache stabs right between my eyes. I groan, squeezing them shut again. "Shh," says a familiar voice in my ear. "I have you." Rem'eb. A shiver of delight runs through my body, my senses awakening. I'm dimly aware that I'm cradled in someone's arms, my head resting against a warm, broad chest. Other than my bladder, I'm not at all uncomfortable, and I could drift back to sleep again. In fact, I just might.
"She is going under again, Rem'eb. Use the leaf."
A different voice. Something wafts under my nose, and then an acrid stink makes me recoil. I cough, only to have the headache stab harder.
"Wake up, Tia,"
Rem'eb cajoles.
"We must go soon."
Go? It's that word that bounces around in my mind, echoing and enabling me to shake the last of the sleepiness off. I force my eyes open, pushing against Rem'eb's gentle grasp. The lighting is dim in the room, but it still hurts my eyes. I'm dimly aware that there's a blanket over me, but as my eyes focus, I realize this isn't my cell. I've been moved.
"Easy,"
Rem'eb says, his hand skimming down my arm. I push out of his grasp, panic replacing the sweet, burgeoning feeling of anticipation I get when Rem'eb touches me. Where the fuck am I?
"Move slowly, Tia the stranger,"
Rem'eb says in that easy voice. He hands what looks like a burned mushroom cap to someone else.
"She is fully awake now."
I look over to see another alien, another one of the 4-armed ground dwellers, watching me. He looks older than Rem'eb, his expression more resigned than anything. He's dressed the same, but his body fur seems to be a deep gray instead of Rem'eb's reddish one. He wears a couple of the beads fitted at the base of his horns, and one pulling his bushy hair back from his face. The look he gives me is more fatigue than anything else. Even so, I scoot a little closer to Rem'eb, because I don't know who this is.
"Easy,"
Rem'eb tells me in a soothing voice.
"Castor the Loyal is helping us. It is risky, but I do not think you will resonate to him."
Resonate? I'm more worried this guy is going to rape or kill me than resonate to me. But now I have a new fear. Great. I glance between the two of them and wet my lips with my tongue. I have to pee. Luckily, Rem'eb recognizes that word. He glances up at the stranger, Kazor, and nods.
We must leave her alone for a moment. Is that wise, Chief's Fist?
Kazor looks suspicious of my request.
Of course.
Rem'eb's expression is slightly puzzled even as he gets to his feet.
I trust Tia. Come.
They both exit, and I find the facilities in the room, along with a pitcher of water and a bowl for hand-washing. After I relieve myself, I search the quarters looking for a weapon of some kind. Or I try to. My hands feel numb and tingly from whatever they'd given me in my sleep. When I knock over a stoneware bowl by mistake, the door opens again and Rem'eb looks in. I pretend to collapse on the ground with a weak smile to distract him.
Tia!
Rem'eb rushes to my side, pulling me back up to my feet and supporting me with a strong arm around my waist.
Are you not well enough to walk? Shall I carry you? We do not have much time.
Time? Time for what? I cling to him a little more than I probably should, and it's not only because my legs are wobbly and slow to respond. It feels good to let him hold me. It feels right. Like my chest could start resonating at any moment. And I don't know if I'm scared for that to happen, or if I'm excited about the prospect.
We are escaping my village,
Rem'eb says in a low voice.
I am taking you back to the garden above.
The garden above? The fruit cave? He nods, even though I know he doesn't know what I'm asking.
Where we found you. And we will retrieve your suitor as well.
I make a happy sound and bounce in place. The urge to kiss his cheek happily, or kiss more, rushes through me, and I force myself not to. If I kiss him, I might never stop. And the realization feels more weighty with every moment that passes. If I'm here another week, I know without a shadow of a doubt that I'll resonate to him. It's a gut reaction I have, an instinctive feeling. Something is going on with my Qui. It's not ready to resonate, not yet, but it feels as if it's waiting for something. I'm alert to its presence in a way I never was before.
Can you walk?
He asks me again, and I nod. He seems pleased with this response, and the color of his skin shifts to something muted and dark, matching the shadows around us. The only thing that remains the same color are the garishly golden loincloth, the necklace with the claw around his neck, and his bright reddish mane. But at a glance, it might be enough for him to slip away unnoticed. I manage a few steps, and then we emerge from the room into what looks like a large, somber chamber. There's a pool of water with a trickling fountain in the center, surrounded by mushrooms of every shape and size. A garden of some kind, I realize. The ceiling overhead is nothing more than a decorative lattice with an intricate weave, made out of the same strange material the door was made from. And through the holes in the lattice, I can see rock overhead. The chamber itself has a few stone benches set along the walls, and one large seat at the head of the room that looks like it belongs to the man in charge. There's a golden banner behind it with a woven pattern that looks like a double starburst, or twin suns.
Come,
Rem'eb says, taking my arm and leading me through the room.
We must travel as far as we can this tidefall.
The stranger arrives again, Kazor, and carries a large pack and a long tube that looks like a water skin of some kind. He hands them both to Rem'eb, settling them over his shoulder.
Hurry! Are you sure you will not come with us?
Rem'eb asks the man.
Everyone will be furious when they have found out what you have done. I have done the right thing,
he tells us in a stiff voice.
Let them be angry.
Rem'eb hesitates, clearly torn.
They need a voice of reason right now, Kazor says, and your female needs your help.
Rem'eb looks over at me, and that decides him. He nods, adjusting the pack over his shoulder and looping the canteen over his head.
We will go as fast as we can. You have my thanks, Kazor. I will not forget this. Be safe.
He nods at Rem'eb and then leaves us. Rem'eb clasps my hand again.
Come, I am taking you to your suitor, and then we will return both of you to the surface. Tell me if I move too fast for you. We must make haste.
Then he tugs me behind him and races out of the room, with me dragging along after him. At first, my legs tingle and I worry that I don't have shoes, but the floors in the cavern seem to be smooth and there's a cobbled street. I'm able to keep up with him, and the more I move, the stronger I feel. It takes everything I have not to gawk at my surroundings, though. There's an entire city here in the vast stretch of caverns. Everywhere I look, there are more of the square houses made out of stone bricks, just like the ones back in Croatoan. Here, though, there's so many that I can't count all of them. They line up in neat rows along the main street, and it's down this street that Rem'eb pulls me along. The huts here have no roofs that I can see, but they're so familiar to me that the sight makes me ache. The door frames are not privacy screens covered in leather like back home, though. Here, they're doors, just like the strangely made one in my old cell, and some even look to be made of metal. Tubes of light made out of the same strange wavy glass are located along the street itself, and the ceiling high above glows with faint light. More of the strange moss, I think. I want to stop and examine them, but there's no time. Where is everyone? I ask, confused. Rem'eb has never indicated that there's anything but a bustling city around him, but this place looks deserted and terrifying. Is it the middle of the night? He turns at my hushed tones, never stopping. When I make a hand gesture for people and mime walking legs, then point at a doorway, he nods.
You are wondering where everyone is. They are asleep.
Asleep?
Kazor the Loyal is indeed loyal. He added something to the communal stew, and now they will sleep soundly all night, which is why we must be gone by tide rise.
Man, these people sure do love to drug a bitch. With a shiver, I speed up just a little. How many people? I repeat myself twice before he understands me. To be fair to him, we are power walking through the place as quickly as we can, so I get it if he misses a few of my gestures.
Perhaps 100, Rem'eb says. We are all that is left after the great sickness.
A great sickness? I want to ask more questions, but the timing and our language barrier makes me sit on my questions. Rem'eb rushes past the last few houses in this area, heading for what looks like a long wall made of more of the same bricks. To my surprise, it narrows in, splitting off the cavern and the city itself in half. The wall is decorated with carvings, mimicking the ones back in Croatoan, and leaving no doubt in my mind that these people are related to the ones that lived there once upon a time.
There might be a guard here,
Rem'eb warns me.
If there is, let me take care of him.
As if I'm going to fight him for that honor? Not likely. Rem'eb leaves me behind, and I lean against the strange wall that bisects their underground village. I watch him as he surges ahead, and his big body is graceful and silent despite his size. His sandals make no sound on the cobblestones, and when he goes around the far side of the wall, I feel a surge of anxiety. It bothers me when he goes out of sight. A moment later, though, he peers around the corner and makes a beckoning motion at me, and I scramble to join him. We pass by a large door on the far side of the wall, a guard at the front asleep at his post. The door has a large bar on the outside, which seems strange to me. What are they keeping locked in there? Livestock, maybe? I try to think of what I ate in the last few days that could be cultivated. Lizards, maybe? But all the ones I had were tiny.
Come, we must keep going,
Rem'eb tells me, taking my hand once more.
We will be in the tunnels soon.
What's behind the door? I ask, gesturing at it as we hurry past. He glances at it one last time and then leads me down a tunnel in the opposite direction.
That is where the females are kept.
Wait, what? Females? I repeat, using his word for it. I jerk my hand from his. Why the fuck are your females barred in? He pauses, glancing at the wall and then back at me.
What is wrong?
Why are your women behind a locked fucking door? I'm doing my best to keep my voice down and failing miserably as I stab my finger at the offending door with each word. Do you realize how fucked up that is? Why are they prisoners?
Come,
he says, reaching for my hand again, and when I don't give it to him, he frowns, trying to understand my furious gestures.
I am not happy about it either, but there is no time to explain. Come with me and I will tell you more as we travel.
I cross my arms over my chest and glare at him. This clearly makes Rem'eb antsy. He paces back and forth, anxious.
Tia, the others will not be asleep all night. If we are to escape, it must be now. All it takes is one to alert the others that we are gone. I will tell you more, but you must walk with me. If we are caught, I will not have the chance to help you leave again.
I hesitate, but when he impatiently glances down at the sleeping guard and puts his hand out again, I slap my palm into his. I'm the worst person in the world for leaving these women, these prisoners, behind. But you can't save anyone until you save yourself, and right now, Rem'eb is my ticket out of here. I hope those faceless women on the other side forgive me for leaving them behind, because I'm not sure I'm going to forgive myself. We race down another tunnel, and the buildings disappear. Another tunnel, and the walls are no longer smooth, the path beneath my feet no longer cobbled. It's clear we're getting into the less traveled parts of their underground city, and some of the tension seems to leave Rem'eb's shoulders as we do. He glances behind us over and over, but when we make it to a third tunnel that forks off from the others, he seems to breathe a little easier. Pointing at the next fork in the maze of tunnels, he says, "Your friend is being kept in a cell in that direction. We will be there soon." I pull my hand from his. I can walk alone. Rem'eb flinches, and I feel like I kicked him while he was down.
I suppose to an outsider it does not seem fair. A great many of my people do not like it, the wall. But it was my father's decision after the great sickness. It seemed like when it spread, the women would always catch it first and catch it worst. No one could protect them. If a male was sick, any female that had been near him would grow ill. The Kui would die slowly, and then the sick person would follow not long after. My father felt that the women were catching the sickness from us, the men. He had all of the men moved to the far side of the village, and the women into the houses on the other end, and told the two groups to stay apart. No one grew sick, and so my father felt that the only way to keep all of his people safe, women and men, was to separate them. A wall was built in the village, and the women are brought food and goods into an antechamber. They have their own water supply. They live a life entirely separate from us.
That's fucked, I tell him, shocked. What about families? I make a gesture of rocking a baby.
Resonance is allowed,
he says, moving forward and walking again, leaving me no choice but to follow if I want to hear the rest of the story and, well, get out.
It is all very orderly. All the males of the village pass by the wall several times a day. If resonance begins, the female is separated from the others and brought into a house separate from the others, so they can celebrate their union. When the female is carrying and resonance is fulfilled, she is returned to the safety behind the wall. When the child is born, if it is male, it is given to the father when it is old enough to be separated.
I jog up to his side and touch his arm. You realize this is batshit insane, right? He might not understand my words, but he understands my tone. Rem'eb nods, and his expression grows melancholy.
No one is happy with the arrangement, but ever since the wall was erected, the females no longer grow sick. It was either that or let them all die. What choice did my father have?
How about a healer? He tilts his head at me, slowing.
I do not mark you.
A healer, you know. I pretend to put my hands on his chest, but that only confuses him more. After several attempts of trying to explain what a healer is, I give up. Okay, never mind. You either don't have healers or the language barrier is greater than I'd hoped.
My people are split in spirit as well,
Rem'eb tells me.
There are rebels that would like nothing more than for my father to be removed from the chief's seat, but who would take his place? And if we let the females walk freely among us, is that worth watching them die before our eyes? There are no answers.
Or it could be something that hits women harder than men? Hormonally related? Like your period? I chew on my lip, thinking. I'm no doctor. I didn't even finish health class in high school because it was boring. But there has to be a reasonable explanation for this. When measles killed people on Earth, it didn't single out women. I'll have to talk to Veronica when we get back. Maybe there's an herb that can help.
That is why you were hidden.
Rem'eb continues, his voice soft. He's stopped walking, and he watches me with eyes that are both haunted and full of yearning.
If the rebels knew my father had kept a female aside for me to resonate to, they would rise up.
So that's why I was kept separate? I recoil. Okay, first of all, that's freaking gross,
and I should have let you go.
Rem'eb continues, his expression even more miserable.
I know it was wrong, but I took one look at you, and my heart was lost.
God damn it. How is it he always says the thing that diffuses my anger at him so quickly?
I want to be selfish,
he tells me.
But not at your expense. So I must free you, even if it means giving you up.
You could go with me, I offer, feeling a little insane as I do. This guy is my kidnapper. Kinda. Why do I want him to stick around?
I must go back. My people need me, even if it is the very last thing I want.
He seems sad. What is it you want, then? He doesn't understand what I'm asking.
This connection between us. Do you feel it?
He moves closer to me and brushes a knuckle along my jaw. If this was any other man, I'd slap his hand away. But because it's Rem'eb, and because I'm feeling the exact same connection he mentioned, the small touch fills me full of hunger and want. So yeah, I feel it. I feel it even though all of this is an absolute clusterfuck.
I know I should want you to stay with my people,
he murmurs, tilting my face up.
But all I can think about is you, and I would not do anything to make you sad.
I'm not going to kiss you, I tell him, even as I step closer into the circle of his arms. I'm a terrible person because I kiss him anyhow, and I enjoy it far too much. Chapter 16. Tia. We don't kiss for long, of course. We're not stupid, just horny. There's no time to waste, and we dart down a few more tunnels before coming across a strangely walled-off cave with metal bars and a guy sleeping inside. Rem'eb makes a sound of distress.
We are too late. They have left already.
Who has left?
Setnef the Wanderer and the others. He has freed your suitor, Arjal.
Oh, shit. I point inside the cave. Who's that?
Probably Kinfar the Exile. He is not a good male. It would be better for everyone if he stayed locked away and starved.
But he unlocks the door anyhow.
Even I cannot be so cruel, though.
No, you just lock women away, I mutter, and then feel like a bitch about it because it's not him exactly. It's his father, and the fact that they don't know how to prevent sickness other than to separate the women from the men. Which is fine if everyone agrees to it, but the lock on the door that takes away choice? That pisses me off.
Come,
Rem'eb says, grabbing my hand and tugging me after him.
We must travel faster if we are to catch up with the others. If they collapse a tunnel after them to stop pursuit, we will have no way of getting you to the surface. I only know a few routes in these tunnels.
His words make me speed up because the last thing I want is to stay. I'm not living my life behind some wall. I've been abandoned twice already, and I'm not about to let it happen again. Trouble always comes in threes, I hear Stacy's voice say in my mind. I tell the Stacy in my head to shut up. Nobody needs that kind of negativity in their life. We move through the tunnels, and I'm so glad that Rem'eb is with me. I would have never made it on my own. They twist and turn, and occasionally there's a basket that blocks off a tunnel, telling him that that route is no good. I don't know what the basket means, but every time we see one on its side, he mutters something like, "By the ash," and then we head in a different direction. Not all the tunnels we go through are unused either. Some of them are gardens that are growing fleets of mushrooms. Some of them have a variety of wild creatures moving amidst the stalactites and stalagmites. In one, we have to be super quiet, so snake-like things that move on the ceiling ignore us. In another, we have to take a high path because the lower path is far too close to the freaking river of lava that cuts through the interior and heats the entire tunnel to an oven. We steer clear of that area entirely. We climb a few cliffs, move past an underground spring that smells of sulfur, another cliff covered by vines, and we're closer to the surface. I can tell because it grows distinctly colder inside. By the time we get to the top of that cliff, I'm shaking with exhaustion and more than ready for Rem'eb to carry me. He sets down his pack.
We will rest here for tidefall. Once we have slept some, we can move on. For now, you need your rest.
Dramatically, I fling myself down on the smooth floor of the tunnel and spread my arms and legs wide. Thank God. He huffs with amusement at my antics. I have to admit, the farther we get away from his village, and the fact that I was a prisoner, the more I feel like my old self. My worries are slowly receding because Rem'eb is taking me back home to the surface. If we resonate, though, he's going to need to come with me. But I'll cross that bridge when I get there. For now, I just want to relax and give my poor feet a rest. I sit cross-legged, not caring if I flash him a pair of my leather panties, because it's not like I've been given fresh clothing. I probably smelled a high heaven, but Rem'eb has politely not said a thing. I pick up one foot and grimace that the sole is reddened and sore from walking. I rub it, watching as Rem'eb sets his pack down and unrolls a mat, then shakes out one of the shiny mustard-colored blankets and settles it atop the pallet.
The bed is yours,
he tells me, and then pulls out a few of the plate-sized mushrooms plucked from the gardens we crossed through earlier.
Are you hungry? Thirsty?
Yes and yes. I hold a hand out. We eat quickly and in silence, and I drink plenty of water. It never feels like enough, though. The caverns are warmer than I'm used to, and I feel as if I've sweated all day. Once my belly is full, Rem'eb packs everything away but the water. He considers, and then offers it to me.
Drink your fill. We will cross an underground river not far from here and refill our canteen there.
It's really hard to dislike you, you know, I tell him as I tip back the container and drain it of every precious drop. Even when I'm trying to be mad at you, I can't.
You speak, but I do not know your words, Tia the stranger,
he calls, voice lightly sing-song. Oh, stranger again, am I? I arch a playful brow at him and then hold out the now empty canteen. He smiles back at me, his expression somewhat shy.
Are you comfortable?
So much better now. I wiggle my toes and sigh happily. I'll be even happier when I get a change of clothes, but this'll do for now.
We will not have a fire. This cave is too narrow to let the smoke dissipate easily. Will you be warm enough?
Oh, I'm plenty warm. Maybe it's the full belly or my lightened spirits, but I nod and pat the bed next to me, inviting him over. He hesitates.
I should keep watch.
No, you can come sit with me, I tell him, my voice sweet. I let my tone do the explaining for me since I know he can't understand me. Everything echoes in here anyhow. We'll hear anyone coming from a mile away. Rem'eb pauses for a moment longer and then moves to join me.
Are you sure?
I nod and pat the bed again. He sits next to me, his bigger body taking up practically the entire pallet. I don't mind, though. He leans closer to me, trying to get comfortable, and I nudge him with my shoulder, still smiling. I'm feeling good, happy, light. A little frisky. Probably has something to do with this weird connection we have. The one that's not quite resonance, but feels like it could be at any moment. When I nudge him, he leans closer to me, propping up on one hand and resting another on his knee. His gaze moves down my long bare legs, and I wiggle my toes under his scrutiny.
You do not have sandals,
he points out. I do not, I agree. You didn't bring me any.
Do they ache? Shall I rub them for you?
His gaze flicks to mine, and that shy yet flirty look returns to his face. It's an odd thing on him because he's so big and fierce-looking, but it melts my heart, just a little. I lift a foot, indicating that he, in fact, can massage my feet if he feels so inclined. It's probably a mistake. The moment one big hand wraps around my much smaller foot, I bite back a gasp. I've never had a foot thing before, but his touch feels positively erotic. I say nothing at all as he calmly and thoroughly begins to knead and rub my sole until I'm absolute putty in his hands.
5 toes,
he murmurs at some point, amused.
All of them small.
That's right. I try to keep my voice light and airy, and I fail. Oh, I fail. I sound like I want to sex the hell out of the guy right now. I wait for him to say more, but he finishes with one foot, rests it on his thigh, really big, thick thigh, and then gets to work on the other one. I erupt in giggles when he brushes a finger between my toes, and he smiles, even as he bends over his task.
Ticklish.
I am. Yes. I am also getting really freaking turned on. Maybe it's that he's so huge and yet so devoted to taking care of me. Maybe it's the strength I see in his arms that he uses to protect me instead of against me. Maybe it's going to be resonance. Whatever it is, when he finally puts my foot down, I'm disappointed. I curl my toes, feeling better, and tap my chin in thanks.
You should get some sleep. I do not know how long we will be able to stay here.
Rem'eb casts a worried look down the long, winding tunnel. I don't feel quite like sleeping just yet, though. I lie down, still dressed in the same breast band and short skirt I was stolen in, and then pat the mat next to me, inviting him again to join me. He doesn't even hesitate this time. Rem'eb lies down at my side, facing me. I smile at him, studying his face. The ruddy, thick fur that grows around his face like a lion's mane and held back by decorative beads. The intelligent eyes that watch me with rapt devotion. His features are blunter, harder than a human's, but they work for him. I can't imagine him with delicate cheekbones. Not when he's got slashing planes that define his face so sharply. Reaching out, I trace a fingertip along one heavy brow. I wish we could have a real conversation.
I would give anything to stay on the surface with you,
he says suddenly. Oh?
Once I get you to safety, we must part. But I wish.
I run my finger down his nose, learning its shape. There's a bump on the bridge, which I never even noticed until now. You wish what?
I wish you were my mate,
he murmurs.
A foolish wish, but one that I cannot seem to let go of.
You could stay, I offer, my voice a mere whisper. I move to his jaw, tracing my finger along it as I slide a little bit closer. Tia and Rem'eb, together forever and all that jazz? Conquering the world? Or just having a nice life? No big deal. He hesitates, and then reaches out to stroke my bare arm. It's not the same as my light touches. His hand is huge, and it's a bit like being delicately stroked by someone wearing a catcher's glove. But I still love it. I love the size of his hands and the calluses on them as they dance over my skin. I love the warmth of his fingers against me. I love how careful he's being and how he looks at me as if I'm a fragile butterfly.
My father is not well,
Rem'eb confesses.
He falls easily into sadness and will not leave his bed some days. And my people are fractured. They put up with much, hoping that when I take the chief's seat, I will change things. I am my father's only heir, the last of our line. I am responsible for their safety. If I am gone, I do not know who he would pass the chieftainship to. And I worry it would be someone that would destroy those of us who are left. So even though I am selfish and want to stay with you, I cannot.
His thumb strokes over my shoulder, even as another hand grazes my knee, and I briefly, and naughtily, wonder what it'd be like if he used all 4 of those big hands on me.
I do not even care what the surface looks like. I just want to stay at your side. Learn more about you.
Oh, his words make me ache. I want that too. I hate that we won't get it. Not with how things are. I take his hand in mine and guide it over my heart. But what if we resonate? We're both feeling something. His gaze drops to my chest, to where I hold his hand. It's between my breasts, snuggled against my cleavage. Was that intentional? Probably. Do I regret it? Not in the slightest. Very slowly, I guide his hand to the side, toward my nipple. Rem'eb's gaze meets mine again just as his hand clasps over my breast. I gasp, heat flooding through me. With a whimper, I put a hand into his thick mane and pull him forward, locking his mouth against mine. He groans, and then we're kissing furiously, his mouth slanting over mine with hunger. I slide onto my back and he moves over me, gripping and kneading my breast. His thumb skates over my nipple through the leather, and I whimper with pleasure, kissing him harder. My whimper turns into a moan when he flicks the leather down and bares my breast so he can tease my nipple properly. I've never felt such hunger or need through my body. I've kissed and fooled around in the past, but it never made me feel like I'd die if I didn't get more in the next moment. Right now, I feel very much like the world will end if he doesn't put his mouth on my aching nipple. Please, Rem'eb, I whisper between kisses. God, I want you. He licks at my lower lip expertly and continues to stroke and tease the tip of my breast, playing with it until the nipple is taut and aching. I moan, steering his head down even as I surge upward and practically shove my tit into his mouth. Tia, he breathes, and then his tongue is on my nipple and his arms are around me, and I wonder if I could come just from this. I lock my legs around one of his arms, pulling it between my thighs, and grind against it. He growls low in his throat. Tell me what you need, and I will give it to you. Tell me how to ease your hunger. Just stay right there, I tell him, even as I rock against the thick forearm that has somehow found its way under my skirt. I don't care that I've mounted his arm and am grinding shamelessly against it. All I care about is easing this fire under my skin that has turned into an inferno. Rem'eb lightly nips at the tip of my breast, and the shock of pleasure mixed with pain makes me gasp and gives me a sharp, quick orgasm. I come, groaning and clenching his head to my breast even as I rock against him. When I can breathe, though, the fire inside me doesn't feel as if it's been put out. If anything, it feels like the flames have been fanned. This has to be resonance. Haven't the others said that resonance always feels like no amount of touching is enough until your mate gets you pregnant? No amount of orgasms will soothe a quee that wants you knocked up. That's definitely what this feels like. Yet I'm not surprised, and only mildly frustrated, when I rub my chest and my heart is only pounding. Figures. If it's resonance, it's waiting for something. What? I don't know. But it's determined not to show its head just yet. Rem'eb rubs his face against my exposed breast, his eyes heavy with arousal. By the ash, you smell so good. I make a little humming sound of pleasure in my throat, feeling good. I love the feel of his mouth and hands on my skin, like he can't get enough of touching me. It makes me want to touch him. It makes me want to give him the same experience I had. And, okay, I want to see what he's packing. Because he's enormous all over, and just thinking about what he might be hiding under that kilt makes me clench with need. I slide my hand down his chest and give him an open-mouthed kiss, letting him know I'm ready to keep this party going. Rem'eb slides a hand under my skirt, clenching my buttock. I want to rub my mouth all over you, he tells me, voice ragged. Will you let me? Actually, we have the same idea, I tell him playfully, letting my fingertips tease against the belt holding up his kilt. Can I keep going? And since I know he can't understand me, I slide down his chest, wriggling out of his grasp, and kiss my way down his abdomen. His breath hitches in his throat, making me feel powerful and delicious. One hand spasms on my shoulder and another flutters against my back, as if he's afraid to disturb me. I chuckle and keep kissing my way down, encouraged by his response. Glad we're on the same page. Rem'eb's stomach quivers as I kiss my way down it. Chapter 17. Tia. Despite the bushy mane on his head and lower arms and legs, the thick pelt on his shoulders and pectorals thins out to an enticing trail on his flat stomach. I continue kissing, and then put a hand on his chest, pushing him onto his back so I can explore everything. I'm practically salivating as I undo his belt, his tail twitching as I do. One of the biggest things that the women gossip about on this planet are how well-equipped their men are. Maybe this makes me a size queen, but I absolutely want Rem'eb to be packing some serious heat. I'm excited just thinking about it. And the Saqui men have spurs. What glorious, exciting things will this man have? His kilt falls away, and it takes everything I have not to whine in disappointment. Rem'eb's dick is uninspiring. There's no spur, no ridges, no nothing extra special. His penis is long and somewhat slender, with a foreskin that goes all the way up to a bulbed head, cupping the somewhat larger than usual tip like a particularly thick turtleneck. Oh. Welp. Then I shake the disappointment away. It's not about how big his dick is, or the accoutrements that come with it. It's how he uses it, and how he gets me off. And since he already got me off once, I'm determined to get him off too. So I give him a sultry smile, wrap my hand around the base of his narrow shaft, and take the head in my mouth. Immediately he gasps and pulls back. Wait, Tia, my frill. Oh, that's an interesting word for it. Your frill, hmm? I flick the tip of my tongue along the underside of his dick, teasing the hard circle that cups the head of him. Is this your frill? His eyes roll back out of sheer pleasure. Are you sure you should put it in your mouth? That's another thing I've been warned about. That alien men get shy the moment a woman tries to give them head. So stinking cute. I want to chortle with delight. I'm feeling powerful and sexy and in control, and I want nothing more than to make him come with my mouth. I let my tongue flick against the head of his dick again, and then suck the entire thing into my mouth. I'm going to make him feel so very good. Rem'eb hisses, his body tightening. I do not know if I can last. Making sexy noises of agreement, I keep working his dick, pulling him deeper into my mouth and using my tongue along the underside of him. I want him to come in my mouth. That's the point. I push that bulbous head of him deeper, as far back as I can take him. Rem'eb makes another choked sound. Tia, unfurling. Before I can wonder what that means, his dick balloons. It's like someone opens an umbrella inside my mouth, and then the head of him punches deeper, pushing against the back of my throat and then flooding my mouth with cum. Startled, I jerk, only to find that I'm trapped. The umbrella of his dick won't come out of my mouth. It's too big. I make a panicked sound and he jerks back too. Wait, he says quickly.
We must wait for my frill to recede. Pulling will only hurt both of us.
I whimper, bracing my hands on his hips while he strokes my hair and pants, trying to comfort me and come back from his orgasm at the same time. Luckily, it seems that he's not coming in several pulses. It's like he delivered the payload all at once, deep in my throat, and now I'm left with what feels like an enormous dong stretching my mouth wide.
I have you,
he whispers, caressing my jaw.
Not much longer, my sweet Tia. I had no idea you would. I did not realize. It was my first time.
He drops his gaze, looking embarrassed.
I had hoped to last longer.
I give his leg an awkward little pat, afraid to hum, or else he'll grow even bigger in my mouth. Is it possible to choke to death on dick, I wonder? The urge to hysterically laugh rises, and it takes everything I have not to break down into a fit of giggles that will surely kill me. After what feels like an eternity, Rem'eb gives a full-body quiver, and then his dick slips free from my now aching jaw. He groans, pulling back, and I catch a glimpse of what does indeed look like an inverted umbrella, or a plunger, that remains a bit loose, wet with my saliva. What the fuck? When he'd said frill, I'd thought it was just a fancy word for the sensitive ridge around the head of his dick. I had no idea it'd mean that. I'm a little stunned at just how very alien his anatomy is. Stunned and more than a little intrigued. I glance up at him and gesture at his half-flaccid dick. Can I touch it? He gives me a wordless nod, tension on his face. It's clear he didn't realize I hadn't experienced a dick like his before. He just thought I was a straight-up freak. The urge to giggle hits me again, but I manage to choke it back. Been choking on a lot today, the voice in my head says, and only a cough saves me from giving a hysterical snort of amusement. He did warn me. With careful fingers, I touch the now unfurled frill and explore it. It's like his foreskin elongated to create a plunger-type seal, and is even now slowly retracting. I run my tongue over the roof of my mouth, thinking about how it had practically cracked my damn jaw as he unloaded in my throat. Rem'eb reacts to my exploring, little shivers moving over him as I learn him. To his credit, he doesn't try to use my hand to jerk himself off again, just lets me explore to my contentment. I brush a finger over the head of his dick and it distends again, as if trying to push forward and ejaculate once more. Jesus. And here I'd been disappointed he didn't have extras in his equipment like the other aliens back on the beach. That's what I get for assuming. I lower my hand and glance up at him, hating the worried expression on his face. I gesture at his dick. Men don't have dicks like that where I come from.
Have you ever seen a cock before?
He asks, guessing at my words. I somehow manage to keep a straight face. Once or twice. Not like this. I touch his frill where it's receding back into place. This is very new.
I am different than your males,
he guesses, and his expression remains tense.
This is bad. Is this why we have not resonated fully?
I don't want him feeling bad about himself. I shake my head and move over his body again, giving him a kiss on the cheek. None of it's bad. I just assumed. And you know what they say about assuming.
I wish I could understand you, Tia.
I kiss his cheek again and smile, touching my chin in thank you. It's becoming our universal sign for, you're all right. The moment I do that, He smiles. Chapter 18. Tia. I wake up to a gentle, incessant touch. It's Rem'eb. Tia, awaken. We are being followed. I jolt awake at that, brushing off dreams of umbrellas, and sit upright. Followed? He glances back at the tunnels behind us and then rolls up the bed the moment I'm off of it. I knew we would be pursued, but I did not think it would be this quickly. We must hurry. Once our small encampment is packed, he shrugs the large pack onto his back. Then he thinks for a moment and pulls it back off again. Everything okay? I ask, wriggling my toes. The soles of my feet hurt from traveling with no shoes, but there's nothing to do about it. Is your bag too heavy? Rem'eb pulls something out of his pack. If they catch up with us, I want you to move ahead. He holds a belt out to me. Put this on. I do, and even before it's around my waist, he's attaching pouches of the mushroom sleep powder to it. I get 3 of them, and then he hands me what looks like a narrow, long fabric tube with a few strange sticks poking out of it and an absolute tangle of strings. Arrows? He loops the strap over my head, settling the tube against my back. It is the loom you requested. I wanted to make sure you had one, no matter what happens. Oh. I feel like crying with how sweet he is. Rem'eb knew how important this was to me, and here he got me a loom and wants me to get away, regardless of what happens to him. The look on his face is grave, and I'm pretty sure that when his people catch up, they're not going to be happy with him. My heart aches. He's going to go back because he feels responsible. He's going to give me up, give Resonance up, all because he feels a sense of duty to them. While I admire his dedication, I'm also frustrated. What about me? Why won't he choose me? Why doesn't anyone freaking choose me first? Why is someone or something always more important than me? It feels selfish to even think that way, because I know he has the good of his people at heart. Yet I'm carrying wounds from my past. It reminds me far too much of my parents. My mother was a highly sought-after defense attorney, and my father was a lobbyist working closely with Congress. Of course I wanted them to pay attention to me, but how could I complain about meals alone in the dining room when they were working late to change the world? When they were trying to make it a better place? It felt selfish even to think about asking them to spend time with me. Begging for scraps of attention feels too much like when I was shipped off to Croatoan because I was a problem. Those past wounds remain. Heck, they're wounds from my present, too, because it seems that everyone has resonated except Arjal and myself. And Arjal has apparently found someone else in captivity. And I sort of have too, but he's choosing his people over me. So yeah, it all fucking hurts, and the gift of the loom just proves to me that if he chose me, we could be happy together. We could have the life and the family I'd always dreamed of. He'd be a fantastic mate, thoughtful and caring, and my throat knots up with yearning. Why is this world so unfair? He settles the coveted loom over my shoulder and then cups my face. We must move fast. If I tell you to run ahead, you must do so. Understand? I nod, blinking back tears. The building sensation in my chest feels more powerful today than ever before. It feels like a bubble in my chest getting ready to pop. Rem'eb kisses me, and then we're running. He clasps my hand tight as he leads me through one winding tunnel after another. All I can think about is that this isn't fair, that I'm losing him just as I've found him. I fight back this selfishness as he guides me through the underground maze until we run into another group. It's Arjal. My initial relief soon turns to confusion. He's healthy and fussing over a strange blonde human woman I've never seen in my life. There's a few of the other ancestors from Rem'eb's village with Arjal, and we're all quickly introduced. I meet Setnef the Wanderer, his brother Talnef the Swiftest, and a charming, excitable female ancestor named Najme the Attendant. Everyone's very nice and very confused to run into us. Arjal quickly takes the lead and explains the situation to me. They're helping him and Rosalind, the strange blonde, escape, and the ancestors intend on joining the beach community of Iceholm. It's only Rem'eb who wants to return. Ironic, because he's the only one I want to stay. And as Arjal kisses and touches the human woman, lost in the throes of resonance, that awful feeling of unfairness continues to burn in my belly. Rem'eb can't be swayed from his decision. He looks dismayed, sure, but when he decides it's time for him to leave, I can tell he won't change his mind. Duty is more important than me. Well, fuck all that. Instead of letting him leave, I club him over the head. And when that doesn't work, I blow mushroom powder in his face and it fells him flat. Let the others think I'm doing it for the common good. That I'm saving our group so Rem'eb can't tell anyone where we've gone. I know the truth of the matter. I'm doing it because I'm selfish, because I want resonance with him. I want him at my side. I want him back at Iceholm with me. I can take a captive, too. Chapter 19. Tia. I ignore the betrayed, hurt looks that Rem'eb shoots my way as our group escapes out of the fruit cave and back into the snows. He struggles to escape, so the men tie him up and drag him along with us, and my guilt grows larger by the minute. We don't have a choice, though. Rem'eb has to come with me because I know we're going to resonate. I just know it. Both myself and the strange blonde, Rosalind, help dress our unruly group. I meet the three ancestors for the first time. There is Setnef the Wanderer, who has gray coloring and a somber expression. His younger brother, Talnef the Swiftest, with a lean build and a worried look on his face. Then there is Najme the Attendant, who has a silvery mane and bright eyes. She looks thrilled to be meeting strangers, her face wreathed with an excited smile. We don't have time to get to know each other, though. There are shoes to be made, wraps to be adjusted, and people to be herded. Najme is so fascinated with everything that she keeps accidentally wandering away. Setnef pauses to look at everything. Poor Rosalind sticks to Arjal's side when she's not clinging to mine. This is a lot for all of them, I'm sure. So I do what I can to be a leader. I make sure people are covered and no extremities are going to get frostbite. I teach them not to wander through the thicker snowdrifts while Arjal scouts ahead, looking for the next hunter cave which will be full of the supplies we need. And when we get to the cave, I decide I'm going to show Rosalind how to make a fire. I'm so used to the cold, the gloomy sunlight, the bitter wind, that none of it strikes me as disturbing anymore. But it's clear from the shocked expressions of the ancestors, and poor Rosalind, that Knothoth is a lot to take in. I can be a guide for them like Stacy was for me back on Croatoan. Patient, helpful, and practical. We crowd into the cave, the ancestors shivering and clutching borrowed furs around them. The weather feels pretty nice to me, but even I admit it's an extreme temperature drop from the balmy interior of the fruit cave and the stagnant warmth of the tunnels of Rem'eb's people. Arjal goes out to find fresh water, and I take one look at the others, huddled in the back of the cave like baby birds in a nest, and decide I need to take charge. Najme, I begin, pointing at the lean, lovely young alien woman with 4 arms and a pretty silvery mane. Dig through the supplies in the back of the cave and look for furs. They will be rolled up. Let's make beds for everyone. Najme can speak some of the Saqui alien language, so I use their words, though I know my pronunciation is all garbled. Skins. For beds? She repeats slowly, making sure she understands. For us, yes? Yes, I agree, and gesture at Setnef and Tallnef. Tell them. I tell. She beams at me, obviously loving her adventure. When she turns to the brothers to explain, I tune her out and turn to Rosalind. The look on her face is just as lost as the others, and I'm guessing she had no idea that the ice planet was going to be quite this cold. Then again, Arjal probably didn't mention that this is an ice planet. To him, it's just his home world. I recognize that deer-in-headlights look on her face, and I want to help her. So I smile and pull the fire strikers hanging from the wall. The bits of metal salvaged from the ship have a lot of magnesium in them, so we use them to start fires, and pretty much every cave has something like that in it now. I wore one around my neck for a long time, too, but I abandoned it thinking I'd never be out somewhere that I'd need a striker, as I'm not much of a hunter. Huh, joke's on me. I hold the strikers out to her. Have you ever made a fire, Rosalind? Her eyes are wide, and she shakes her head. Okay, well, that's one of the things you're going to want to learn first, now that you're here. You'll get used to the cold for the most part, but fire is handy for a lot of things, not just warmth. We'll get you a striker at some point so you can practice, but for now we'll use the one here in the cave. You're going to want a striker, and you're going to want a nest of tinder. Striker? Tinder. Got it. Rosalind's voice is shaky but growing stronger. Good. Maybe if we keep her occupied, Arjal and I, she won't get depressed once she realizes she's stuck here. I threw myself into making out with as many alien guys as possible when I went through the grief of being trapped here, but I'm guessing that won't be a choice for her. Thinking about kissing guys makes me think about Rem'eb. I glance back at him, where he sits, hands tied behind him near Tallnef's feet. Tallnef carried him today because we couldn't trust Rem'eb not to race back to the caves. And I know he has to be angry right now. If it was me, I'd be furious with me at the moment, seeing as how I kidnapped him. Our eyes meet and he gives me a resentful, betrayed stare. He'd been trying to help me and I took him captive. I totally get that he's mad. At some point, we'll have a few moments alone, and maybe we'll be able to talk once he gets a language chip implanted, and he'll understand why I did it. For now, he just glares at me mutely, twisting in the ropes. His long, fluffy tail thwacks hard against the stone floor, annoyed. And I feel sad. Bitterly disappointed, because I'm not enough of a draw to make him want to stay with me. What else is new? That awful little voice in my head pipes in. I glance away from Rem'eb, because I can't even apologize. I'm not sorry for what I did. I'm just sad that whatever flirtation we had going has died. You want to go talk to him? Rosalind whispers. I shake my head because there's too much to say and not enough shared words between us. Let's just work on the fire. Arjal returns, filling the entrance of the cave, and Rosalind immediately perks up at the sight of him, her cheeks turning pink. For some reason, that irks me. Okay, I say, a bit louder to get her attention once more. There's going to be a pouch around here with some dried seagrass in it, and that works well as tinder. We want to make a little nest, and I pause. My chest feels strange. That weird bubble I felt also feels as if it has popped, and warmth is spreading through my veins. Warmth, and a heavy, steady throb of my pulse follows. Thud, thud, thud. My heart pounds in my chest, my pulse throbbing in time with it. Then, my pulse seems to center in 3 particular places: my nipples and directly between my thighs. Shocked at the arousal that floods my system, I look back over at Rem'eb. Our eyes meet. God, he looks good, even with his mane disheveled and a scowl on his face. I put a hand to my chest, feeling the pounding of my Quee's song. But what I really want to do is crawl over to him and kiss him, lick him all over, slide my legs over his lap and fit his strange, yet also appealing, umbrella dick into my body and see what it feels like when it unfurls. This is what we've been waiting for, what we've been feeling all along. His shoulders slump, and he breaks from my gaze to glance down at his chest, which is resonating loudly to mine. "You can untie me," he says, defeated. "I am not leaving her." I've thwarted him. I realize now that was part of his plan. He was expecting resonance between us. We've both been feeling something this entire time. But Rem'eb hasn't wanted to leave his people, so that's why he's taking me away. He wanted to get rid of me before resonance, before it was too late. I'm sure in his eyes he's doing the noble thing, but I feel unwanted all over again, and it hurts. Resonance should be the happiest moment of my life, and instead I'm feeling a variety of things: resentment, hurt, bitterness, and vindication. Arjal looks over at me, waiting to see my decision. "Do it. We have to trust him at some point," I say. Setnef looks over at Arjal, and when he nods and makes a gesture, he unties my new mate. Rem'eb pulls his hands to his front and rubs his wrists, his gaze moving back to me even as he throbs with resonance song. Mine is so loud that it feels like drumming in my ears, and I both want to jump Rem'eb's bones and slap him across the cheek for hurting my feelings. I remain crouched by the fire pit, strikers still gripped tight as Rem'eb gets to his feet. He stands, stretches, and then moves to my side, offering me his hand. There's no point in being childish and slapping his hand away. I did want this. I did. I still do. I just wanted him to be a little bit happy about it, that's all. But I need to be an adult. So I nod, hand the strikers to Rosalind, and get to my feet. We'll continue our fire lesson after I've talked to Rem'eb. I turn and gracefully put my hand in his. Shall we go outside? He gazes at me and then turns his head. Najme, the attendant, come with us to translate. Great, because that's what I need in this moment. Another person staring at us while I squirm with horny resonance. I keep smiling, though it grows more difficult by the moment. We head out of the cave, and the cool air hits me in the face, feeling like relief. I notice that both Najme and Rem'eb gasp at the cold, flinching as we step out into the snow. Sure enough, they didn't bring fur wraps with them, and the temperature gets colder when the suns go down. Rem'eb's legs are bare, his kilt and sandals no good for this kind of weather. With a shake of my head, I indicate that they should sit together on a nearby boulder. Wait here. I'll get furs. I leave before I can hear Najme translate, and when I return, both of them are seated, their feet carefully perched on the rock outside of the snows. I've brought several blankets with me, and I immediately wrap one around Rem'eb's shoulders and then one on his legs. He seems surprised that I'm tending to him, as if it didn't occur to him that I'd want to look after him. I guess I deserve that, after clubbing him on the head and all. After I bundle Najme too, I take a step back and make sure they're sufficiently covered and warm. You'll get used to the cold after a while, I reassure them and give the two a thumbs up. It'll eventually feel pretty nice. Well, until the brutal season hits, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Then I cross my arms and stare at them, trying to think of what to say. Do I apologize for snatching him when I don't feel sorry? Tell him that I wish we hadn't resonated? Because that's not how I feel. I'm glad in this moment, elated. There's nothing broken in me. My body was just waiting for the right guy. And I'm tired of pretending like everything is okay when it's not. So I keep my arms crossed and lift my chin. I'm going to be honest. If you're expecting an apology from me, you're going to be waiting a while.
Chapter 20. Rem'eb. Tia tucks blankets around myself and Najme as we move outside. It is dark and, impossibly, the wind is even colder than before. The above is strange, cold, and open and endless, with the air pushing against my face constantly. The cozy warmth from below is gone, and this place is covered with white fluff that melts when it touches my skin. Ice, Najme had told me earlier. Frozen water. I tasted some of it on my tongue, and it seems to be so. I knew it was cold above, and that the world was covered with a chilly white substance, but I did not realize it was water. More than that, I do not know how it falls from the sky when there is no cavern ceiling above us. But none of that matters right now, because I am resonating to Tia. It is the thing I had hoped for most and feared the most. Now we are united. Now I cannot separate myself from her easily, no matter how much my people need me. Even thinking about parting from her causes me physical pain, as if my qui seizes up at the mere consideration. The moment I was untied, I wanted to leap upon Tia, to rub my face all over her soft skin and push between her thighs, unfurling my frill deep inside her. I do not, of course. I control myself, even though sweat coats my chilled skin at the strain of not touching her. Her scent was lovely before, it is addictive now. All the while, my heart pounds, my qui sings, and my cock surges. My frill threatens to spread, and I pant hard. I do not know how Tia's old suitor, the stranger Arjal, can stand it. He hovers over his yellow-maned female, who now has a qui, much to my relief, but they do not seem as frantic as I feel. Are they just better at hiding it? Or does resonance strike them differently? Is it because Arjal's female did not have a qui until recently? Resonance is maddening to me, at least. And when Tia suggests we move to talk outside, it is a relief. Yes, outside, where we can be alone together, where I can touch her and cover her, even in the freezing snows, where I can bear her to the ground and Najme comes with us to interpret. Never have I resented another person so much for so little reason. It is wise for her to join us, of course. She will translate. Yet the things I want to do to Tia require no words at all. I want to press my mouth to hers again. I want to taste her tongue moving against mine. I want to touch her between her thighs to see where she will receive me. I want her to grind up against me like she did before, when she took her pleasure, but this time I want my hands everywhere so I can feel it with her. I scrub a hand over my eyes. How am I possibly going to concentrate while Najme the attendant speaks our words for us? We head outside and the cold air slaps us in the face. Najme reels, and Tia mumbles more of her strange, fluid words and heads back inside the cave, where the others huddle out of the moving air. She returns a moment later with heaps of furs in her arms and takes great care to tuck each one around us, ensuring that we are warm. My cock is entirely stiff at this point, and I want to reach for her, but I do not dare. If I do, I will lose all semblance of control. So I clench two of my fists under the furs and grit my teeth and watch my new mate, my Kui, throbbing in my chest. Tia takes a step back and regards me, her expression changing to one of proud defiance. I'm going to be honest, for inspecting Han Polishime, you're going to be waiting a while. Her words are fluid nonsense. I look to Najme for interpretation. She says she will be honest, and she apologizes, Najme says in a sage tone. Tia sputters. The fuck? It's not what I said at all. I frown because Tia does not seem happy with Najme's declaration. I shake my head. Why is there an apology? It is resonance. We knew it would be. She rattles off a string of words again, gesticulating with her two small hands. I'm not going to apologize for hitting you because you belong with Farhana. Do it again. She says she will hit you in the head again, Najme interprets. Perhaps it is a mating ritual of her kind. Tia makes a sound of pure frustration and buries her head in her hands. She takes a deep, clarifying breath and then sinks to her knees in front of me. She gestures at me, then at herself. Let's try this again. You belong with me, Rem'eb. She says you belong with her. I can tell that from her hand motions. Guilt and yearning both rise up in me. Do not think I did not want this, my lovely Tia. This is the greatest thing that has happened to me. But my people need me. I am the chief's fist, and my duty is to my people. I cannot abandon them, especially when our village is struggling. Do you understand? Her expression falls, and she grabs my hands in her cold ones, speaking again. She wants to know why you would not choose her, pick her first. Najme gives me a look of reproach. Let our people sort their own battles. You cannot save anyone if they are determined to act as fools. There are fools, but I also think of Kazor and his brother. I think of Soran, who wants nothing more than a mate, and Waduk, who simply wants to be with his. Of Ammar the lonely, who has given his mate 3 daughters and has seen none of them. Of my father in his lonely house, alone by the fire, waiting to die. They need me too. Please do not ask me to choose. She says more words, all of them fierce. Najme's tone is full of reproach as she interprets. If you will not choose her first, she will make you fall in love with her. And Tia's eyes are full of fire and determination. Even though I have resolved to be strong and return to my people, my heart pricks with longing. She is going to make this difficult for me, and my traitorous Kui likes that idea very much. My body aches at the thought, yet I find myself challenging her. Nothing you say can make me turn my back on my people. Najme makes a derisive sound. I do not think she plans on wooing you with words, Rem'eb the Fist. Even so, I must be strong, resolute. I gaze up at Tia's amused eyes and keep my expression firm. Just because I must return does not mean I want you less. Tia moves forward, closing the distance between the two of us. She cups my face in her hands, gazing down at me, her eyes full of emotion. Then she turns to Najme. Can we have a moment? Najme gets to her feet, spilling furs from her lap. I am returning inside. It is too cold out here, and I have no wish to watch the two of you mate. Some things need no translation. On this we are agreed. Tia watches me with dancing eyes, her thumbs stroking over the tufts of jaw fur that frame my face. Our Kui sings so loudly with joy that it feels as if the entire world is full of song. I could not move from this spot if my life depended on it. Rem'eb, Tia whispers, leaning in to brush her lips lightly over mine. There is a hint of a smile playing over her mouth, and I love just looking at her, knowing that she is mine, for however long it will take for resonance to die away. Then I must leave her, and the thought slices into me like a knife. She pulls my face forward, dragging it into her breasts, and I groan, wrapping my arms around her. Tia is covered in a thick layer of leather to fight the cold, a body wrap that covers her from neck to knee, and so I cannot bear her loveliness to my gaze. I cannot nip at the delightful brown peaks that tip her breasts, the ones that have shown to be so very sensitive. Tia murmurs more words I cannot understand, but words do not matter in this moment. I run a hand up her flank, caressing her backside through the clothing, even as I rub my jaw along the swells of her breasts. My beautiful one. She hums in her throat, a sound of pleasure, and her hand steals under the furs on my lap. Tia goes immediately to my cock, stroking it through the layers of clothing. Even though it is not a direct touch, I feel it all through my body, making my frill engorge. Tia turns my head and nips my ear with her small teeth, making me gasp. It is as if she has decided to pleasure me right here, and I wonder if she is going to crawl into my lap so we can mate. The thought makes me groan, and I rock my hips against her hand, encouraging her to keep touching me. My mate. My perfect, lovely mate. She moves her mouth to mine, her hand pressing along the ridge of my cock through my clothing. Then she kisses the tip of my nose, and straightens, smiles, and walks back inside the cave. I laugh. Tia is showing her boldness to me. She is showing me that she is no longer my captive and that she does not bend to my will, or that of my queen. That this will be a game between us, a push and pull to see who gets what they want first. She plans on teasing me until I am obsessed with her. I'm impressed. I did not know what to expect from a female, if I am being truthful. I have only seen them in glimpses when one was allowed to stay briefly with a mate if resonance was taking too long to fulfill. I have seen Najme the attendant, of course, but she dwells with the oracle, not with the village. Being around Tia has taught me that she is just as clever and brave as any male. She knows what she wants, and she has a plan to get it. My esteem for her grows by the day. Truly, if this is to be a battle between us, then I look forward to it. If Tia plans on teasing me into declaring that I will remain at her side forever before she gives in, I will enjoy myself immensely. I will also plan on seducing my pretty mate, too. If she gives in before I have made promises of any kind, we can fulfill resonance, and then I will be free to return to my people. I do not like the thought of winning this particular battle, but I must. If things are left to the rebels and my father, they will never get any better for anyone. My father needs me at his side, and I need to be the voice of reason before he fractures our people further. I cannot give in to Tia's caresses. Enjoy them? Yes. Give in? No. With a heavy sigh, I adjust my aching cock. There will be no resonance fulfillment any time soon. It is just as well. I do not want to claim my mate with the entire cave of people listening to our every grunt. We need to be alone. We need time to come to our senses in regards to each other. I need time to seduce her into wanting me beyond all reason. So, I must wait. I have waited this long to resonate. Surely I can wait a few more days before claiming Tia. The ache in my cock tells me that it is going to feel like a very, very long few days.
Chapter 21. Tia. A few days later. Oh my God, you're back! Angie rushes in to give me a hug, juggling a toddler as she does. Glory holds on to her mother's leg, sucking her thumb and giving me an uncertain look as we embrace. I was so worried. We all were. We had help escaping, I reassure Angie, surprised and pleased at our return welcome. She makes a terrified sound. Escaping? Escaping what? Another person gives me an encouraging pat on the back as they walk past. One of strong arm. This is nothing like when I came back from Croatoan over a week ago. Then I'd gotten off the dragon's back, flung myself dramatically into Irex's arms, because I do love a good entrance, only to find out that I'd just kissed someone else's mate. Fucking awful. Fucking nightmare. But this time it's different. This time I'm hugged by everyone. They're so relieved to see me and Arjal return, and they're not even all that fazed by the fact that we've brought several of the ancestors with us. Najme the attendant, Talnef the swiftest, Setnef the wanderer, and my poor sweet Rem'eb the fist, standing at the back of the group and resonating to me. That his chest sings for me even as he marvels at the ocean roaring in the background, and even more at the suns that shine overhead. Angie squeezes me tightly again as the tribe of leather and fur-wearing ice-home families surge around us. I'm patted on the shoulder and welcomed home by people that rarely talked to me before, and it's obvious that everyone's relieved we're back safe. Everyone was so worried, Angie says again. And to think, you brought back more people. Are they more clones? I pull out of her embrace. More clones? Oh, yes. It's been a heck of a time, Angie says, beaming. A moment later, she's pushed aside by Nadine, my closest friend on the beach. Nadine squeals and hugs me long and hard, laughing, and it's impossible not to get caught up in her excitement. I swear I'm fine, I reassure her, pulling free. It does feel good to be missed, though. I sure didn't get this kind of reception when I came back a few weeks ago. Then everyone didn't know how to greet me. But I'm trying not to think about that. I fix a bright smile on my face. What's this about clones? More clones? Nadine makes a face. Girl, where do we start? At the beginning? I joke. Clones? Like more Aani? I think of Nadine's mate, Thrand, and his brother, Vordis, both of them clones of an alien race. Like human clones, Nadine corrects, and beside her, Angie nods. Nadine continues on studying my face. We acquired a bunch of humans that are clones, and some more gladiator splices. Marduk's old friend dropped them off, and they were found just as you guys disappeared. Dropped off more strangers without asking anyone first? Just plopped strangers on our doorstep to live with us? At least it explains the mystery of Rosalind, who I'd never seen before. Gee, Neri shouldn't have. Oh, be nice, Angie says. They didn't have anywhere else to go. I am being nice, I protest. That's just as unfair to them as it is to us. You can't just fling a bunch of strangers on us and hope we adopt them. Of course, even as I say it, I'm thinking of Rem'eb and how I want him to live up here with us. I glance over at him. He meets my gaze and quickly looks away again, his jaw set. I guess I deserve his resentment, but it hurts. I don't know. That's kind of what we do on this planet, Nadine says with a chuckle. People show up and we teach them how to survive and welcome them into our families. She's got a point. Maybe I'm just sensitive because I don't feel all that welcome. I pin a smile to my face because I'm not sure anyone else would agree. If I confessed that I feel like an outsider amongst the same people I was originally stranded with, I'd be told that I'm imagining things, that I'm crazy, that they do love me. But I was the only one sent away. It's hard not to feel a bit unwanted and resentful of that fact, even when I'm surrounded by smiling faces. Nadine brushes my hair back from my face, tisking at the mess of my curls. You look like they ran you ragged. Did they treat you well? Can we trust these newcomers? That's a loaded question and probably needs a story with it, I state, letting her fuss over me. But as for if we can trust them, if they're on the beach with us right now, we can trust them. That is an interesting answer, and I can't wait to hear more about this story, now that I know it has a happy ending. Nadine beams at me and inclines her head. Floor and Irek will probably introduce you to the other newcomers later, but for now, why don't you come sit with us by the fire? Oh, yes, Angie says, trying to hand me her toddler. I should be cooking right now. I just got distracted at the sight of you all emerging. Can you take Violet for a moment? Just the sight of the baby I would normally love to hold makes me a bit panicky. I glance over at Rem'eb and immediately my Kui starts singing loudly, as if it remembers that we're in the throes of resonance. It's been singing this whole time, but with everyone talking over each other, it was also impossible to hear. Until now. Nadine's eyes go wide and Angie gasps, pulling her baby back against her. I rub my chest and give my friends a rueful smile. I should sit with someone else. This is all going to be overwhelming to him. He's never been above ground before now. Which one? Angie asks, scanning the ancestors who cluster together just behind Arjal and Rosalind. The one that doesn't want to stay, I want to blurt out. But it won't be true for long. I'm going to make him want to stay with me. It won't do any good to be wounded and mopey, even if I'm hurting on the inside. His name is Rem'eb. Rem'eb the Fist. He better be Rem'eb the Friendly Handshake while he's here, Nadine warns. It's just a name, I say, defending him. My quee hums even louder, and the needy feeling inside me grows. He's been nothing but kind and protective of me. I'm protective of you too, Nadine says, giving my face a searching look. Then she hugs me again. But go on. I know how resonance is. Should we keep it a secret? I don't think it's possible to keep it a secret, I admit. Might as well tell everyone. I'll come and find you later to talk, I promise. Nadine nods, then exchanges a look with Angie. I have a feeling Rem'eb and I are going to be the source of a lot of gossip tonight, but it's to be expected. I leave my friends and cross through the group of people, all stopping me to tell me how relieved they are that we're back safe. And have I met the Taters? And am I still not speaking to Fleur because she stole my man? And do I know what sort of alien the ancestors are? Everyone's nosy in that family sort of way, but the longer I get pulled away, the more antsy Rem'eb looks. He remains on the fringes of the group by Setnef's side. Setnef looks uncomfortable at being in a crowd. Rem'eb just looks flat-out overwhelmed. He keeps eyeing his surroundings as if he doesn't quite believe they're real. I get it. The realization that I was stranded on an ice planet in outer space was a real rough one when I first arrived. So I managed to extricate myself out of a conversation with Beck and Ellie, well, mostly Beck, and head over to Rem'eb's side. Setnef shoots me a look of relief and peels off the moment I approach, as if he was simply remaining behind so as not to abandon Rem'eb. I'm left alone with my new mate, and as I move closer, our quees sing louder and louder. It's a fascinating feeling, that intense humming in my chest that surges as we near each other. I reach a hand out for Rem'eb, and it suddenly feels as if the entire beach is watching us move together. So intense is this moment. He takes my hand, and instead of stepping forward to join me, he tugs on it, pulling me toward him. I bite back a little yelp of surprise and fall against his chest. His arms wrap around me, and then I'm enveloped in a warm, protective embrace. Rem'eb leans in, pushing my hair aside, and whispers in my ear, "Are we safe from the great golden beast?" I bite my lip to hold back a giggle. To say that Rem'eb was shocked when Ashtar appeared is a gross understatement. I've explained twice that Ashtar is both a dragon and a man, but since Rem'eb didn't see him change, I don't think it's quite registered. All of them panicked when Ashtar appeared after hunting for us. Is that why Rem'eb looks so uneasy on the beach? Because the skies are wide open and he thinks another dragon could swoop down on us? It's all right, I reassure him. You're safe here. I touch my chin and then give him a thumbs up, another signal that he's learning means all good. He lifts one of his 4 hands and gives me a thumbs up too. Are you hungry? Should we eat? I mimic eating with a hand gesture and he nods. He's gone quiet, my Rem'eb. I lead him over by the fire, keeping his hand tightly clasped in mine. He keeps another on my shoulder, and it feels both possessive and very welcome to have him hovering over me. Maybe I'm a weirdo, but I like that he wants to be so close to me at all times. We get 2 bowls of food handed to us by Angie and move to the fringes of the group to eat. We sip from our bowls and listen quietly, while Floor moves to the center of the group and starts introducing all the taters and newbies to Arjal and Rosalind, who are in the center of the group by the fire. Poor Rosalind looks totally overwhelmed, but Arjal's chest is puffed out and so proud of his woman. Good for him. I watch Floor take one of the women by the hand and introduce her in front of the group. Searching through my feelings, I wonder if I'm still resentful of her for resonating to Iraq. It's only been maybe 2 weeks, but it feels like 1,000,000 years have passed since that moment. I honestly haven't thought about Iraq or his new resonance mate in days. So no, I'm no longer upset by them. Just envious that it was so easy for them to just fall together. Just resonance, boom, end of story. No drama, everyone's happy. Must be nice. Floor loves attention and jokes, and when she makes the crowd laugh as she introduces someone named Dawn, I'm not surprised. Floor is always good at ingratiating herself, and she's a great person to be a welcome wagon for the new clones who look almost as shell-shocked as Rem'eb. I should probably introduce myself to them at some point. But right now, all I can think about is Rem'eb and how overwhelming this all must be. It's a new world, new weather, and all kinds of new people. He stares at one of the newcomers who has skin like a green lizard and a long, thick tail, and his hand tightens on my shoulder. He probably needs time to process all of this, and the longer we hang out around the fire, the more it's probably going to seem like too much all at once. So when he finishes his bowl of stew, I grab my water skin and gesture that Rem'eb should come with me. His hand never leaves my shoulder, and we walk away from the group as another surge of laughter echoes on the beach. They'll probably notice we're missing, but since we're resonating, no one's going to try and stop us. I lead him through the maze of huts, noticing that there's a few new places being built farther down the shore, no doubt to make homes for the newcomers. Hopefully, no one is occupying my personal hut, the one that Iraq gave to me just before I left with Arjal and the rest of Tallhorn to the fruit cave. Iraq had built it in the hopes that we'd resonate, and when he mated with Floor instead, she didn't want to live in a house built for someone else. I can't say I blame her, but I'm also profoundly glad that I have a place to call my own. I point at the hut, glancing over at him. That one's supposed to be mine. It sits in the midst of the Shadowcat clan's little huddle of dwellings, but I don't care. I like them all well enough. Follow me. When I hop up onto the platform and pull the privacy screen away from the door, a little sand shakes free from the screen. I'm happy to see that my stuff has been undisturbed since I left, my bed just as I last made it. The fire pit is cold, but that's an easy enough fix. I indicate that Rem'eb should sit down, and then I get to work on building the fire. He doesn't sit, though. As I break up a dung cake to fuel my fire, I watch him. He moves around the hut, touching my things, and touching the walls. This isn't the perfect stonework of their people. The huts are made with crude rocks to act as bricks, held together by sandy mortar and shell mixtures. The walls go up to about 7 feet before a lashed-down pyramid of waterproofed skins makes a roof and a smoke hole at the top. The floor is driftwood, salvaged from several years ago when all of it washed up in a flood from the now-destroyed island, and an open, stone-lined pit in the center of the hut is the fire pit and cooking hearth. Maybe he thinks all of this is rudimentary compared to his people. It's just another strike against us. I don't suppose it would help if I point out that back on Earth we had really elite technology, I say, as I finish crumbling fuel into my fire pit and reach for the tinder I keep nearby. We tried introducing some more advanced stuff here, but it's hard to leap forward like that with a hunter-gatherer society. They don't trust most of it, and there's no sense in depending on computers when we can't fix the ones that are here, right? So we're all clan of the cave bear and shit. Most of the time you just roll with the flow, but sometimes I miss the stuff we had back home. Like coffee, and razors, and movies, and... Here I am rambling, and you won't know what I'm talking about.
This is so unusual,
Rem'eb says, touching a thickly braided rope that is anchored to the flooring and crosses all the way up to the ceiling supports.
So many skins. We do not have this in our tunnels. And you have tops upon your houses.
So it doesn't snow on you, yes. I give him a wry smile and smack the strikers until I get a spark. I blow on it until it becomes a baby flame, and then I feed it tiny bits of fluff. Guess you don't have that problem below.
It feels nice in here, without the fierce air.
I glance over at him. Fierce air? He mimes it, striking his face and blowing his hair back. A giggle escapes me. That's wind. And yes, here it's pretty fierce and cold.
Wind,
he repeats in English.
I do not like it much. It hurts my face.
Well now, I can do something about that. Once the fire is going, I rinse my hands clean and wipe them on a towel, then get to my feet. You've got the right woman, because I love me some lotions. I put my hands on him and sit him down on my furs, then dig through a carved bone box that Ihako made for me. It's crafted from pieces of bone fitted and carved together, much like a puzzle, and I keep my toiletries in there. A small bone pot with a thick leather cork over the top holds my favorite homemade lotion, and I show it to him with a smile. Here we go. Rem'eb takes it from me and sniffs it, and then eyes me cautiously.
Am I to eat this?
I laugh. Okay, that's my fault. It does look a bit like a cup, doesn't it? I take it from him and dab my fingers into the viscous, herbal-scented lotion. It's to make your skin stay soft, because the wind will absolutely dry you out. I tap a little onto the tip of his nose, and when he recoils, I dollop a bit onto mine, too. His eyes narrow.
It is for wearing.
I shake my head again and dab a bit more on my cheekbones, then move to add a layer to his face. Rubbing it in with my fingertips, I spread it all over his skin. For a big, hairy alien, he's got rather soft, delightfully touchable skin. Once I finish lotioning his face, I take his hands and rub lotion all over them, too. Soft. It's to keep your skin soft.
Soft,
he murmurs, though his pronunciation of it is choppy at best. Then he reaches out and touches my arm, dragging a finger along my skin.
Soft, Tia.
My nipples prick at that. Wait, I'm supposed to be the one seducing him. Our eyes meet, and his are filled with liquid heat, and there's a hint of a smile on his face. Are you turning the tables on me? I ask. Because I'm the best at the flirting game. He just continues to stroke my lotion-slick hands with his, and another reaches up to caress my jaw.
Soft.
For a man with a limited vocabulary of English words, he's dangerous with them. I want to be the one in control of things, though. I know resonance means we're destined for each other, but I need more than a bang and nothing else. I want him to swear that he'll stay with me. So I can't let him seduce me. I need to win this battle of wills. With a throaty little hum of pleasure, I cover his mouth with mine. Each of his kisses seems better than the last. He seems to know instinctively just how to meld his mouth with mine, just how to use his tongue, just how to move his lips. It's like he's made for me, and the realization that our quees think the same thing makes a hurt pierce my heart. No time to ache. I remind myself. Seduce now, cry later. So I put on my flirtiest smile and tug at the collar of the crude, makeshift tunic I stitched together for him in one of the hunter caves when we first escaped back into the cold. It comes apart easily, the furs falling from his big body and revealing his strong, incredibly broad torso to my gaze. His beaded necklace hangs there under his clothing against his skin, and I flick the long tooth with a fingertip, and then drag my fingertip directly over to his nipple, toying with it. It has been far too long since I looked at your lovely body, Tia. Rem'eb murmurs, pulling at my clothing. Do I get to undress you too? Right, because he's used to seeing me in a breastband and short skirt, the clothing I normally wear only for excursions to the humid, overly warm fruit cave atmosphere. He probably thinks I look like a teddy bear with all the leathers covering me. Well, he can unwrap me like a present after I get my way. I need to remember that I'm seducing him to get him to stay with me. This isn't about my pleasure. This is about making myself so irresistible to him that he can't bear the thought of abandoning me and our future child. Chapter 22. Tia. I tug on Rem'eb's clothing instead of letting him access mine. When he puts a hand on the laces of my tunic, I distract him with a hot, wet kiss and plenty of tongue. I pull his clothing open and tease him with fingertips and skimming touches. I'm in charge. Tia. Rem'eb breathes my name as if it's a prayer. My Tia. My beautiful, beautiful stranger. We can't be strangers, I whisper between kisses. We're resonating to each other. And I boldly stroke his dick again, reminding him that certain parts of our bodies are not strangers at all, that I'm very intimately acquainted with his umbrella dick. He makes a choked sound at my touch, his head falling back. I love how quickly he loses himself in the moment, how each time I touch him he reacts as if he's never felt anything so good. It's such a heady sensation to know that all of my caresses are wanted. When I was here before, flirting with the islanders on the beach, no one wanted more than a kiss or two unless I was willing to commit to belonging to one person and one person alone. This time, I'm the one demanding strings attached. My, how the tables have turned. I push those thoughts aside and concentrate on pleasuring Rem'eb instead. It's such a delight to play with him, to watch how intensely he feels everything. I wiggle my fingers, then loosen the large knot in his leather belt that holds his leggings in place. I slide his clothes down his legs with all of the skill of the most practiced of flirts, and when his legs are bared and his dick is exposed, I lightly run a finger along his length. The frill around the head of him pulses, as if just waiting to unfurl. It's the most alien thing on this planet full of alien things, and yet I'm oddly thrilled by it. I remember how it felt pushing against the inside of my mouth, and I wonder how that'd feel deep inside me. Better than any spur I'd be willing to wager. My Rem'eb, I say lightly, and lick the head of his dick, watching his frill pulse again. His eyes are bright and intense as he groans again, reaching for me. Let me touch you, he pants. This time when you come, I want to feel it around my fingers. My body clenches in response to his words, but I need to keep control. I need to make him want me. Need to make him want more than I give him. So, I just smile and lick the head of him again, even as I trace a finger down his shaft and graze his sack. Not yet, my gorgeous man. Rem'eb sucks in a breath and I glance up at him, touching my tongue to the head of his dick again. When he unfurls this time, I know I've won. I barely manage to move my head back as his frill extends, trying to close around something a bit like a Venus flytrap. The head of his dick pulls back, fattens, and then surges forward, delivering its payload all over my chin and the front of my tunic in one large, warm splat. Well, that's my fault for not letting him undress me. Rem'eb falls back, gasping for breath as his dick shivers and his frill remains puffed. I run a finger around the edge of it, exploring, and Rem'eb lets out an unholy noise, his dick spurting again. Okay, so you like that. Noted. Even though I'm messy now, I'm happy. Rather smug, actually. I made him come. I rocked his world. He's going to declare love for me after a few days of this, determined to get inside me and impregnate me, and when he does, I'll finally let him get the goods. I wipe my face and neck clean with the edge of my tunic, and then pull the whole thing off since it's going to need cleaning later. Rem'eb's eyes are glowing slits as he watches me strip down to my breastband and leggings. You made me spill. Of course I did. I smile sweetly at him. You liked it. We are resonating. I should spill inside you. Not if you're leaving me behind. I cup my breasts and slide my hands down my body. You don't get any of this if you're leaving me behind. He narrows his eyes at me, and I wonder how much of that he picked up. Probably not more than me saying no and touching myself suggestively. That'll get the point across, though. But because I'm me and I'm impatient, I have to twist the knife. I slide my hand down the front of my pants and seek out my clit. I graze my fingertips through my folds, and I'm not surprised that I'm absolutely soaked. I'm resonating, and I just watched a big, sexy man come from my touch. Of course I'm freaking horny as hell. With a little hitch of my breath, I rub the hood of my clit, determined to take my turn. Is that how it is to be? Rem'eb asks, a growl in his voice. We fight over who gets to touch who? I'm not fighting. I keep touching myself, breathless. I'm just having a great time. His eyes narrow, and he hauls me up against him. In the next moment, I'm down on the bed, and he's pulling my pants down my thighs. I should protest harder, but I'm breathless with arousal at his quick, certain movements. When he pushes my hand aside, I whimper. Then he replaces it with his hand. I moan, arching off the blankets as he sinks a finger inside my body. I meant it, he tells me, his gaze fixed between my spread thighs. I want to feel you come around my fingers. I want to feel that release with you. It doesn't even cross my mind to push him away. I dig my heels into the furs, writhing as he pushes a second finger into me, and when I touch my clit again, he bats my hand aside and uses one of his to work my clit as another hand pumps inside me. I come so hard and so fast that I shock even myself. Hot ripples of my climax rush through me, and I can feel my body locking around the fingers he has deep inside me, squeezing them tight. The sounds I make are embarrassingly unsexy, but Rem'eb murmurs my name the entire time, and it just makes me come harder. By the time I'm done climaxing, I'm utterly spent, and he's still got 2 fingers deep inside me, his face looming close to mine as he props himself up over me, a smug look of triumph on his face. Now we are even. I snort and push at his face. I should be mad over this, but I can't find the energy. Plus, I feel too good. My quee is humming mercilessly in my chest, and his fingers are still deep inside me, and I know I could come again, and probably again. Is this how he feels? This sated but not really feeling? I guess I deserved that. He leans in and tenderly kisses the tip of my nose, even as his fingers slip out of my body and leave me bereft.
My Tia, I do not want to fight with you, but we must come to an agreement of some kind. No one can outwit resonance.
Just let me try, I tell him, tired. A girl always has to try. Rem'eb studies me and gives me another kiss, this one on the mouth, and then lies down in the furs next to me.
I hate that we cannot have a real conversation without Najme the attendant at hand.
Me too. Marduk could implant a translation chip in him, if we have any left, that is. But he's back in Croatoan. After their baby was born, his mate Farley wanted to be around her mother for advice and reassurance, and who can blame her? But that doesn't help me or the other newcomers on the beach who need to speak the language. We'll figure something out. Somehow.
What is that?
He says, startling me. I look over at him. He points at the smoke hole at the top of the ceiling.
It is black up there. Black, but with specks of light. What is that? Is the frozen water stuck in the air?
You mean the stars? I look over at him in surprise. How do I explain, in our limited vocabulary, what the stars are and that they're not stuck in the air? That they're a million suns a jillion miles away from us, just like the planet I came from? I can't, of course. I need a whole lot of vocabulary for that to make sense for him, and even then, I'm not sure his beliefs will be ready for it. It's a lot to take in. I sit up and touch my chin and give him a thumbs up to reassure him that it's fine. It's normal. They're stars. Stars.
Stars,
He echoes.
And they will not fall on us.
No falling, I promise. Another thumbs up. His gaze moves to me. He pulls me against him, cuddling me against his chest and wrapping his two right arms around my body. It feels good, but more than that, I sense he needs to anchor himself against something. Against me.
Your world is so different than mine,
Rem'eb confesses, his gaze locked on the glimpse of the stars above.
So open and strange.
Joke's on you. This isn't even my world. But I pat his chest because I understand. I've had to become the queen of adapting, haven't I? I know how it feels to be tossed about in one strange place after another. It just takes time. I'll be with you, I promise. And then I snap my jaw shut because I'll only be with him if he'll let me.
I feel powerless here on the surface,
he admits, holding me tighter.
The world feels very big tonight, and I am but a small, insignificant part of it.
I understand that feeling more than he probably realizes. Sliding my arms around him, I rest my head on his chest and listen to the purr of his Kui to mine.
Chapter 23. Rem'eb. I wake up in a strangely chilly environment, with my cock aching and hard and my Kui's song booming in my chest. My frill is engorged and ready to splay open. A warm body is next to mine, the curve of it sweet, and I have my face buried in a coiling mass of mane. Tia. My mate. My resonance. The one I do not get to keep. I bite back a groan, sliding my arms around her and pulling her tighter to me, even as I know I should not. I should get up from this soft pile of fur blankets and prepare to return to my people now that Tia is safe. We will finish resonance soon enough, and the moment it is done I must return. I cannot afford to laze about. Even as I chide myself, I pull her tighter against me, pull her backside to my front, nestling my cock against her. She makes a soft sound in her sleep, her hips rocking against mine, and it takes everything I have not to push her thighs open and sink into her. We are both bare from the waist below, and it would be such a simple thing. And I would betray her. Because Tia has to look me in the eye and say yes. She has to tell me that she wants me. I cannot just take. So I roll onto my back and take deep, steady breaths. The stars are gone from the smoke hole, and so is the blackness. There is a murky gray overhead instead, and that looks far more familiar. The doubts I was filled with last night abate, just a little. Tia yawns, stretching one arm over her head, and turns to look at me, a sleepy smile on her face. "Good morning." Her coiling mane is in her face, and she looks delightfully tousled. I smile and brush it away from her brow. "You are beyond lovely every time I see you." "For that you get your morning handy," she says to me, a playful look on her face. Her hand goes to my cock, and I suck in a breath as she smiles. "Tia, you're hard," she murmurs, leaning over to kiss me even as her fingers dance over my cock. "Not for long, though." This time I do not put up much of a fight. Before I am even fully awake, she has her fist around the head of my cock, and my frill splays out, cupping her hand and sucking at it as she milks my release. She murmurs more nonsense words at me, then kisses me. When my frill releases her hand, she gets up and fills a bowl with slushy water, cleaning her skin. I reach for her, intent upon giving her the same pleasure, but she only shakes her head and gives me a teasing smile. She will withhold herself from me this morning, then. Perhaps that is her game, to withhold herself until I swear to be hers. It is an excellent ploy. I wish I could give her what she wants. I am obligated to return, though. As chief son, I have no choice. My people need me to lead them. I need to guide my father before he destroys those of us that are left entirely. I am sorry, Tia. I cannot give you what you want." Her face falls, and for a moment she looks so sad and hurt that it wounds me. But then she shakes her head and puts another smile on her face, pulling on fresh clothing. She tosses furs at me, indicating I should dress too. All the while she tries to teach me words. The shirt I put on is a tunic. The fur-covered leggings, pants. Shoes go on my feet, and a cloak over my shoulders. Once we are bundled up, we go outside of the hut and into the bracing cold air. It should not surprise me each time we emerge. I have been in the occasional above cave, and I know that the world outside of the safety of the tunnels is a chilly one. Yet each time I emerge, the air feels like a strike to my face. There is a low, constant roar in the air that I cannot mark, and a thick, strange fog hangs around us as if we are in a smoky cavern. Yet I know we are not. There is no ceiling here, which makes it all the more bewildering. Tia notices my reaction and chuckles, pulling me close. She tugs a strange pouch of fabric out of the back of my cloak and pulls it down over my head as far as she can, tisking when my horns get in the way. "Gonna have to make you a hat," she tells me, tucking the furs around my neck to keep it warm. "And a scarf." "Does this cold not bother you?" I ask. "Do your people truly frolic in this air as if it is nothing?" She giggles at my words and shakes her head, indicating her own heavy furs. Then she points at a male walking past with his female. He is one of the four-armed strangers with blue skin and very small horns. He wears nothing but a vest and leggings, whereas the female at his side is heavily bundled, like Tia. Then she points down the way where the golden-skinned male stands and stretches, completely naked. The male yawns and scratches his gut, then his backside, before wandering away. I look over at Tia, who rolls her eyes in the amused way that others do when one of the old uncles does something foolish. "It is different for all, then?" I ask. She thinks for a moment and then nods. Then she takes my hand and gestures back at the cliffs behind us, and I let her lead me away. Tia brings me to a group of people seated near a large fire with a pot over it. There is not enough warmth coming off of the fire to ease the cold, but it is clear from the cluster of people chatting and eating that this is not the purpose. This is a cooking spot, a gathering place much like the one in our village. It makes sense, as many mouths can be fed with less work and less meat. I am given a bowl with a hot, warm stew of fish and strange roots, and a hot tea to drink. We sit together on a large flat stone near the fire, but Tia does not engage the others in conversation. She is friendly enough, but it is clear she is here for food alone. I watch the others as I eat, noting the many children, both male and female, that race around the gathering. I watch them for sickness, too, but everyone seems to be healthy, their cheeks flushed with vigor. The tribe seems to be made of many that look different. Some are of the same people as Tia, whereas others are the blue strangers I have been warned of in the past. Then there is the gold one, who has something to do with the great golden beast we saw before. And there is a green one with scales. I do not know what kind of people he is, nor the big gray male that they call Gren. He is like nothing I have seen before. In some ways he is similar to my people and yet very, very different. I wonder also at how many they have here, but it will probably seem troubling to ask. Better to ask Tia in a quiet moment. We finish our food and rinse our bowls and cups, and Tia takes a moment to thank the male and female who cooked it, and then she grabs me by the hand again and takes me back to her hut. She pulls out a short, fat bone with a pointed end and hands one to me, then takes one for herself. And then she directs me onto the sands and towards the waters that roar and roar. For the first time since emerging from her hut, I get a good look at them. The waters back home in the underground lake are calm and still. They move up and down throughout the day, like a pot being filled, but they do not tumble in constantly like this water. It rushes toward the sands repeatedly, only to taper off and retreat, and then repeats the exact same motions again. It is the source of the constant roar I hear. Just like the cold, the sight of the water is overwhelming. It stretches for as far as I can see on both sides of the horizon, and when I peer out, I cannot see the other side. "How far does this go?" I ask Tia, stunned. "I cannot see the other side." "Very far," she tells me, gesturing and indicating that it keeps going and going well beyond our sight. I have never seen so much water in all my life, and yet I have grown up fishing the underground lake. Yet this is completely different. Once again, the world above shocks me with how strange it is. I must wear my shock on my face as Tia takes my hand and gives it a squeeze. While holding the stick, she tries to mime the tap on her chin. "It's okay." I nod. She is here with me, and I am reassured. This is not something to be feared if their people live this close to the wild, constantly moving waters. It must be a source of food for them. Are the waters sweet, then, I wonder? They churn like a sludgy porridge, large chunks of white and a strange pale grit covering them. More frozen water that falls from the sky, I realize. A massive piece the size of a mountain drifts by far off in the distance, floating atop the waters, and I stare at it in fascination. "It's a iceberg," she says. "Big ice." Ice is the water that falls from the sky, and I realize what she is saying. My eyes go wide, and I stare at her incredulously. "That fell from the sky?" Her lips twitch, and she fights a giggle. No. Watch." She crouches on the sands, and I crouch next to her, paying close attention. Tia picks up a handful of sand and lets it drift down to the ground. "Ice, yes?" "That is sand." She makes a face at me. "Ice." She flicks it out, mimicking that it falls on the ground once more. "Ice." Then she picks up another handful and pours it over one spot. "Ice." Another handful over the same spot. "Ice." When she repeats this with 2 more handfuls, she has a little pile in front of her. She points at it. "Big ice." Then she points at the floating one. "Big ice." "Ah, so it did not fall from the sky. It is made up of a pile of the smaller bits?" When she nods excitedly, I shake my head. "That is quite a pile." The expression of agreement she makes is adorable. I lean in toward her. We do not have ice, big or small. Tia clutches her heart, staggering, and it takes me a moment to realize she is teasing me. She is feigning shock at the very obvious thing I have just told her. I mock scowl, though I like her playfulness. It reminds me not to be so serious. "Can we look around? I wish to see more of the ice and your great water." She holds the sharpened bone tool up and gives me a sly look. "We're gonna get lunch." I hold my stick up in agreement, though I do not know what exactly I am agreeing to. "Come on," Tia tells me with a laugh and drags me down the beach. We explore. We walk up and down the long length of beach, and when we are at the far end, where the tall cliffs block us off, we turn and look at their village. It is sheltered here, with the mountains and cliffs cupping it like a pair of hands, and the sea on the other side. From this view, it seems almost cozy. It also makes me wonder just how big the world is above. It is not something I ever considered before, but the vastness of it seems alarming now. Perhaps I am not as brave as I imagine myself, because right now I feel like one of those grains of sand, unimportant and lost in a vast sea of chaos. But Tia stays by my side, pointing out things she thinks I will appreciate. We pick up things called shells, which are hard and delicate and wash up from the rolling waters. Many of them are broken, and some have beautiful iridescent insides. When we find a particularly large one, Tia takes it and stuffs it into her bag. She shows me that the water is not drinkable. Instead of sweet, clean water, it tastes of salt and more salt. I make a face and spit it out, much to Tia's amusement. "Fish piss," she agrees. "So much fish piss." How strange to have such a big water surrounding your encampment and not being able to drink any of it. I point this out to her, and she shrugs. Then she shows me things that the vast waters do have. We find hard little creatures called crabs that scuttle around on the sands in and out of the waves. We find a smaller pool with fish trapped in it, and a cluster of dark shells she calls mussel that she uses her bone to pry off and puts them in the bag. Then she shows me spots to dig in the sands. Wherever there is a tiny hole amidst the smooth sands, she uses her bone to dig up, and up comes a larger shell, whole and with a strange jelly-like occupant inside. "Lunch," she tells me again happily. "So you stay here because the food is abundant," I muse, and it makes sense. When the warmth leaves a garden cavern, all of the plants inside die off. I cannot imagine that they can grow the mushrooms and mosses that our people are dependent upon. Her people eat the things from the strange, salty waters, and the cave full of fruit that my people cleaned out. I am uneasy about that realization. We were selfish, all because Kinfar spoke his poison to my father and said the fruits should be ours. We dig up more of the lunch from beneath the sands as we walk, and I forget that it is so bitter cold after a while. Sunlight pushes through the clouds, blindingly bright, and then the water glitters, and it is a beautiful sight. I pause to look at it, and a winged creature soars far overhead, dipping down to the waters to skim its beak against the surface. I point it out to Tia. She nods. "He eats fish," and she makes a back-and-forth motion with her arm. "Fish?" I grow excited. "You can fish in these waters?" Tia smiles widely, amused by my enthusiasm. "We fish. Come." We return to her hut and stomp the sands off of our boots just outside. Then she ducks in and puts the clams and mussels into a container full of water and grabs a net and what looks like a line attached to a long, bendy thing that looks like bone, but is not. "Fishing pole," she says, offering it to me. "Let's go fish."
Chapter 24. Tia. Rem'eb's delight at fishing is palpable. We use the same sort of gear he does. That much is obvious when he smiles with joy at the sight of my fishing pole. He seems puzzled by the material it's made from, and I try to explain that it comes from a fish that grows a long, sturdy, hollow reed atop its head. Or I try to explain it anyhow. I'm sure it doesn't come across, but he gets the idea eventually, and we settle on one of the big rocks that jut farther out into the waters so he can cast. I help him get set up at the edge of the rocks and watch as his color flutters, changing to the same stone gray as the boulder beneath his feet. He thinks for a moment, gazing down at the furs that cover almost every inch of him, and then his color flutters back to its normal reddish-gold shade. "I guess I do not need to camouflage." "Only if you want," I call out, and sit back at the far end of the large boulder so I don't get hooked when he casts. For the first time today, he looks like he's in his element. His strange, poofy mane is fluttering around his face, his cheeks chapped by the cold and the tip of his nose red. But there's a huge smile on his face and a confidence that wasn't there before. He must really be feeling out of place in my world. My world. Ha! I'm not sure this will ever be my world, but I make do. I watch him while the morning away, casting his line, and this would be the perfect time to work on my knitting, except I left it back in the hut. I have a loom to pore over, too, and my heart squeezes with affection. Even when he was spiriting me away, Rem'eb knew how much that loom meant to me, and he made sure he brought one. He's such a good man. "You guys are fishing wrong," calls out an obnoxious, reedy little voice. Biting my tongue, I glance back at Rochelle, who stands with her younger sister, Ayla. It figures that out of all the kids on the beach, we'd get stuck with Liz's girls. They're just as nosy and bossy as their mother. Rem'eb's people have a different way of fishing than we do, I call back. Leave us alone. Don't you want to know how to catch fish? Rochelle asks, tilting her head up at us from below on the shore. It's fine. But you won't catch anything. It's fine, I say again, fighting to keep my tone pleasant. He's dragging his line back constantly instead of letting it sink to where the fish are hiding in the rocks. Rochelle continues, oblivious. Or maybe she just doesn't care that she's annoying us because she feels a bone-deep need to be right. You need a bobber. Where's the colored bone he should be using? Where's your mom? I retort. Shouldn't you kids be supervised? We're practically adults now. Rochelle continues and starts climbing the rocks to join us. I'll have to show him how it's done or you guys won't catch anything. I clamp my jaw, and it's on the tip of my tongue to tell them to leave when Rem'eb sets his pole down and carefully makes his way over the slippery rocks to help the girls. We have visitors, he asks me. Who are these young ones? Swallowing my sourness, I watch him help the girls up to join us. Rochelle takes his extended hand as if she's a princess receiving her due, and Ayla is silent. The younger girl has her hair in pigtails, as blonde as Liz, and she gives me a shy smile and comes to sit beside me as Rochelle moves forward to the spot where Rem'eb had been fishing. Let me show you how to fish these waters, she announces in her favorite know-it-all tone. Rem'eb glances back at me. I shrug and make a fish motion with my arm. She's gonna show you how to do it. I usually use nets and get fish from the tide pools, if anything. I prefer clams and shellfish, but if Rem'eb likes fishing, I suppose it won't hurt to have Rochelle show where we're going wrong. I know she's done some fishing with her father and her mom, just because she wants to keep up with the boys and hunt and fish as much as they do. And if she can't catch anything either, well, we were polite adults at least. Rem'eb gazes down at Rochelle as she takes the fishing rod from him. She is a tiny female. His expression is one of delight as he gazes down on the young girl. Is she going to fish for me? No, I'm going to show you how to do it right, Rochelle declares. I snort. Rem'eb blinks, clearly not understanding this exchange. But he watches Rochelle as she pulls out a long length of line from the rod and then attaches a painted bone float to it. You don't cast over and over, she explains, oblivious to the fact that Rem'eb can't make out a word of what she's saying. This isn't fly fishing. If you're going to stand on the rocks, you have to fish for the ones that hide in the shallows. That means you need a floater. Watch. Oh boy, I mutter. Rochelle wouldn't be so bad if her tone wasn't so imperious. At my side, Ayla glances over. She's chewing on the end of one of her long, wind-snarled ponytails. Mom says we're supposed to leave you alone so you can make babies. We're not making babies right now, I point out. Jeez. That's what Rochelle said. She chews on the tip of her ponytail a little more, her voice soft and completely unlike her sister's. And she said she could show him how to fish, right? I glance over at Rem'eb, but he doesn't seem annoyed by Rochelle's endless string of instructions. He watches her hand movements and the placement of the bobber and seems to nod in understanding. I know every kind of fish there is to catch in the shallows, Rochelle continues to her captive audience. There's the ones with the big fin, and the ones with the feet, the yellow gill, the red belly, the big mouth ones. Those taste the best, but only if you grill them with herbs. If you put them in stew, they just taste like mush. Rem'eb watches as Rochelle commandeers his fishing pole.
Mush?
Mush,
She agrees in a lofty tone.
we'll see what I help you catch and then I'll show you how to prepare it.
Uh-oh.
Ayla whispers.
I think she likes him.
Does she? Aw, poor kid. Her first crush. How old is she now? 11? 12? Rem'eb is a good one to have a crush on, I decide. He's thoughtful and attentive, and he has no idea what she's saying, so her obnoxiousness can't bother him too much. Amused, I glance over at Ayla. Does that mean you guys are going to be hanging out for a while today?
Oh, yeah?
Ayla sounds bored. The wet end of the ponytail goes back into her mouth and she slumps in her seat. I fish out that wet bit of hair from her mouth. Poor kid, forced to be her big sister's shadow. Well, you want me to braid your hair while we're hanging out back here? I bet I could do a really pretty Dutch braid.
Sure.
Ayla says and scoots over to sit in front of me.
Thanks, Tia. What's a Dutch?
It's almost annoying that Rochelle ends up being right about the fishing. The bait and line isn't in the water for very long before Rochelle gets a bite and pulls up a fish the size of her forearm. Rem'eb's clear excitement fuels the young girl, and she magnanimously allows him back his pole as long as he listens to her barked instructions. Before long, they're both catching fish. And after Rochelle declares in the snottiest of tones that he needs to learn English, she makes him repeat everything she points out. I just ignore it, weaving a complicated pattern into Ayla's fine, soft hair, while the younger sister tells me all about her favorite dolls. I'm impressed with how patient Rem'eb is with Rochelle. The kid gets on my nerves, but I'm sure a lot of it is her age. But Rem'eb treats her politely, and when she tries to hold his hand, a sure sign of a crush all right, he gently detangles himself from her grasp. My hand belongs to Tia. And that just makes me melt all over again. A few more of the kids come to join us. Pack and Rukar, who seem to be joined at the hip, along with Zhren. Rochelle starts to show off to impress the other boys, and when Rem'eb catches a fish with a mouth so big he could put his fist inside it, Rochelle just sniffs.
He wouldn't have caught that if it wasn't for me.
I think that's enough fishing for us today, I say brightly. Why don't you kids take these back to the main fire? Who's cooking tonight?
Ojek and Daisy,
Zhren declares and makes a face.
Daisy's food is gross.
And then Ojek tries to fix it, Pack says in his favorite tone of voice, loud. And it gets grosser.
And then we have to eat it because Daisy cries otherwise,
Ayla whispers to me.
because she tries real hard.
Eek. I pat Ayla's small arm and look over at her sister. I bet Daisy can do an amazing job with these fish. Rochelle, you know exactly how they should be cooked, right? Maybe you should go tell her to ensure she does it right. Am I foisting Rochelle off on an unsuspecting Daisy? Absolutely. But I've had enough of both fishing and the kids today. My breast has started humming louder and louder as the hours have gone by, and I'm starting to think wildly lascivious thoughts about Rem'eb. Being alone with Rem'eb, licking the sea salt off his skin, coaxing the umbrella-like frill out.
Oh, fine, if I must,
Rochelle declares dramatically and tosses her hair.
Give me the fish.
Rem'eb's mouth quirks with amusement, and he silently hands his catch over to the girl, even as he glances over at me for approval. I nod because I remember him saying his people had a communal food pot too. Plus, we still have our clams and mussels from earlier, and I know the perfect spice that goes with them. Fish I can get back in Croatoan, but the mussels are a treat I intend on gorging myself on while I'm here. And wait. because I'm not going back to Croatoan, am I? This is supposed to be my home, where I'm supposed to belong. So why does it still feel as if I'm just visiting? When does this feel like home? Or am I doomed to always feel in between places and at home nowhere?
Chapter 25. Rem'eb. Tia is quiet as we return to her hut. My thoughts are strangely content despite all the strangeness of the day. It has been a good day. I got to fish in the strange roiling waters and provide for these people. I got to meet several of the children who live here, males and females together. The children escort me to the main cook fire where more people greet us and take our catches. I watch everyone. There is no wall separating their peoples. Strange-looking sorts of all kinds, from green males to brown females and ones with orange manes and strange speckles on their skin. The young and the old all gather together. Other than some good-natured arguing, they get along. Everyone does their share. The women mingle amongst the men as easily as they breathe. They pass kisses to mates, chat with each other, and offer me cheerful greetings when I pass by. The children of the tribe, as varied in appearance as their parents, race happily along the beach, and I cannot help but compare to the echoing quiet of my own people's existence. It makes my people's existence feel more and more fractured. It also makes me even more determined that I must be the one to change it. I like this place, I admit to Tia when we are back in her hut. Everyone is kind and welcoming. I do not care for the weather, but I can see why your people seem so happy. She nods, setting a tripod with a leather pouch over the fire pit. She has brought a coal back from the main fire and uses it to refresh hers. When the fire is blazing, she sets rocks down into the coals and adds the clams to the heating water. Her movements are industrious and busy, but the sparkle is not in her eyes. Something troubles her. I can guess what that something is. You are quiet, I point out. Will you tell me what makes you so withdrawn? She gives me a frustrated look, gesturing at her mouth and then the two of us. She cannot tell me what bothers her. We do not have the shared words. I reach for her hand. It was foolish of me to ask. My apologies. Tia shakes her head and lets me pull her over to my side. I tuck her against me, stroking her back. Holding her close, breathing in her scent, my Kui song sings loudly, making my cock stiffen in response. I ignore it as best I can, but it is difficult, especially when Tia is here in my arms, her Kui singing to mine. I wish I could tell her how much I both love and hate this moment. That I love being here with her, and I am full of dread knowing that I will not have these moments for much longer. I hate that we do not have words, I admit. She makes a noise of assent, turning her face in against my neck. Should I get Najme? I would truly like to know why you are sad. I can see it on your face. I do not need shared words to understand it. No. Tia's voice is soft, and she says one of the few words I understand well. Then share with me what you can. Please. Tia pulls back and gazes up at me, her expression thoughtful. I wait for her to speak, to make hand gestures, but she simply shakes her head again and returns to kneel next to the tripod. As I watch, she puts on a thick, fuzzy glove, picks up a rock from the coals, and adds it to the water in the pouch. It hisses and bubbles, and the scent of something cooking fills the air. If we were home, I could make you a metal pot, I say, thinking of the differences between our peoples. Or rather, I would not make it, but trade for one for you. We have a metal slinger who teaches his secrets only to his sons, just like the weaver only teaches his sons his most complicated patterns. She is not being cold to me, but it is clear something is making Tia melancholy. I hate that, and I desperately want to fix it. To see a clever smile on her lips. To see that determined glint in her eyes. I don't like the expression of defeat that is there now. Is it me? I ask, suspecting the answer. "'S not always about you," Tia replies, her voice tart. She fishes another stone out of the coals and adds it to the pouch, watching it closely. "'S about me sometimes." I watch her closely, but I do not see anger or despair directed at me and our resonance. She seems wrapped up in her sadness. For a moment it reminds me of my father, who was alone even in a cavern full of people, and my heart aches. When my father's mood takes him to low places, there is not much I can do except be at his side and wait it out. Sometimes, though, Sometimes a distraction pulls him free. Perhaps it can be so with Tia. While she tends to the pot, I pull out my bag and begin to unwrap the prize that I stole from the village. The weavers will not be pleased to find that one of the smaller looms was stolen away, along with the project half completed on it, but I had no choice. Tia wanted a loom, and more than anything, I want to please my beautiful stranger. She fishes a few of the clams out of the pouch of water and then adds a sprinkle of salt and some herbs to the opened contents. "You hungry?" she asks, looking over at me. "Rem'eb—" Her gaze falls on the pieces of the loom tangled with the threads. "Sat my loom?" she whispers, forgetting all about the food. Her eyes are wide and she scoots closer to me, her adoring gaze on the mess of hard lengths and knots of thread. "I had to take one that was in use," I confess, picking up a piece that looks like an oversized comb. "But I do not know how it works. I did not have time to ask. I was going to insist that the weavers teach me the basics so I could then teach you. But now I have a loom and no idea how to put it together. I am so sorry, my Tia." She looks at it and then at me. Then she flings her arms around my neck and kisses my face with excitement. "Never, Sora! This is the best!" Her lips press against my skin, and I automatically put an arm around her, holding her close. With a soft sound, Tia puts her mouth on mine and kisses me, crawling into my lap. Resonance sings between us as loud as the roaring waves. I groan as she bears me backward, sliding her leg over my hip. The food is forgotten, the loom is forgotten. All that matters in this moment is Tia's mouth on mine, the welcome weight of her hips over my stomach. She kisses me again, her tongue playing against mine. "Rem'eb, you taste so good," I breathe, lost in the sensation of her soft, sweet mouth. "I did not understand why your people put their mouths on each other at first, but now I am addicted." Tia chuckles and she strokes a hand down the side of my neck to my chest. "Can I touch you?" "I am yours," I reply, guessing at her words. "Whatever you wish to do to me, I will take it and gladly." She kisses me again, sucking on my lower lip in such a way that my frill engorges. I gasp like a fish out of water, fascinated when she continues to kiss down my covered chest, heading straight for my groin. "Yes," I think, "put your mouth on me. Then I will put my mouth on you." The thought of doing that to her makes me feel an entirely new and different excitement, not just at claiming my own pleasure, but of watching her claim hers. Surely after that we will both want to fulfill resonance. Tia gets to my belt buckle, looks up at me, and then sits up. She blows on her nails and rubs them against her clothing, a bored expression on her face. "Maybe later." I sit up, panting. Does that mean now?" "No." Her smile is wicked. She gestures at the waiting food. "Dinner now." All I can do is throw my head back and laugh. "You tease." She wiggles her brows at me. "Gonna get you to fall for me, Rem'eb. Just you wait." And to think I was going to feast upon your pretty cunt right after you feasted upon my cock. Her playful expression falls away. "What?" "Not what," I reply, ignoring the near-painful throb of my cock and frill. "Now is dinner, as you say." The frustrated sound she makes is adorable because I feel the same way.
Chapter 26. Tia. It truly is the best and worst week of my life. Days go by and Rem'eb doesn't talk about going home. He meets everyone on Ice Home Beach, fishes with the kits, sits with Najme, Setnef, and Talnef for language lessons, and tries to be helpful and pleasant to all. It's easy to see the chief's son in him. He's responsible and caring to everyone he meets, and is quick to offer a hand to help, no matter the situation. He spends time with the brothers and Najme, ensuring that they feel welcome and secure. Najme, of course, is absolutely loving this. She's soaking up everything she can like a sponge. Setnef seems way more interested in the scenery than the people, and poor Talnef looks overwhelmed with everything. "He struggles," Rem'eb confesses to me. "His brother will never return to my people. But Talnef, I think he does not yet have a reason to stay. I think he regrets leaving, even though he feels he must be at his brother's side." "And you?" I ask, tapping his arm. "What about Rem'eb?"
I wish I could be in two places at once, he admits. Back with my people, and here at your side.
We spend time together in the days that follow, and we flirt. Lord, do we flirt. I lick my fingers at every meal, and sometimes he licks them for me. We grind in the mornings before breakfast, his dick to my backside, but he never pulls down my panties and tries anything. I striptease in front of him when I wash up, and he watches me with hungry, avid eyes, and makes no attempt to help me out. We kiss, we touch, we cuddle, and that's it. Even with resonance droning in our ears and making both of us crazy, Rem'eb won't push for more. He watches me, waiting for some signal to continue, but I won't give it. Not until he decides that he wants to stay with me. Rem'eb doesn't choose me, though, so we just exist together in the cuddliest, sweetest, most infuriating case of blue balls ever. He speaks of going home often, letting me know quite clearly where I stand with things.
I will carry this information back to my people,
he says, when he learns a new way to spice things or a different fishing method. He makes it obvious that they come first and Tia comes second. And he never, ever asks me to come with him. The idea of it strikes me one night as we lie together, panting and full of need.
I must go home,
he tells me, his dick hard with need, his quee singing to mine.
Please understand. My people need me.
It's on the tip of my tongue to say, take me with you. I bite the words back just before I say them, though, because he hasn't asked me. He hasn't ever indicated that he wants me with him long term. I don't want to be the one to force it either. It has to be his idea. But he never asks, and I die inside a little each day, waiting for that ask. I tell myself that it's because of the wall, that he wouldn't force me behind it. It's a little surprising to me that I'd go with him. Live underground with a bunch of strangers who have never seen a human and don't speak the language? But haven't I started over twice before now? With nothing but strangers around me? I'm getting pretty good at new beginnings, and the caves were warm, and they have looms. Best of all, Rem'eb would be there, and it's not as if I couldn't visit the other tribes now and then. And then there's the whole wall situation. But Rem'eb has also made it clear that he wants to do away with that. So either the whole free the women is bullshit to get into my pants, and he's not asking me to go with him because I'd be behind a wall, or he just doesn't want me with him. I'm trying not to think about either scenario. I'm focusing on the good, reveling in the sweet ache of unfulfilled resonance. It's an ache that grows less sweet and more demanding by the day. It's lovely to be at Rem'eb's side, to wake up next to him, to see his smile first thing in the morning when I wake and last thing at night when I go to sleep. I love his delight in the simplest things, like when it gets dark outside or when he sees his first sunrise. I love his fascination with the ocean and that he enjoys clams and mussels as much as I do. I love that he's helping me set up the loom, and some nights we just sit together and try to puzzle it out. I could be happy with him, I realize. If he'd let me. If he'd fall in love with me, choose me before everything else. I wouldn't care where we went. He's so easy to love, Rem'eb. He's the perfect mixture of playful and serious. It's the chief's son in him that makes him take everyone very seriously, down to the kits that show him how to fish. But with me, he loosens up. He flirts, and he loves it when I tease him. He never gets angry that I turn him on with kisses and never seal the deal. He's not mad that we haven't fulfilled resonance. It's refreshing to know that I can flirt with him as much as I like and it amuses him. that when I'm acting my sultriest, he's fascinated, and when he realizes it's just another tease, he laughs, delighted at my sass. I can't help but compare him to Irek, who thought a tease was a promise and would get frustrated and stomp away when I never agreed to be his. Floor's a good match for him, because she doesn't take his shit seriously. They both look really happy together. And even now, Irek's been going around camp putting together a big marriage feast behind Floor's back because he says it's important to her. It's sweet, and I'm happy for them. And I'm far, far too distracted by my own resonance to even think about what might have been. But I don't know how to make Rem'eb love me. 8 days after we've returned to the surface, I wake up with resonance humming through my veins and the achiest, hungriest need deep in my belly. Rem'eb is curled around me in sleep, his arms all over me. He sleeps peacefully and hasn't woken up yet, which means he was probably up late last night, long after I drifted off. I know he's stewing with worry over his people, that every day away eats at him, and he imagines the worst possible scenarios. His father has been dethroned. His father has stopped eating. The rebels have taken over. More sickness has swept through the camp. All the worst-case scenarios probably rush through his head over and over again, and it makes me want to comfort him with kisses and caresses. Even now, I'm itching to play with his thick, soft hair, but I don't want to wake him up. Last night, he figured out that Veronica was a healer. He knew something was up with how often people visited her tent, but it wasn't until Rachel accidentally whipped her line and snagged a fishhook in Rem'eb's finger that he realized why everyone goes to Veronica. Veronica did her thing, healing his small wound within moments, and Rem'eb was utterly stunned. He spent a lot of the evening with Najmeh, making her translate about healers. How did Veronica become a healer? Does it work on everyone? Do we have more healers? Can she heal sickness? What about broken bones? Does it work on all peoples? Does it work even if she, say, did not wish to heal? Can she give the gift to someone else? How often can she heal? What about healing an entire village? The questioning goes on for so long that Veronica gets rattled and uneasy, and Ashtar gets possessive. I've never seen the Draconi in any mood but a good one, but he starts eyeing Rem'eb like he'd like to tear him to pieces. And after that, I dragged Rem'eb back to our hut and tried to distract him away from healers with more loom finagling. It makes me wonder if he was up all night, wondering if he needed to kidnap Veronica, and if so, how. It stings that Veronica is more valuable to him than a resonance mate. It's not surprising to me, though. It's just the same old shit when it comes to poor Tia. I take my resentment and bury it deep inside and climb out of bed. Rem'eb stirs, reaching for me. Tia? Go back to sleep, I tell him. Gonna pee. He kisses my fingertips and lets me go, because he knows the words for gonna pee after a week of living with me and my small bladder. Once he's asleep again, I finish wrapping myself in furs and put boots on, heading out not to pee, but to talk with Gale. Gale and Vaza are the oldest here on the beach, and act like a mom and dad to all of us. Right now, I could use some advice from someone older than me instead of a peer. A peer would tell me that I don't need Rem'eb, and that I can just fuck him, get pregnant, and go on with my life as a single mom. Hell, Raven said that to me last night at dinner. But that's not what I want to hear. So off I go, seeking advice. Or a dose of reality. Something. I just know I can't keep on going as we are, or I'm going to break. Gale isn't by the fire, and a blonde stranger is cooking, along with the only human man that's been dropped on the planet. I don't know either of their names, but they both seem a pretty easygoing sort, with the guy tasting the warming pouch of shrimp tea and making an approving face.
Has a bit of a dashi taste to it, don't you think?
What the heck is dashi? Asks the blonde.
That stuff,
He says, taking another sip.
Kinda weird to have it instead of coffee, though.
He notices my arrival and picks up one of the bone cups.
You want some?
I hold up a hand declining, because I don't mind a lot of things we eat on Knot Hoth, but shrimp before breakfast is not one of them. I'm actually looking for Gail. Have you seen her? Someone ripped their pants and we're making breakfast on our own, the blonde says and uses a ladle to point at Gail's hut. I'm just not sure what we're supposed to be making.
Do we want to go savory or sweet?
The human guy asks.
And do we even have sweet?
What was dinner last night? I ask, moving forward. I want to abandon them and find Gail because I need to cry my troubles out to someone, but leaving newbies in charge of food supplies feels like a recipe for disaster. That fish stew stuff, is there any left? Yeah, in that big bowl over there, the covered one, the blonde says, pointing. I wasn't sure what we were supposed to do with it. Nodding, I gesture at the bowl. Take the leftovers, heat them up, and add some chopped up roots to fill it out again. If you're making shrimp tea, too, you can deshell the shrimp, use the shells in the tea and the shrimp themselves in the soup. That can be breakfast. It can? The blonde asks, aghast. Really?
It's fine, the guy reassures her. Lots of cultures back on Earth have fish for breakfast. It's big in Japan.
Okay, sure. The blonde sounds faint, but she gives us a thumbs up. Fish soup it is.
Now, when you say you want us to chop roots,
the man continues, giving us a serious look.
Do you want a brunoise, a julienne, diced? Do we need to make a roux of some kind to add flavor?
I stare. So does the blonde. I don't know, I say. Diced, I guess? Cut them up so they cook down.
Yes, but how much do we want them to cook down?
He gives me a very serious stare.
What kind of texture are we going for?
Edible? I say. Seriously, make it edible and no one will care. If they complain, they can make their own food. I thumb a gesture back at Gail's place. I'm gonna go now. Are you guys good? The blonde gives me a bright smile and touches the guy's arm when he looks like he's going to protest. We'll make it work. Thanks for the help. The human guy turns away and eyes the scatter of pots around the morning fire.
Let's find the salt. If it's what we had last night, it needs salting badly.
Ouch. Poor Daisy. She tries so hard, taking as many cooking rounds as she can a week because she's determined to learn. Dinner wasn't great last night, but it was warm and I didn't have to cook it, so I was fine with it. I make a mental note to find her and tell her how much I enjoyed the meal. I don't want her to be discouraged in her efforts. Gail's hut doesn't have smoke coming out of the smoke hole, and I hesitate before shaking the boned-wind chime at the door because it's early. I don't want to wake anyone.
Come in,
Gail calls out. I duck inside, moving the weighted door flap to one side as I enter. The interior of the hut is neat and cozy, and, unlike my hut, Gail's always seems like everything in its perfect spot and nothing is out of place. Fresh herbs hang in bunches from the ceiling, drying and lending their perfume to the air. The hut is empty too, except for Gail, who sits near the silent hearth. She has a basket full of what looks like laundry in front of her, sorting pieces of clothing into 2 different piles. This a bad time? I ask. She shakes her head, and I notice she has pretty beaded earrings in, long and dangly. Those must be a present from Vaza, who is always showering gifts on his lovely mate. Gail told me once that she mentioned that she liked jewelry to him once, and he's given her delicate trinkets and handmade baubles ever since. The dangling earrings against her graceful neck and shorn skull make her look delicate and elegant despite her surroundings. I'm just going through laundry. If you're looking for Vaza or Jren, they went hunting together. I swear those two. She makes a face and sets the tunic in her hands in her lap. You want to hear what they did now? Always. Villages run on gossip of even the smallest kind, and Croatoan and Icehome Beach are no different in that regard. I take a seat across from her by the fire. You want me to start this for you? I'm good with fire. Gale waves a hand. No. As soon as I figure out what needs to be mended, I'll head back out and help Sabrina and Jason with breakfast. As for my men, Jren just told me that his pants were ripped. I said which ones, and he said all of them. I asked how that happened, and let me tell you the story. She launches into a funny tirade about some hunting misadventures between Vaza and their son Jren, who must be at least 6 now, and the hills, holes, and cliffs they managed to fall down in the course of the last month, all without telling Gale and hiding the evidence. By the time she finishes the story, she points at her ears with a flourish. That's why I got a brand new set of earrings, and they're out hunting together while I sit here and piece together all their clothing. I can help with the mending, I offer. Children, both of them, she declares, but there's a fond smile on her face, and she touches her earrings, and I know she's just exasperated but not truly upset. And I don't mind the mending. It's the ridiculous stories to hide the evidence that annoy me. You didn't come here to watch me patch someone's britches, though. What do you need? I pick up one of Jren's small pairs of pants, fingering the bad rip in the knee. I need to talk to someone about my messy situation. Is it messy? Maybe I should put some tea on after all, Gale says, moving toward the fire pit. But the others do need me. Can you give me the short and sweet version? So I do. I tell her all about my resonance with Rem'eb and how it happened, what it was like back in their village, and how they keep the women there behind a wall to protect them. Her brows go up a few times, but she doesn't comment, just listens. I tell her all about how kind and sweet Rem'eb is to me and how we flirt, but neither of us is pushing the other for fulfilling resonance. How he's made it clear that he wants me, and made it doubly clear that he doesn't want me enough because he's going back home to his people. I know he's waiting for me to say yes and then we'll fulfill resonance, but I don't want to say yes. Because you feel like he's treating you like an afterthought, Gale states. I blanch at her words. It's not exactly like that. Honestly, he's exactly what I need. He's funny and polite and doesn't take himself so seriously. He's the most caring guy. I think that's the problem. He cares too much. Because he's got problems back at home, she adds, nodding thoughtfully. And he can't let go of his obligations to come up here and live with you. Yes, exactly. I'm so relieved someone else sees it. Okay, then. Should he? She tilts her head regarding me. Should he what? I'm not following. Gale gestures at me, her earrings tinkling as they brush her shoulders. Should he ignore that his people are a real mess and need him, so he can come and frolic on the beach with a pretty stranger? I'm trying not to frown, but it's difficult. I was hoping Gale would see my side. I'm not saying we should frolic exactly. I just want him to choose me first. Is that so wrong? It's not wrong at all. And if we lived in a bubble, I'd tell you that he's being unfair. But we don't live in a bubble. The world is messy, and we all have obligations. You say he's kind and thoughtful, and of course he is. Those things that you like about him are what also makes it impossible for him to stay. It sounds like if he abandons his people to stay here with you, they're going to suffer. His father is going to run things into the ground, or he's going to fight with these rebels, and either way, it sounds bad. He might be happy to be with you, thrilled, even, but he can't forget his obligations. And would you really want him to? Would you really want him to be the kind of person that doesn't think about what anyone else needs at all?
No,
I say softly. It's that you need someone to choose you first, and he's not able to do that. Gale replies, her voice as low and gentle as mine. I understand. I really do. It doesn't mean you can't both be happy on some level, but you need to talk to him and hash things out. Trust me, after 2 spouses and being old enough to be your grandma, I've learned a thing or two about relationships, and they all come back to talking things out. I roll my eyes. Gale makes it sound as if she's as old as the hills, but she's maybe 55 if she's a day, and looks like she could be in her early 30s. She is absolutely not grandma material. That's the problem. We don't speak the same language, and it's hard for me to pour my heart out to him when Najme is sitting right there staring. And half the time, she doesn't even get the words right either. Then you take that man to Croatoan, and you get him a language chip. Or better yet, you take him to the old ship and let the computer zap some words into his head. The ship is tipped on its side, but it still works. She gives me a forceful nod. And then you 2 hash it out. She makes it sound so simple. Why does it always feel anything but simple when the 2 of us, myself and Rem'eb, are alone? It's because of resonance. It doesn't want to hear excuses. It just wants babies made. Doesn't care about the rest. Maybe we do just need to talk it out. Thanks, Gale. I know it sounds like both the simplest and the hardest thing in the world, but talking things through at least gets you on the same page. Go get the language dump for Rem'eb. Tell him how I really feel. Why does that all feel so simple yet impossible? Is it because I'm afraid that once we can truly speak freely, without barriers, that he still won't choose me? The thought makes a knot rise in my throat. I know what I have to do. I'm just scared to do it. Thanks, Gale, I say, because if nothing else, I have a bit of clarity now. She drops the last pair of leggings into a pile and gets to her feet. And with that, I should probably see what's going on with breakfast. Between you and me, Jason's driving me nuts with the cooking help. I think he worked in a kitchen, and so he's constantly making things more complicated. Yesterday, he asked me if we ever considered making a fish roulette. I don't even know what the heck that is. A man making things complicated? I joke. You don't say. She snorts with laughter. Chapter 27. Tia. I snag 2 bowls of hot food before Jason drops the shrimp in and bring them back to my hut. I'm still thinking about what Gale said. About how we need to talk it out, and the best thing we can do is to communicate freely. More than that Rem'eb isn't an asshole for his plans to return. I know his plans are anything but selfish, but it's hard to be willing to give him up for the bigger good when all I want is for him to stay by my side. The closer I get to my end of the beach, my Kui begins to hum, louder and louder. It's been far more insistent lately, with the smallest thing arousing me and my dreams full of filthy scenarios. I know it's just going to get worse until resonance is fulfilled, and it's another reason why the situation frustrates me so much. Resonance doesn't give a fuck if Rem'eb abandons me, but I sure do. I duck into my hut with the bowls in hand to find the object of my desires is awake, and he's pulling on layer after layer of clothing, probably in order to come and find me. His expression brightens at the sight of me, worry easing off his face.
Tia, you have returned.
I brought food, I say, holding a bowl out for him. Then you and I should probably have a nice long chat. He tilts his head, studying me, his brows furrowed as he tries to make out what I'm saying. Najme, I tell him, after this. He nods. Food, then find the translator. I sit next to him, my Kui singing in my breast. It's hard to concentrate on anything when all I want to do is touch him. I want to push that fur out of his lap and sprawl over him. I want to lick the head of his dick, not my carved bone spoon. Kissing him and the mental image of his tongue dancing against mine fills my head, and I'm so distracted that I feel as if I'm about to come out of my skin. A hand touches my knee and I gasp, shocking pleasure jolting through me. We both stare at each other, clutching our empty bowls. He leans in to kiss me, and I pull back because I have to get my mind settled on where this is going first. I need to know what my future is going to look like. Najme.
Yes, let us find her.
If he's hurt by my refusal, he doesn't show it. Always so stoic, Rem'eb. It's the chief's son in him, I guess. We wash our bowls and return them to the fire, and then wander through the camp looking for Najme the attendant. Everyone's lingering around camp and talking in whispers, and I remember that we're all supposed to be helping out to do Floor's surprise wedding feast. It seems more important in this moment that we find Najme first, though. I'm not sure we're going to be able to help anyone with resonance humming like it is. Even now I'm fighting the urge to reach over and rip the layers of furs off of Rem'eb so I can touch his warm skin and let my hands roam all over him. If we're apart, the resonance sensations are annoyingly distracting but tolerable. Together, my thoughts have been hijacked by an absolute dickhound, and all I can think about is sex. Sex, sex, sex. I'm not going to be able to hold out against resonance for much longer. I know others have held out for weeks, and Josie and Hayden took over a month to consummate things. I have no idea how the hell they did that, because I can't resist constantly looking at Rem'eb, and when I look at him, things go haywire. My nipples get hard, my body clenches around nothing, and my panties get wet. My breathing speeds up. It makes me want to avoid being around the rest of the tribe, that's for sure. The last thing I want is someone pointing out that I'm sweating or that I look distracted. And if one of the newcomers so much as looks at Rem'eb, I might claw her eyes out. The idea of being rational has been completely abandoned. Now I'm just a snarling, feral creature that needs to get laid. I think Rem'eb is just as lost in this as I am. He stumbles when he walks, as if he's not paying enough attention, and he reaches for my hand constantly. Then, the moment our fingers brush, he pulls away as if burned. I don't know how we managed to find Najme, given that neither of us is paying much attention to where we're walking. Somehow we do manage to find her, though. She's with Devi, who's questioning her eagerly about life underground. If I had my wits together, I would have guessed that she'd be chatting with Devi, who loves to learn about the ecology of this planet. But since all of my brain cells are currently fixated on how good Rem'eb smells as he stands right next to me, well, I can't be blamed for nearly walking over Najme and Devi both as they sit together on the beach. Devi's son, Narav, playing nearby in the sand. Yes, but can you describe them to me in greater detail? Devi is asking, an animal skin spread on her legs and making notes on it with a charcoal-tipped bone. Najme looks confused at the question.
They are mushrooms.
She shrugs. Just mushrooms? I need you to detail them for me. The color, the scent, the length of the stipe, if they grow in clusters or separately, if they have gills or flesh. Also, the environment they grow best in. As much information as you can, please. In cave? Najme shoots us a helpless look as we approach. They are cave mushrooms, big ones. Devi's writing instrument scratches on the hide. And how big is big exactly? Are the textures of the mushrooms different when they're smaller than they are as they grow larger? I clear my throat. Hey, sorry to interrupt, but we need a translator. Can we borrow Najme for a while? Both women turn to look at us, hand in hand, distracted and resonating like a symphony. Najme smiles politely, her gaze focused on our chests, where the source of the endless humming is coming from. It's as if she knows exactly what we're going to ask about. Devi opens her mouth to protest and then snaps it shut again. Yes, of course. We're just talking about some of the aspects of the mushrooms that their people grow. I would love to have a sample to study to see if we could cultivate it up here, but I suppose it's not warm enough. Her expression grows wistful. Though maybe we could artificially make an appropriate environment somehow. I'm still not entirely sure it would work unless there's some sort of dormant root system we can activate. I clear my throat again. Right. Of course. There are far more pressing problems than fungal colonies. Devi rolls up the skin on her lap. Thank you for your time, Najme. May we talk again soon? She smiles at all of us as Najme gets up to leave. Narav races over to his mother with a shell in his hand, proudly showing it off, and Devi is distracted. That one is lovely, my boy, but we've already recorded that one.
Pretty!
Narav says, holding it out again. So it is. Devi takes it from him, beaming. I stand corrected. This one is absolutely worth keeping. We shall put it on our shelf of attractive but scientifically superfluous discoveries. Good job, Narav. You're such a big help. He giggles and races off into the sands again, no doubt to look for more shells. Najme approaches us, her expression troubled. What is superfluous, I finish. It means duplicate. She blinks at me. Double, I correct. A repeat. Ah, repeat. Yes. She nods sagely. Devi knows a great many of the oracle's words. She is very wise. She gestures at the wide-open beach. Where talk? The beach isn't busy today. The weather is nice, the faraway twin suns casting down their faint sunlight with all their might. It means it's a good day for hunting and going out to do chores that are put off during blustery weather. It shouldn't feel as if we're on parade, but with my Kui humming and Rem'eb at my side, I feel conspicuous. Like all eyes of the beach village are on both of us, wondering if we've fucked yet. I can't even blame them. If I was on the other side of this, I'd be watching us too. I point at a distant rocky outcropping near the shore. It's just far enough away that no one will be able to hear our conversations, but not so far that it'll be a huge hike back to the village. Which is good, because I'm not sure I have the energy to trek far. Every bit of me feels like it's trembling, all because of resonance and its need to be fulfilled. We make our way over, and Najme perches on the flat part of a broad rock, crossing her legs and then resting all four arms on her knees as she watches us. I sit across from her, my hands clasped in my lap, and watch as Rem'eb sits next to me. Instead of keeping his hands to himself, he slides one to my waist, another on my shoulder, and pulls me close. It makes my Kui go haywire, and when I glance up at him, our eyes meet. And then I'm lost. I want to crawl into his lap and kiss him until we're both panting and naked. I want to straddle him and guide his dick between my thighs. I'd hold him carefully, rubbing the head of him against the entrance of my body and making both of us wild before I let him slide deep into me. Then, I'd ride his dick until it unfurls inside me. Filling me with his release, Najme speaks, jarring me from my filthy thoughts. So, Tia the stranger, tell me your words. I jerk my gaze away from Rem'eb's heated one, distracted and flustered. Right, of course. My words. Now is the time I say everything. It's just that I haven't really thought this all the way through. I keep getting distracted. I turn to Rem'eb, who's watching me with understanding, worried eyes. I need you to make a deal with me, I tell him, my words feeling weighty. Tia the stranger needs you to make with her, Najme says. Make resonance, I think. Make a deal, I clarify, and it takes all of my being not to shout at her. A bargain. An agreement. Ah, Najme says. She wishes for you to agree with her. Agree? Rem'eb says, puzzled. Over what? I'm starting to think we'd be better off without a translator. Najme's grasp of our language is decent, but she gets just as much wrong as she does right because she doesn't understand slang or idioms. We exchange things we want, I say, trying again. I take one of Rem'eb's free hands in mine and clasp it tight. I avoid eye contact because if I look him in the eye, it distracts me and I need to focus. You want resonance. I will do that if you go somewhere with me temporarily. It won't be for forever, but it's important. Wait, too many words at once, Najme says, looking frustrated. You speak words different than the others. Right. Because I can't quite repeat some of the sounds the Sa-Qui make when I speak their language. No wonder she struggles to follow along. I focus on Rem'eb instead and start over. We have been holding off on resonance. When Najme repeats my words more or less correctly, I continue. It's not because I don't like you. I like you too much. It hurts to think about you leaving once we have resonated and made a child. Have you changed your mind? Najme translates, and when she finishes, Rem'eb sighs heavily. His hand squeezes mine. I cannot change my mind, my Tia. My people need a better leader. I fear what will happen if someone does not step in. I nod, trying not to feel disappointment. Of course I was hoping he'd feel different after being together for the last week, but it's too much to hope for. He's known them all his life, and me just a few short weeks. Why would I be important enough for him to abandon everything? He's important to them. Even though the answer is expected, it still hurts. Then I will join you in bed, and we'll make a baby. But I want you to do something for me. I want you to take a journey to the ancestors' ship with me. I want you to get the language lasered into your head. I want us to be able to talk, really talk, without any confusion, any interpreters. After that, I won't hold you if you have to go. Najme translates as best she can, but she gets the point across, more or less. They both get confused when I mention the language dump, as Georgie calls it. It takes a bit of explaining for them before I settle upon telling Rem'eb and Najme that the oracle of our people will provide learning to them at a very quick pace. It will be a journey of several days, and it will have to be after we have fulfilled resonance. I admit. I don't think I can travel far feeling the way I am.
I do not mind a bit longer, Rem'eb says. I will take our time together and be grateful.
Grateful. I smile thinly. I guess I can be grateful too, right? Or I can try.
I will come as well,
Najme says eagerly. Setnef the Wanderer and Talnef the Swiftest will wish to come too. Super. But I can't exactly say no. If they plan on staying above with everyone else, and from what I can tell, the brothers don't intend to go back, and Najme wants to stay and learn a while but plans to go back later. They all need a translator chip or the language dump if they're going to be able to communicate. It'd be the height of selfishness for me to insist Rem'eb and I go alone, no matter how much I might want that. Of course. And perhaps some of the clones and taters. Najme continues, chattering happily. This is exciting. Rem'eb just watches me. His hand goes to my knee and he rubs it, and I swear, even through leather, his touch burns me.
Are you all right with this deal?
It's the only choice I have, isn't it? I whisper. Najme leans in, a hand to her ear.
I miss your words. Speak again?
I said yes, I am happy. I say louder. We can't keep going on like this after all. And if I vomit out everything I'm feeling to Rem'eb and it changes nothing, then it was never meant to be anyhow. Najme claps her hands.
I will speak to Colleen and the other clones. Perhaps they will enjoy a journey. Surely they want to see more of this world.
She pauses, thinking,
what about the Dragon Man?
I pry my gaze from Rem'eb's, trying to concentrate on her excited words. Ashtar? No, I don't think he'll come. If it was a smaller group, I might suggest that Ashtar fly us to the Ancestors' ship. It'd be far quicker. But Ashtar has been wary around the Ancestors ever since Rem'eb started asking questions about healers. I think he worries that someone's going to get it in their head to steal Veronica, and since Ashtar can be quite destructive, I think it's best to keep the two groups separate. No Ashtar, just Rem'eb and Tia.
Rem'eb and Tia.
Rem'eb agrees, the hand on my back skimming over my spine. It's like we're alone together in that moment, and I can't take my eyes off of him. I ache with how badly I want him, need him.
When do you want to start, my Tia?
Start? He must mean him and I. When do we want to try to make a baby? No sense in waiting any longer, I decide. I take his hand from my knee, lift it to my lips, and kiss his fingertips. Now. Chapter 28. Tia. I forget all about Najme as I kiss Rem'eb's hand, the very fist that he's named for. His scent carries on the air, and I can't define it as anything specific. Just him. Just perfect. I kiss his knuckles again, gazing up at him.
Now?
He echoes, repeating me. I nod. I'm tired of being tortured by resonance. If we can't come to an agreement about our future, at least I'll be able to tell him how I feel before he returns to his people. Maybe we can set up some sort of co-parenting schedule. Though, thinking ahead to that lonely future makes me ache. Now, I remind myself. Focus on here and now, or you're just going to cry all day. I don't want to cry. Not when Rem'eb moves toward me, cupping my head in his big hand, and gazes down at me as if I'm the most gorgeous thing he's ever seen. His eyes are so soft and full of love that I have to believe in this moment. I have to believe that everything will work out after all. Don't I deserve a fairy tale too? I just won't think about how there's no happy ever after to this story. I'll focus on one day at a time, 1 hour, 1 minute. And this minute, this one is glorious. My sweet stranger, Rem'eb murmurs, leaning down to kiss me. I have waited so long for this moment. I have too. I want to touch him. I want to join our souls. More than that, I want to forget everything for the next while. Just a few hours of bliss, please and thank you. Take me home. I forget that he can't understand me for a brief moment. Najme's voice breaks through our hazy bubble of lust. She says to go to her hut. I can do that. He lifts me by the waist as if I'm a feather and wraps his arms around me. One goes under my butt and one around my back, another anchoring at my waist as he continues to grip my hair. It's like I'm completely enveloped by him, and I feel so protected and safe. I cup his face in my hands and kiss him, showing him all my emotion, all my longings. As we kiss, Rem'eb carries me across the beach. His tongue brushes against mine, a silent entreaty, and I suck on it, letting him know that this time we're not stopping. This time, we're going to give in to the urges that have been pushing us together. We kiss across the sands, staggering back to my hut, and I don't know how he manages to find it, but he does. Rem'eb sets me down on the elevated platform that keeps my hut off of the sand, my feet touching it. I glance around, dazed as Rem'eb steps up to join me. He pushes the flap that covers my door aside forcefully, sweeping in, his long, fluffy tail holding the flap back as I follow him inside. Rem'eb takes my hand and guides me across my floor to my bed. He indicates that I should sit and kneels in front of me to remove my boots. It's a speedy task with his 4 hands, and he tosses them aside before giving me a heated look, as if he's trying to figure out what to do next. Tia? Yes? Are you hungry? Really? That's what he's going to ask me now? No. Thirsty? No. Cold? I shake my head. Are you comfortable? Do you require anything? One hand scrubs down his face, and I realize for the first time that he's nervous. I want this to be right for you. Tell me if there is anything you need. Wordlessly, I hold a hand out to him. With a groan, Rem'eb takes my hand in his grasp. He leans in, kissing my palm feverishly, then moving to my wrist. He sucks on my skin there as if he can't help himself, and I gasp at the sensation. It sends a bolt of lust shooting straight through my body, and the heat settles between my thighs, pulsing there. He laps at my pulse point, his gaze flicking to my face. Can I undress you? I nod. Even though I want to rip my own clothes off just to move to the next part where he touches my bare skin, if it gives him pleasure to undress me, I'll let him. I force myself to remain still, quivering, as he pulls the ties at my waist apart, loosening them until the heavy leathers start to slide down my shoulders. His gaze devours me, as if I'm a present he's unwrapping. With gentle fingers, he eases my sleeves down my arms, and my wrap tunic falls to a puddle at my hips. I'm wearing my band, knotted between my breasts, because everything bounces too much without it. Rem'eb's gaze falls to my cleavage, and with a careful knuckle, he traces the swells of my breasts. A breath shudders through me, and I arch ever so slightly, like a cat enjoying a long-awaited petting. May I take this off? He asks. Part of me loves that he's being so very careful, but the other part of me wants him to rip my clothing off with sheer abandon, to throw caution to the wind and just attack me. But Rem'eb is nothing if not responsible and aware of his strength, and it's one of the things I love most about him. He can't be other than who he is, even if it's making me go slowly mad with arousal. But I can do more than just sit here like a lump. I fall back onto the furs, propping up on my elbows so I can keep watching his big body as he looms over me. I lift one bare foot into the air, indicating that he should remove my pants for me. His gaze slips to my foot and he grasps it in one large hand. I gasp at the way he clasps it, his hand warm and calloused and huge. It practically swallows my foot, and I didn't realize I was so sensitive there. I gasp again when he leans in and nibbles on my ankle, his mouth moving over delicate bones. He kisses me there and my wrist throbs, reminding me of how he put his mouth there too. He looks at me as he mouths my heel, and I shiver. He gives my ankle one final kiss and then tugs on my pant leg, pulling it down. Or trying to. It's still belted at my waist and I hurriedly undo the knot there. It's clear Rem'eb isn't used to undressing women, and I don't want to interrupt this moment for anything. I fall back onto my elbows again, lifting my hips to help him pull my pants downward. He tugs one leg free, and then I lift the other, shoving my foot right under his nose again. It's part playfulness, part demand that he put his mouth on me some more. I like it far more than I probably should. It's the way he acts when he tastes even the most mundane of my body parts. Like he wants to be there for hours. Like he's never had better than this moment. Like he'd die happily if he could just kiss my knee for the rest of all time like he is right now. Rem'eb's mouth tickles against my skin, brushing over one leg as he finishes pulling my pants free from the other. Then I'm in nothing but my breastband and panties, and I'm feeling sexier and more beautiful than ever, all because he looks at me like I'm a goddess. Our eyes lock again, my quee humming with renewed enthusiasm. The resonance song is so strong that it makes my entire body feel as if it's vibrating. With a careful hand, I keep my gaze on him as I pull the knot between my breasts free. My supportive leather band falls to the side, my tits bouncing free. His gaze immediately goes there, the lust blazing in his eyes. I arch my back, thrusting my tits out. My nipples are tight, pricking as if begging for his touch. Or my touch. Or any touch. Fuck. I just need to be touched. I run a finger along the tip of one breast as he watches. Rem'eb groans, leaning forward and falling over me. His mouth is on my neck, his big body brushing over mine. A hand cups my breast, a sharp gasp escaping me. "You smell so good," he murmurs against my ear, his thumb skimming my nipple and sending prickles of desire all through me. "And you are so soft, all over. I could touch you for days." "I highly encourage such a thing," I whisper. He pulls back, eyeing me. "I did not mark what you said." Shit. The moment is ruined. Rem'eb's searching my face, making sure everything is all right. I hate this language barrier. I hate it so much. I tap my chin hurriedly, telling him that all is good, and then put my hand over the one on my breast and give it a squeeze. I hope that's a universal sign for keep going. His eyes flare and he kisses me again, his lips clinging to mine as his thumb teases my nipple. I whimper, sliding my hand to the back of his neck, and hold on tight as he kisses my chin and then moves lower. Yes, yes, please kiss my breasts. Please put your mouth on them in that unhinged way you did my ankle. The sound I make when he kisses the tip of my breast is unholy, unintelligible. All I know is that I need so much more. Rem'eb makes a ragged sound, licking my nipple and gazing up at me. "More of that." I nod frantically. He falls upon my breasts again, cupping one and kneading it as he lavishes attention on the other. He gives one and then the other the same wild attention he gave to my wrist, with hungry, open mouth kisses and sucking, as if he wants to devour me piece by piece. A second hand cups my breast, and then both are cradled while he goes back and forth between them, sucking on my nipples.
My beautiful stranger,
He murmurs between mouthing nips.
let me taste you all over.
I moan, arching my hips. Yes. He kisses between my breasts, tongue trailing through the valley there, and slides his body lower. A hand grasps my panties and drags them downward, the bulky leather hitching at my hips. I lift them, but he has to tug on them twice before they move, and glances up at me sheepishly. I giggle. They're terrible, I know, but I feel naked without them. A grin curves his mouth.
I hope you are not laughing at me.
Never, I say with a shake of my head. I can't imagine being in this moment with anyone else. Who else would take the care to adore me like he is, to ensure that I'm enjoying myself? My smile fades a little as another needle of longing pierces my heart. How am I going to survive when he leaves me behind?
Am I allowed to say you wear far too many layers?
Rem'eb comments as he pulls my panties down my legs.
I am sweating in my gear right now, yet I know that if I stepped outside I would be chilled.
I eye him, amused that we've forgotten about undressing him in our focus on my pleasure. He's still wearing his layers of furs, a thick cloak over his shoulders, and an equally thick poncho over his torso and belted at the waist of heavy leggings. Let's get you naked, then. Reaching for his belt, I tug on the knot there and glance up at him. Yes? His eyes flare with excitement.
Yes.
He leans back, straightening, and I undo his belt, tossing it aside. Next comes the cloak, and then the poncho that I lift over his head, and promptly gets tangled on his tall, tall horns. I struggle to push it over them, and as I do, he plays with my breasts, as if he can't stop himself from touching me for even a moment, as if he'll die if he stops caressing me for even a moment. It makes it difficult to concentrate on undressing him because by the time his chest is exposed, I'm panting and aroused from his touches, from the way he seems to know just how to tease my nipples. When he's down to just his pants, I run a hand down his broad chest, tracing the rippling muscles. His torso is thick and incredibly muscular. He doesn't have the defined six-pack that, say, Ashtar does. Instead, he's impossibly solid, and when I go to pinch his abdomen, nothing comes away. He's just broad and big and thick and juicy. So damn thick. One hand knots in my hair, dragging me toward him even as he rubs my tight, aching nipple. Rem'eb bends down and kisses me. I lose myself against his mouth, sinking into the moment. His lips play against mine, teasing, and then he open-mouth licks me, and I gasp at how erotic that one small motion is.
Do not distract me, Tia,
he whispers.
I have not forgotten my vow to kiss you all over.
As if I want to distract him away from that. I want him to kiss me all over, too. I moan a yes in response. Rem'eb gives me another lurid, wet, open-mouth kiss that makes my pussy clench, and then bears me back onto the furs again. I lie back, my arms resting at my sides as he kisses his way down my abdomen towards the curls covering my pussy. I'm whimpering again, making noises that would embarrass me if I weren't out of my mind with hunger. I spread my thighs, encouraging him when his big body settles between my knees. Instead of touching me, though, he just gazes down at everything I'm exposing, as if memorizing the sight of me. For the last week, we've avoided going too far, as if we knew that if someone got undressed, it'd all be over. So we've kissed and groped, We've had a few dry humping sessions, and we've always ended with both of us fully clothed and achingly unfulfilled. Today is different, though. As he gazes at my pussy, he strokes one hand languidly up my thigh. "I like your fur," he murmurs. My nostrils flare and I have to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing. He makes it sound like I have an absolute mop between my legs, when I know there's nothing more than a few sparse curls. But this is a man, an alien, who has a massive furry tail and a pelt on his lower legs and lower arms, and one that spreads across his shoulders. Of course he'd like any body hair I have. It's rather freeing, and makes me even more confident. I put a foot on his shoulder, then slide it over his back as he leans in so close I can feel his breath against my skin. Yes, yes, yes. Kiss me there. Kiss me right where it'll feel so fucking good I'll lose my mind. He doesn't, though, and it's like I'm being edged into madness. Instead, he traces a finger up my thigh, across where it connects to my body, and then down the seam of my pussy. I'm aching and wet, and he drags his fingertip through the slickness there before lifting his finger and examining.
Allow yourself a moment of stillness, where time slows and the world feels gentle for just a breath.
Let me get away. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake a feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I want love. Towns out alone, hood keeps wheeling. The mother willows, I can freeze my time. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I want love.
It. A moan slips out. My moan. I watch, fascinated, as his tongue flicks out and he tastes me on his fingertip. I can see the exact moment his glowing eyes darken, the deeper blue of his pupil widening with arousal. He sucks his finger clean, a hungry, rusty sound of pleasure rumbling from his throat. Then, his gaze flicks to mine before he spreads my pussy wide open with his fingers and dips his face in for a better taste. I cry out as his tongue snakes over my sensitive skin. My hands go to those arching, tall horns of his, and I hold on tight, desperate to cling to something as he explores every inch of me with his tongue. There's no part of me that's unlicked, no bit of skin that doesn't get an open-mouth, reverent kiss. His tongue dips inside me, and my hands jerk on his horns. It feels good, really good. And yet I need him to touch my clit, too. My pulse feels as if it is entirely parked there, and it throbs with the desperate need for touch.
I want to lick you like this every night from now on,
Rem'eb tells me between strokes of his tongue over my skin.
I want to bury my mouth here and never come up for air.
Whimpering, I reach down and show him my clit, teasing a little circle around it as I do. Here, I pant. Touch me here, like you did before. He grabs my hand and pulls it away, holding it tight so I can't touch myself.
Patience. I have not forgotten that you need to come. Let me enjoy myself for a while longer.
Moaning again, I clutch the hand clasped to mine as he tastes me, licking and nibbling until I'm squirming against his mouth. Rem'eb makes a hungry noise and pulls me down a little bit further until his face is fully buried in my pussy and his mouth closes over my clit. I cry out, arching. He pins my other hand next to the first one, and then they're both locked down by him next to my head while he feasts on my clit. I had no idea that being held down would feel so fucking good. But it adds another layer to my pleasure, and before I even realize what I'm doing, I'm grinding against his mouth as he sucks on my clit, and the hardest, most intense orgasm of my life rolls through my body. I quake all over, shivers going down my spine as he moves over me. He kisses me hard, and I can taste myself on his mouth. His dick brushes against the inside of my thigh, and I spread my legs wider, inviting him over me. When he slides into me, I let out a sigh, my eyes fluttering closed. His body, piercing mine, fulfills something deep inside me, like it's scratching the itch. I lift my hips, my hands still pinned by him, and he rocks against me.
Tia,
he breathes.
My stranger, my mate.
Then he goes still, and deep inside me I can feel his frill unfurl. It pushes against my inner walls, the sensation strange. Something surges, the head of his dick, and it's like it's fluttering deep inside me as he empties himself. I suck in a breath, fascinated at the sensation. It's almost like a butterfly is trapped deep inside my body, and it's making me squirm and want to come again. Rem'eb groans, his big body straining over mine. He keeps me trapped in place, and even my wriggling won't make him let me up. He pulses deep inside me again, and something deep and strange coils in my belly. I moan, circling my hips against his, chasing that new sensation.
Need more?
He asks. Panting, I nod, straining against him. I need something. A hand steals between us, skimming over the mound of my pussy and then finding my clit. It's like he flips a switch. A shriek escapes me as my entire body clenches around him again, and this time, The feel of his frill unfurled inside me, the head of his dick pulsing deep in my womb. It makes me come again, but this one feels deeper and 10 times more intense. I can't breathe as my pussy clenches tight. All I can do is arch against his touch, my mouth open wide as every inch of my body locks up in the most fierce climax I've ever had. Rem'eb touches the side of my face, cupping it even as he catches his breath. My mate. He tells me again, his gaze soft as he regards me. Am I, though? Because he's going to leave me behind. And if there's one thing I know about resonance mates on this planet, it's that they always stay together. I'm not going to argue, though. Not when he's sunk deep inside me and shuddering, and we're both out of breath. Not when our quees are purring so sweetly together, like we've finally done something right. For now, I'm just going to enjoy this moment. The tears can come later.
Chapter 29. Rem'eb. The time I spend with Tia is a gift. There are no water clocks to mark time above, no tide rise and tide fall. Instead, they judge days by daylight and when it fades. Several of these days pass as Tia and I enjoy resonance. We are lost with one another, always kissing and caressing. I love touching her and her soft brown skin. I love sinking my fingers into the tangling coils of her mane. And I especially love when she wakes me up from sleep, tossing a leg over my hips and sinking down onto my erect cock, just as she does this morning. I groan, surging into her, and pump my hips. I sink deep into her, relentless, until my frill unfurls and blooms inside her. She gasps, her knees locking against my sides, her palms pressing on my chest, and rides me with tiny motions, dragging out our joined pleasure. It is easy to tell when my mate is sated because her entire body clenches around me and she trembles. Until I get that tremble, I know to hold off on my own pleasure, or to drag hers to the forefront with a few touches to her cunt. This time she comes just by the plunge of my cock deep against her womb, and Tia arches her back, shivering as she squeezes my cock deep inside her. When she collapses over my chest with a languid moan, I know she is well pleased. I stroke a hand up and down her back, petting her soft skin. When she recovers, she props her chin up on my chest and smiles at me, a sated expression on her face. Hungry, Rem'eb? She makes a gesture with her hand, indicating eating, but I have learned a few of her words by now. I nod and she slips off of me, moving across her crude hut to where she keeps a pitcher of fresh water. Her friends have been leaving food and drink just outside the hut for us, and no doubt her entire tribe is aware that we are fulfilling resonance. Something like that is celebrated back in the cave, so I see no reason why it would not be celebrated here. I put 2 of my hands behind my head and watch appreciatively as she moves. Her steps are light and almost gliding, her delightful backside bouncing with her motions. I like watching her naked. It is a shame it is so very cold above, because she looks delectable in nothing but her skin. Tia washes up, wets a towel for me, and then tosses it in my direction. I catch it in one hand, ice-cold water splattering everywhere the moment I close my fingers around it. Sputtering, I sit up. That's cold. She just laughs at my misery and moves to the food, picking through what's left on the tray for us. Fish? Roots? Something else? Take whatever you wish. I will have what is left. I wipe my cock down, trying not to wince at the cold, cold water against my sensitive, overheated skin. We have mated so many times in the last few days that my cock actually aches, my frill swollen from overuse. Not that it has stopped us. Resonance has been relentless. Relentless, and possibly the most enjoyable experience ever. I glance over at my mate as she fills a plate for us, humming to herself, and she has small marks on her skin from me sucking on her too enthusiastically. I know there are scratches on my back from her nails, but I wear these small pains gladly. She returns to my side, and instead of sitting next to me, Tia sets the plate down and immediately pushes her way into my lap. Oh, I chuckle, amused at her bossiness. What is this? Warm seat, she tells me, and wiggles her bottom. She leans her back against my front. picks up the plate, and holds a bite of something up to my lips. I take it from her, chewing. Salted fish jerky. Not my favorite, but a decent bite. She takes a nibble of the same, relaxing in my arms. Once I've finished chewing, I rest my chin atop her head. Tia is smaller than me, but I like her size. You fit in my arms perfectly. Did you notice that? Yes. Her voice is full of amusement. Easy to do when you're huge. I do not mark any of that, and I bite back my frustration. Like a selfish creature, I want to devour all her words and hate that any of them slip away. I want to know what she is thinking, what makes her laugh, everything. We can communicate some with gestures, facial expressions, and a few shared words, but it is not enough. She always grows sad when I mention I cannot understand her, so I avoid that. Today, I decide, I want nothing but smiles from my lovely mate. I stroke her coiling hair and then reach over her shoulder to snatch a piece of food from the plate. Will you work on your loom today? Tia says, but I do not know what that answer means. She glances over at the loom off to the side of her hut. Since we have fallen into bed together, we have attempted to work on the loom, but without much success. Our minds have been on other things. It looks correct to me, but I do not know much about looms. Tia is not entirely satisfied with it and continues to toy with the strings and the comb-like bar that dangles from them. Or we could eat and return to the furs, and I can kiss all my favorite places upon your body. Tia chuckles, turning her head to glance up at me. Whole day? It might take all of the day indeed, I muse, guessing at the other part of her words. I have many favorites. She offers me another tidbit, reaching back, and I nibble it from her fingers. Loom, yes, she says after a moment. I think there is a noisy rattle just outside the hut, making me jump to my feet. Tia scrambles for the furs, and I look for a weapon. Door, Tia calls, throwing a fur at me. Door! She gestures frantically at the entrance, even as she slides a tunic over her naked form, and it takes me a moment longer to follow. Who's there? Tia calls out. Ah, the entrance. Najme, the attendant, calls out a far too cheerful voice. May I enter? Tia's eyes go wide, and she slides the blankets over her bare legs, gesturing at me. I wrap the fur around my hips in a loose kilt and then grab my discarded belt and tie it on. Tia's hut is a mess of discarded clothes and tousled furs. We have not been paying attention to keeping things tidy these last few days, and I pick up a few scattered items even as I head for the entrance. I open the door, squinting at the brightness outside, and a cold gust of wind strikes my face. Guess we're gonna have company after all, Tia mutters behind me. Najme gives us a bright smile as she steps inside. Greetings to you both. I hope it is all right that I pay you a visit. Setnef the Wanderer said I should leave you be, but I figure one does not find the answer to a question if one does not ask, eh? She pushes past me and rubs her sleeves. It is quite cold outside. Your fire is so low. Do you need help with it? We were warm enough, I say, and it is an effort to remain polite as Najme settles herself by the fire pit. The hut has been cozy enough, but now that Najme has entered, so has the chill. I let the flap fall once more, then pull another fur over myself as I move to sit next to Tia and tuck another fur around her. She smiles up at me, but her smile is forced. I understand how she feels. I am struggling not to feel resentful of Najme's presence here. When it was simply myself and Tia in this hut, I could forget about duty. I could forget about my father waiting below for my return, or the rebels who might even now be plotting against him. Najme is a reminder of my people, from the beaded necklaces she wears atop her fur tunic to the horns that she has decorated with little fur puffs on the ends. I know she is only being friendly and inquisitive, and it is the attendant's duty to learn as much as possible, but I still want her to leave. I want to push her back out onto the cold beach and close the flap of the door and forget we ever saw her. Pull Tia into my arms again and not think about the rest of the world. Najme looks around the hut as I settle furs around my mate. Her gaze moves to the loom and she turns to look at me. Did you break that? No. We cannot figure it out, and I did not have time to ask. She chuckles and jumps to her feet, her tail swishing. She moves to the loom, eyes it, and then moves the comb-like bar and props another up. Immediately, the threads straighten, and Tia gasps, forgetting all about me. My mate crawls across the hard floor to the loom and starts touching everything. This? She asks Najme. That is the heddle. You had it in the wrong place. It fits into one of these sets of notches to raise half of the strings. Look, You create a gap between the warp threads here, that is, the shed. The shed rod makes the space bigger, and you feed the weft thread through the space. There are 2 shed rods on this loom, and perhaps that is why you have struggled. They are used in combination with your heddle to create more intricate patterns. Here, let me show you. Tia's eyes are wide as Najme gives a demonstration, and when she pulls the comb down, it settles the new thread against the rest of the half-woven project. When my mate makes an incredulous sound, I know she is happy. Some of my grudging sourness at Najme's presence fades. We thank you for your help. We have been looking at it for many eves now, trying to figure it out. Not trying very hard, Najme teases. In fairness, you have been distracted. Tia says nothing. She is too busy feeding a piece of the loom, the weft, through the alternating threads, her fingers trembling with excitement. I am forgotten for the moment, and I feel a surge of jealousy over the loom as well. Must I share my mate with both it and Najme? How did you know how to work the loom? As attendant, it is my job to know things. Is this why you are here, then? I ask. To show off your knowledge? My mate turns, surprised at my tone. I flush with embarrassment at my rudeness. It is not that I dislike Najme. It is that she represents everything I am trying to forget. If the cheerful attendant is hurt by my words, she does not show it. Her smile remains bright as she turns to me. I did not come to speak of looms at all. I came to see when we will go to the great ship. It has been many days now, and I am eager to see the oracle's ancestor. And now that I am here, I can hear for myself that your resonance song is different. Does this mean we will go soon, yes? Her eagerness is palpable. I hate to disappoint her and open my mouth to say just that. When I pause, is our resonance song different? I have grown so accustomed to its hum, its ceaseless energy, that I haven't noticed the change. But Najme is right. The once insistent Kui song has slowed to a more contented, almost sleepy sound. Resonance has been fulfilled. Tia is carrying my child now. I look over at my mate, shocked. She clutches a hand to her chest over her heart, and her expression is just as stunned as my own. Neither of us had realized this. It took an outsider coming into our cozy nest and pointing out the obvious. Tia blinks, and I wait for her to say something to me, to say she is happy, relieved, glad to move forward. If she is joyous, then I think I can live with this. But she only turns to Najme, her hand still over her breast, and says a few soft words I do not make out. Najme turns to me, beaming. She is right. There is no reason to delay further. Shall we leave tomorrow, then? Tomorrow? It feels so sudden. I want to stay in this hut with Tia forever. I want to nibble on the foods left for us and then return to the furs for more kisses and caresses. I want her underneath me or on top of me, and then we collapse together, sated and content. I want to see her weave her first project on the loom and the pride she will have on her face. I want to watch her belly grow round with my child and watch it come into this world. But I am Chief's son. I am the fist, and because of that I do not get any of this. I must help my people, no matter what it costs me. I look over at Tia, and the sadness is back in her eyes, her shoulders slumped with defeat. She knows what I am thinking, and no words are needed. We both know. Tomorrow, I agree, hiding my despair. Will you inform Setnef the Wanderer and Talnef the Swiftest on my behalf, Najme? Of course. I shall tell the others. She jumps to her feet, regarding us. Others? I echo, trying to think. What others? The human clowns and the taters. Clones, Tia murmurs, her mouth quirking. Clones, not clowns. Clones, Najme agrees. The words are very similar. You said we could bring others with us, and so I have asked around. I have told them we are leaving to go find the great ancestor, and some of them wish to join us. Colleen does, and one of the taters. Another female, too. And we cannot forget Arjal the Stranger and Rosalind the Berry Ant. So many. It makes me want to go on this journey even less, because it means I will not have much time alone with my mate. Yet I made this promise to her. How can I go back on it now? Invite who you like, I say wearily. I do not care who comes along. Just make sure they are ready in the morning. Wonderful, Najme announces and gets to her feet. If we are leaving in the morning, we must pack now. I should speak with the others, unless you wish to meet with them first, or should we wait until the weather is nicer? Perhaps we should see if— We go tomorrow, I say, my gaze on Tia. She will not look me in the eye. I keep watching her, even as I answer Najme. even if it is snowing. If they are not ready to go by sunrise, they will not be coming with us. Eep! Najme races out of the hut with a laugh. We will be ready. See you at sunrise. The door flap slaps shut behind her, and then I am left alone with Tia, my sweet, lovely, fragile stranger. She stares at her hands in her lap, all the excitement from the loom gone. She does not speak. The sooner we leave, the sooner I will be able to understand you, I tell her. It is for the best. It's what we agreed on, she says, her voice gentle. Her hands twist in her lap. It's fine. I do not need words to know what she is thinking. I know because I am thinking the same. We agreed to this, and yet it feels too sudden, too soon. I want another handful of days of resonance. I want a handful of turns. I am not ready either. Yet I must do my duty. It is the job of the chief's son. I remind myself that the lives of many are worth more than the happiness of myself and of Tia. Returning is the right thing to do. And I am so tired of it all. For once, I want to do the wrong thing, the selfish thing. I am sorry, Tia. She looks up at me and her eyes are shimmering with unshed tears, but she shakes her head and crawls across the floor toward me. No, sorry. She slides into my lap and cups my face with her hands. No, sorry. We agreed. Sardiel. I wish I did not have my obligations to my people, I tell her, a knot in my throat. How can I leave her behind? It will be like leaving half of myself behind. I cannot even think about the child we have made, or I will be utterly destroyed. Sardiel, Tia repeats softly, and tilts my face down so she can kiss me. No, sorry. I wrap my arms around her and hold her tight. It does not matter if it was what we agreed upon or not. I still hate it. I hate it, and time feels as if it is sweeping away from us, like the water that sweeps back from the shore. Far too aware of losing what time we have left, I kiss my mate hungrily, bearing her down into the furs. If we only have a few days left together, let all of them be full of touches and joy. I kiss her and ignore the knot in my throat that will not leave.
Chapter 30. Tia. Our traveling party is a nicely distracting group. Just like Najme had mentioned, she's brought along several people. Setnef and Talnef are with us, but Arjal and Rosalind opted to stay behind. Instead, we have Harlow and Rook with us, and their 2 children. Colleen and Natalie from the group of clones are with us, and one of the gladiators, I refuse to call them taters, named Chalath, who looks like he's got some cat genes. It all starts out decently, with Rook and Harlow leading the way. Rook pulls the 2 children along on a sled behind him, and the rest of us carry packs. Rook and Harlow have been to the ship many times before, and they insisted upon coming along so we wouldn't get lost. Plus, I want to see if the computer is aware of Najme's Oracle pod, and if so, if they're able to contact one another. Harlow adds, if so, we might be able to set up a long-distance line of communication. I hope so. Maybe I can check in on Rem'eb when he returns underground. My heart hurts a little just thinking about it. Rem'eb is quiet as we trek through the snow and into the mountains that encircle the beach cove. He insists upon carrying my pack on his strong, broad back and won't hear otherwise. Chalath offers to carry the packs of both Colleen and Natalie in exchange for kisses, and both women make disgusted sounds and turn him down. The brothers, Setnef and Talnef, end up carrying the packs for the women and ask for no kisses. Something tells me they do it just to look better against Chalath's selfishness. The 2 women walk with Najme, who keeps an endless stream of chatter up as if it's her personal responsibility to put us all in a good mood as we travel. It's a losing battle. Harlow's kids are fussy because they're bored. The brothers are stunned by the scenery around us. Chalath's a dick, and Rem'eb and I are lost in our own personal misery. We walk behind the others, last in our straggling train across the snows. Hey, can we take a break soon? Colleen calls out to Rook and Harlow. My boots are covered in ice. It's an ice planet. Natalie points out, gesturing at the tall mountains around us that blot out the sunlight. It's quite possibly the first time she's spoken today. I also notice for the first time that she's wearing her clothing inside out, with the soft fur on the inside instead of the outside. Weird. Chalath snorts with amusement, and Colleen scowls at both of them. They all stop walking, though. Harlow taps Rook on the shoulder and he nods. She turns to us, bright orange braids peeking out from under a furry round hat. We'll take a break and then pick up again in a little bit. How's that? Her mate looks less thrilled at stopping, but Rook never likes to bother with anyone much outside of Harlow and his kids, or maybe his brother Rahosh. I'm still a little surprised they came with us on the trip, but I think that's more Harlow than anything. He'd follow his female to the ends of the earth. Or ice planet. Whatever. Chalath throws down his blankets and gestures at them, indicating that Natalie, Najme, and Colleen should join him on the furs. I'm kind of amused that all three of them promptly ignore him, sitting on their packs a short distance away. The Ancestor brothers sit on a rock, talking quietly amongst themselves and adjusting their boots, while Harlow hands snacks to her kids. Rem'eb sets his pack down and gestures that I should sit on it. Rest your feet. You need your strength. I indicate that he should sit so I can sit in his lap, and a little smile tugs at his mouth. It's the first one I've seen today, and it feels rarer than diamonds. He sits on the blanket, cross-legged, tail thumping, and automatically reaches for me. When I sit in his lap, his arms go around me and he pulls his cloak over the two of us. I snuggle down against his chest, content. Your idea was better than mine, he admits, lips moving against my hair. I have lots of amazing ideas, I say, even though I know he won't understand. Stick with me, baby, and you'll find out. He just nuzzles my head, pulling me close. The wind picks up, snow drifting off of a rocky outcrop in the distance, and my gaze goes to it. Rem'eb's does too, and he leans in close to me again. How big is the above? Very. I make an expansive gesture with my hands. I do not trust it. It is too open. Why? Anything could fall on you from above. Rem'eb gestures at the sky above us. I bite my lip to stifle my laughter. How high up does this place go? He continues, feeding my amusement. If I stand atop that cliff, can I touch the puffy white thing high above? The cloud? I chuckle. No, you need to be a lot higher to touch those. And where does the snow come from? And the wind? Rem'eb shakes his head again. Far safer down below, where nothing invisible is blowing air upon you. He's so funny. It's just wind. At least below it is warm, he grumps, and I'm both amused and achingly sad at his words. If he loved it up here, maybe he'd stay longer. Maybe warmer weather could entice him to stay if I cannot. I just lean in against him, closing my eyes and trying to drown out the world around us. I need to treasure every moment we have left together. I need to remember each minute with clarity so I can think about them in the years to come when I'm alone with our child and he's back with his people. Rem'eb strokes my arm with one hand, his fingers moving over my sleeve. Are you tired? I shake my head. Just relaxing. He might not understand my words, but I think he gets my tone. He grunts and is quiet for a moment, then whispers, I wish I could be like Setnef and Najme. They love this travel. Opening my eyes, I glance over at Najme, who is excitedly talking Colleen's ear off, while Natalie hugs her knees and gazes off into the distance. Talnef and his brother are a bit farther away from our small group, but Setnef's wagging tail and the way he constantly looks around with amazement makes it clear that he's enjoying the journey. But I guess Rem'eb doesn't. Not you? He glances down at me, his expression thoughtful.
I would give anything to stay in your hut forever. As it is, every step we take feels as if I am walking toward losing you. So no, I am not enjoying this journey.
Oh. My eyes fill with tears. I sniff, hating the wetness that cascades down my cheeks because it's just going to freeze up. I press my face against his chest, hiding my sadness. Then don't leave. But I know it's selfish, even to ask. It takes another day of travel before the sight of the old spaceship rises in the distance. It's on its side, like a tipped-over box, standing alone on a flat plain. Chalath is the first one to spot it.
Is that decrepit hulk what we're looking for?
The Great Oracle! Najme squeals, thrilled. She clasps some of her hands beneath her chin, her others waving excitedly. It's so big! We all gather together to look at our first glimpse of it. Well, I've seen it before, but the others haven't. I watch Rem'eb's face as his gaze settles on the old spaceship, wondering how strange it must look to him. He doesn't even have science fiction movies to go off of like I do.
It's so old,
Chalath says grumpily, crossing his arms.
I wouldn't trust that tech to cook me a meal.
It's on its side, Colleen points out, staring. Or am I wrong? You aren't wrong, Natalie reassures her. There was a big earthquake several years ago that made it tip over, Harlow agrees. But a portion of it has settled into a trench, so it's no longer moving, and there are rope ladders in place where it's too steep to traverse. Just be careful and rope yourself to a buddy. Rook moves closer to the sled he's been tirelessly pulling, nudging Harlow closer to it. He points at a shadow in the distance.
Skyclaw, be on your guard.
And it's probably a good idea to rope yourself to your buddy sooner rather than later, Harlow points out. What is Skyclaw? Asks Najme. A bird lizard, Colleen says, a hand shading her eyes so she can look up. A friggin' huge one if what everyone says is right. Very big and very dangerous, I agree, sliding my hand into Rem'eb's belt. Tell the others, Najme. We all need to tie together because if someone gets swallowed, the other person needs to attack it to let them go. You're not serious, are you? You're shitting me, right? Colleen states. They can eat us? One ate Josie, Harlow agrees. She almost died. After that, no one can get linked up fast enough. Ropes are passed around and we're tied in twos. I'm bound to Rem'eb, who keeps a hand on me at all times, as if he's worried I might get snatched away if he turns his head. Najme ties to Colleen, the brothers to each other, and Chalath looks thrilled to be tied to Natalie. Natalie doesn't complain. She doesn't say anything at all. It's hard to get a read on her, and I remember that she's one of the ones that has no memories from before. Even her name is one that Floor gave her just so we had something to call her. After the Skyclaw sighting, we hurry a little faster toward the fallen ship. As we approach the base of the ship, the size of it becomes far more obvious to everyone. I've seen it a few times before, but I'm always struck at how something so large manages to fly through space. It's got to be the size of a cruise ship in length, though not nearly as bulky as the monstrosities that offer vacation packages back on Earth. Najme falls to her knees as we come to the base. The mighty Oracle, she weeps, raising her hands to the sky. How great! Surely all knowledge is contained within. Who's gonna tell her it's a shitty computer that probably needs a good power cycle? Colleen jokes. Not me, says Natalie, and points to Najme just a few feet away. And you just told her. She can hear you. Colleen frowns at Natalie, then turns her attention to Najme. Her voice is kinder as she touches the other woman's shoulder. Come on, you can't worship that thing. It's just a really old bucket of bolts with a half-functioning computer. Najme allows herself to be pulled to her feet, wiping her cheeks. Computer? It's like a brain, Harlow tells her, full of knowledge. Najme becomes radiant once more. Yes? Don't lead her on, Colleen protests. You're just setting her up for a world of hurt. How would you describe a computer then? Harlow's expression is patient. She kneels in front of the sled, smoothing her small daughter's pigtails and straightening her rumpled clothes in a motherly fashion as the girl continues to hug her doll atop the sled. Harlow glances back over at Colleen. She's not praying to it for rain or asking it to smite her enemies. She thinks it holds a great deal of knowledge, which it does. What part of all that is misleading? I just don't like her being led on, that's all. Colleen grumbles. Let's just make camp, I say, interrupting. It hasn't been all that long since someone was last here. We can probably use their fire pit. A short distance away, I can see the snow-covered remains of an old fire pit and some rocks that encircled it. There's nothing but a light crust over the pit, which means we'll set up there. I gesture at it. This area looks like it falls in the shadow of the ship, which means it'll be a little bit colder overall, but will also be protected from the sky. We're staying out here? Shouldn't we go inside? Colleen asks. So, we don't get eaten by giant birds? Rook takes his daughter off the sled, kisses her round cheek, and hands her over to his mate. His son, he ruffles his hair and stands still, while Rukar links himself to his father's belt. We stay down here, Rook says, and his tone sounds final. Smoke keeps away Skyclaw. Besides, Harlow says in a gentler tone, there's no level surfaces up top. Once you go up, you'll see what I mean. We're here to use the computer, check on a few things, and then return home. Should we sleep in pairs as well, then? Chalath asks, giving Natalie an expectant grin. I will make room for you in my furs and keep you warm. Natalie grimaces, pulling her rope free from his belt. She walks a few feet over to Colleen and Najme and grabs Colleen's belt, silently tying herself to them as a third. No, says Najme. 3 tied together and 1 alone is less safe. Poor Natalie grimaces again and reluctantly holds the end of her rope out to Chalath once more. He takes it and ties her to him again, smirking at all of us as if he's won a prize instead of being her last choice. My amusement at their antics dies quickly because we're here. My time with Rem'eb is going to be measured by hours now instead of days or weeks. The moment he gets the language beam into his mind, the countdown begins. The knot in my throat grows unbearable, and I want to collapse in misery. How am I going to do this without him? I fight back my grief because this is what I agreed to. I can't go back on it now. I just clutch tightly at Rem'eb's hand and hope I have the strength to do this. It's not like he's going to be instantly taken away from me after all. We'll still have a bit of time together. I just have to make the best of it. We set up camp and start a fire. Chalath and Natalie set up tents, still tied together. Chalath does the heavy work while Natalie hands him things. Rook gets the children settled and unpacks the sled with his son Rukar, while Harlow checks the rope ladders. Everything looks just as sturdy as we left it.
I go up first. Rook growls at his mate. To make sure.
Yes, I know. I'm just impatient. She beams at him and a small smile curves his hard mouth in response. Just their happiness makes me ache. They know each other so well after years of being together. I'm envious. So very envious. I take over the fire-making and cooking duties, letting Rem'eb assist me. We're still tied together, and part of me wants this rope around my waist forever. I'm just being impractical now. My grief over what I'm about to lose is affecting my mind. Shall we go up tonight? Harlow asks, once the fire is blazing and her children are settled in the tent. Her eagerness is palpable. Her words send me into a panic, though. Tomorrow, I blurt. We can't go tonight. Everyone stares at me. It'll be dangerous, I point out, forcing myself to keep my voice a little more level, less frantic. What if something has frayed on the ropes? What if there's been a collapse in the ship? Best to go when there's enough light. Rook grunts, nodding.
Tomorrow. The kits are tired.
You're going to make them go up? Colleen stares at him in shock. Harlow laughs, shaking her head as she sits down next to her mate by the fire. Making them? I won't be able to stop them. Are they good climbers? Natalie asks, her expression solemn. Their father is, Harlow says. Her hand goes to her mate's thigh, and he doesn't mind climbing up and down twice. Rook gives his mate a look of pure, sweet, unadulterated love, and I can't take it. I get to my feet, fighting the need to go cry in private. I'm exhausted. I'm gonna head to bed. The moment I stand, though, the rope around my waist tugs, and I gaze down at Rem'eb. My gorgeous, glorious Rem'eb, who looks up at me with such a knowing expression. He holds a hand out to me, and I clasp it with both of mine, because I feel as if I'm about to collapse and break into 1,000 pieces. She says she is tired, Najmeh calls out to Rem'eb helpfully. He nods and gets to his feet, never letting go of my hand.
We will take one of the tents.
With an easy hand, he grabs both of our packs, and we head to the farthest tent. My throat is so tight that I can't speak, and I don't know if I want to scream or cry. Probably both. I step in while Rem'eb unrolls the furs and I kick off my boots, then step onto the blankets. Rem'eb never lets go of me, and when I have my boots off, he shuts the flap to the tent. In the privacy of the interior shadows, he lets out a long sigh.
I am just as torn as you are, my sweet mate,
he murmurs. Immediately I feel guilty. He's keeping to his side of the bargain, and I'm making it worse by grieving. Of course he's hurting too. I reach for his face, caressing him. No, I say softly, because there are few words I can be certain won't be misconstrued. No, sad.
How can I not be?
His arms go around my waist and he holds me tightly, trapping me against his chest.
You think I will be glad to leave you behind? You and my child both. My heart will remain here with you. I will not take a single breath that will not be in your name. This agony you feel, it is mine too.
Tears slip down my cheeks and I hold him tight, pressing my face to his front. The leather ties rub against my skin, and I suddenly want to feel him against me without all these layers. I pull back and tear at his clothing, jerking it off of him. Rem'eb growls and pulls at my clothing.
Yes,
he says, and then his mouth is on mine in a hot, achingly sweet kiss. I cling to him as he shoves my pants down and kick them off when they pool at my feet. Sit, I tell him, tugging him down to the blankets. He does, and I immediately straddle him, my naked pussy pressed against his dick. His pants are still around his ankles, but it's his poncho that bothers me because it keeps me from rubbing myself all over his warm skin. I shove it over his head, and the leather gets caught in his tall horns, like a veil. I'd laugh, but I kiss him instead, rocking my hips against his shaft. I want this moment of desperate connection more than anything. Our mouths meet, over and over, mutually devouring each other. He lifts me up just enough to settle me onto his dick, and I tremble as he sinks into me. Locking my legs around his waist, I let him lift me up and down upon him, shuttling me over his dick. Our movements are frantic with need, and when he unfurls inside me, the pleasure's so intense that I burst into tears. Rem'eb clutches me against him, rocking our joined bodies back and forth. Here I'd wanted a release with quick, frenzied sex, and I've just made myself more miserable. It's reminded me of what I'm going to be missing, and I clutch him tight, wishing for things to be different, and knowing they can't. Chapter 31. Tia. Morning comes far too early, and there are no more signs of Skyclaw. Since we'll be climbing, we decide to keep the rope ties and after breakfast head up into the ship. My eyes feel gritty and hot from a night full of crying, but I pin a bright smile to my face. If anyone asks, I'll just blame hormones. Rook goes up the long rope ladder first, ensuring that it's safe before he allows his mate Harlow to come up. Once she disappears into the ship, Rook heads back down and picks up his daughter Daya. Rukar is old enough that he wants to climb on his own, so Rook ties the two of them together and they go up slowly. After they reach the top, the two brothers go up the side of the ship speedily. "That sure is high up," Colleen comments as Najmeh ties herself to Colleen again. Colleen's hands are on her hips as she gazes up at the entrance to the ship 50 feet into the air. "Has anyone tested the weight limit on these ropes?" "You don't have to go up," I say, as Rem'eb secures our ties around my waist. "You have the language chip already. There's nothing up there for you to learn." "Yeah, but I have to see for myself." "See what?" Natalie asks, unblinking, as Chalath ties her tightly to him, perhaps on a shorter lead than normal. Natalie doesn't object, though, and I don't have the mental strength to argue about it. Maybe I'll say something to Harlow if he starts getting possessive of Natalie on the return trip. Colleen bites her lip. "If there's no hope of going home ever."
"You don't have a home,"
Chalath points out, securing Natalie to him.
"You're a clone. This is your home now, and you should be glad for it."
"Oh, fuck off," Colleen tells him, a scowl on her face. "No one asked you."
"Must one be asked before one offers common sense?"
He gives her a menacing smile full of sharp teeth.
"I am not afraid to go up. Are you, Natalie?"
"Worst that can happen is that we die," Natalie agrees. "Hopefully we'll be high enough that a fall will be an instant death." "Thanks for that," Colleen says sarcastically. "You're welcome." Natalie gives the rope at her waist a tug. "Shall we go up, Chalath?" He gives Colleen a triumphant look and slides an arm around Natalie's waist, and I make a mental note that the talk with Harlow needs to be sooner rather than later.
"I can carry you if you hold on to me,"
he tells the human in his arms. She pats his chest. "Just don't drop me." Chalath climbs like he was born to rope ladders, and Natalie's arms remain linked tight around his neck. I watch them disappear up, and then Najmeh gives her partner Colleen an expectant look. "Okay, fine, we'll go up," Colleen grumbles. "I can carry you," Najmeh says to her, flexing all four arms. "I have no trouble climbing. you can hold on to my front." To my surprise, Colleen blushes and demurs. I'll climb. They head up, Colleen whimpering with every rung, and then it's just me and Rem'eb at the bottom. Our eyes meet. He cups my face in his hands, holding me close. I gaze up at him, waiting for him to say something, to tell me that he's changed his mind, that he doesn't want to do this after all. I know it's selfish to want, but I can't help myself. Rem'eb leans in, presses the gentlest kiss to my forehead, and turns toward the ladder. I can't be disappointed. I can't. Stepping in front of him, I gesture at the ladder. Shall we go then?
Chapter 32. Rem'eb. The interior of the Great Oracle, or the ship, as Tia's people call it, is foreign to me. The surfaces are icy cold and frosted over, and when Harlow touches them, lights blink and flare. I eye the place in wonder, noting that Setnef and Talnef look equally as baffled as me. It smells and looks like metal here, but I catch smells of other things too. The floors are slanted, with several ropes anchored along tilted walls so visitors can move around, and there are muddy footprints on the metal floors. My breath frosts inside, hanging in place now that we are out of the wind. Najme makes a choked sound of pure joy, her expression rapt. I look over at Tia. Her face is carefully blank, her eyes puffy. The resonance song in my chest is lighter now, and I imagine it is melancholy at the thought of leaving her. Is this how Garduk the Forge felt when his mate was made to go behind the wall again? Is this how every male in our village feels? How can they endure it? A strange voice speaks out as we enter, and Harlow speaks back to it in her strange language. The Oracle. It must be. Something that looks like a metal arm descends from the ceiling and poises, waiting. I glance over at Najme, but she does not seem surprised by any of this. She nods, expression eager. May I go first? To get the Oracle's words? Najme looks at me, then at the brothers. I nod. I should watch her to see how the deposit of the words happens. It was explained to us while we traveled. The Oracle will let out a thread of bright red light, and it will touch the eye, but we will not feel it. The light will shine into our minds, and we will fall asleep, and when we wake up, we will have the new words. It seems like nonsense to me, but I trust Tia, and she trusts her tribesmates. Harlow gestures at a mark on the floor, and Najme pulls on the ropes before sliding her way over to the center of the tilted room and bracing her feet. I am ready, Najme declares, her expression radiant. Fill me with your words, Great Oracle. I look over at Tia again. I cannot take my gaze from her face. I want to memorize every line of it, the small upturned nose, the smiling lips that are so soft against mine when we kiss, the sweep of her dark lashes. I should think of what I want to say to her when I have her words. I want to say something wise, something that conveys everything I feel for her. Because resonance has faded away over these last several days, and I yet feel the same when I look at her. Just the sight of her smile makes my spirit light. I am forever entranced by the curve of her hips, the way she walks, the sound of her laughter. She is soft and gentle and caring. She is also brave and determined and a hard worker. She is clever and curious, seeking answers like the loom. Truly, any chief would be proud to have her as a mate. So, why am I leaving her? I ask myself that even as Najme falls gracelessly to the floor in the center of the room. Someone grab her, Talnef calls out, even as Harlow squawks some of her human words and lurches forward. Rook grabs Harlow before she can slip, and Setnef grabs Najme's limp hand before she can slide into the wall. Then they look at me. Your turn, Harlow says. Tia meets my eyes, her expression determined, and gestures that I should move. She gives me a thumbs up to reassure me that all is well. I step forward, the movements difficult due to the slant of the floor. Every bit of me wants to turn and tie myself back to Tia. Not because I am frightened of this oracle or of the beam it will send into my head. I want to return to Tia because it feels as if I am going to lose her. Yet, I am supposed to, am I not? I have vowed to return. I have declared that my people must come first. So I step forward and grab the rope that dangles in the center of the floor. I take it in hand and straighten, standing on the mark that Harlow points at. She makes another gesture, indicating I should put my shoulders back and keep my chin up. This is safe, I tell myself, even as I shoot an unnerved glance over at the fallen Najme. This is not some trick. But I think of my Tia, my sweet stranger. I am keeping my promise to her. A bright red light flares in front of me, and a sharp, hot flash streaks through my skull. As I sink into darkness, I wonder, would I do such a thing for any of my people? Or just Tia? My head throbs, a pulsing heat behind my eyes. I groan, reaching for my brow, only to have my hand gently pushed aside. Here, let me. A wet cloth is pressed to my brow, cold and unpleasant instead of soothing. Actually, I don't know that it's helping. Do we have any warm water, guys? The fire is down below, says another voice. Once they are fully awake and can climb down, we can heat water. Yes, but that doesn't help now, the sweetest of voices says, close to my ear. Warm fingertips brush over my skin. If you can understand me, open your eyes slowly, Rem'eb. The light might bother you and make the headache worse. Tia. Even as I recognize her voice, I notice that she speaks a different language than mine, and yet I understand it well. There is no confusion, no hunting for meanings. I know her words as well as I know my own. I open my eyes and wince at the light that streams in, blue-white, unnatural, and without warmth. I told you to open your eyes slowly, Tia chides, leaning over me. We are still up in the heights of the ship upon the slanted floor. My foot rests against a wall, my shoulder against Tia's hip, and we are still anchored together. Her worried gaze skims over my face, and her fingers caress my jaw. Did it not work? Say something to me, Rem'eb. I lick my lips. You are still the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Her eyes flood with tears of relief, and she gives me a watery chuckle. Oh, thank God. I was going to ask how many fingers I'm holding up, but that sounds better to me. Say something else, too, so I know you're not just being randomly romantic. My weight could have pulled you out of the ship. It is dangerous for us to be tied together. I do not like it. I kept you anchored. She flicks the rope attached to her waist, and I notice there is a second one attached to a railing on the wall. She is tied to the ship and also tied to me. I wouldn't let you fall. My lips are dry, so I lick them again. I do not like it. Your safety... One of her hands goes to her hip. Are you really going to pick a fight now? When we can finally talk clearly? I struggle to sit up, managing after a moment. The tilt of the floors is making me dizzy, and I remain where I am, waiting for my mind to settle. I do not want to fight at all. Right. Because you're leaving soon. Her voice catches. You're right. I do not want to fight because it is foolishness. I take her hand in mine and press a kiss to her wrist, because I would rather say other things to you. She glances around the room. Perhaps we should wait until we're alone. I can see others lying nearby, being tended to by the human females that journeyed with us. Do I want to wait? Perhaps. But the desire to never cause another moment of pain to Tia overrides the need for privacy. Her hand still in mine, I rub her knuckles against my lips. We have many things to say, you and I, but I have realized something and I must speak first. I gaze up at her. I will stay here with you. Here? Like in the ship? Tia's brows furrow. Why? No, you misunderstand. I stroke her soft fingers, marveling at their delicacy. So fragile, and yet she is so strong of will. I kiss her fingertips, content with my decision. It will pain me, but the pain of failing my people will be less than the pain of failing this one lone female. I will stay here, above, with you. I wait for her to be full of happiness, for her to squeal with joy and fling her arms around me. I want to see her joy. But her mouth flattens into a line and she gives me a troubled look. We'll talk more when we're alone.
Chapter 33. Tia. Hearing the perfect words from Rem'eb doesn't ease my mind. I want to be overjoyed, but I can't be. Not if he's only staying out of guilt. That wasn't what I wanted out of this. I wanted him to stay with me because he loved me. But after talking with Gale, I understand how important helping his people is. I can't keep him if it destroys the lives of others. I've been devastated over the situation, and this doesn't fix it. I might get what I want, but he doesn't, and that's just as bad. We help everyone down the ladder, a few more wobbly than others. Najme seems fine, but Setnef keeps blinking as if his eyes bother him, so the brothers are separated and tied to Rook, who patiently makes the climb down over and over again, while Harlow tinkers with the computer. I climb down ahead of Rem'eb, still tied together, and go slowly. When we're on the ground once more, I breathe a sigh of relief and put my arms around his waist. It's an automatic reaction, the need to touch him overwhelming. My thoughts are both hopeful and troubled, but I know that right now, Rem'eb is probably suffering from what feels like the worst hangover ever. "Come on," I say, patting his hip. "I'll stoke the fire and put on some tea. You need to eat and drink something, and your head will feel better soon." Rem'eb nods, silent. That's fine. I'm guessing there's a lot to process right now. The brothers, Setnef and Tallnef, also seem a little shell-shocked, so I sit them all by the fire and make tea for everyone. Then, I open up a bag of trail mix and jerky and pass out handfuls while the others work their way down from the ship. Harlow's the last one to return, along with her mate. She kisses both her kids on the forehead, ruffles their hair, and then sits down by the fire. We'll rest up for the rest of the day, and then head back first thing in the morning. Chalath takes a bite of jerky, a frown on his feline face. Even though he didn't get the language laser like the others, the moment I handed out food, he insisted on some.
"That's it. That's all we're doing here."
"Is there a reason to stay?" Harlow asks him. The ship interior is fragile, and the less people stomping around on the floors, the better. "You ran the tests you needed?" I ask. She nods, turning to Colleen, who didn't get the information dump either. "And you? Are you satisfied?" Colleen nods glumly. "I wouldn't trust that thing to go 10 feet, much less take me through several solar systems. I guess we're stuck here." "It is not so bad, my friend." Najme flings her arms around Colleen and cuddles the smaller woman against her. "Think of this as a new adventure." "Yes, because I'm so darn adventurous," Colleen gripes, but she remains in Najme's arms and doesn't seem nearly as grumpy. The alien woman strokes Colleen's wispy blonde hair as she looks at the rest of us. "I suppose I am satisfied with what I have learned from the Great Oracle. It is most curious that it has the same answers as my oracle." "That's because they're still transmitting to one another. There's a network of some kind between them that we should be able to tap into," Harlow continues. She glances at her mate, who nods. "Which is why Rook and the kids and I are going to go on to Croatoan instead of heading back to Icehome Beach."
"What?"
Chalath looks displeased, and even rather emotionless-seeming Natalie looks concerned. "I want to talk to Marduk. He knows a lot about old ships and the computer systems they used. I'm afraid to change anything in case I break something irreparable. Marduk might know how we can set up some sort of communication system using the shared signal with the pod in the caves. If that's the case, we might be able to send messages back and forth from Croatoan to Icehome, and even to Rem'eb and Najme's people." Harlow's eyes are bright with excitement at the possibility, and her gaze settles on me. "If we can send instant messages to each other, Think of how much better that will be for families that are apart. Remember those letters you sent to Iraq? Those took months to go back and forth because Ashtar didn't visit all that often during the brutal seasons.
Letters?
Rem'eb asks, looking over at me. Messages, I reply absently. Written ones. I sent them to him constantly while I was away. And not once did he reply. I guess I should have realized I was barking up the wrong tree then. Doesn't matter now, because I feel nothing for Iraq other than a vague fondness for an old friend. Instead, I'm wondering how a message system will change Rem'eb's decision. If he can send me messages directly to the beach, is he going to return home anyhow and just send me a note every now and then? Maybe that's the best of both worlds and all we can hope for. I don't want anyone getting too excited yet, Harlow continues. It's going to need some work before anything moves forward, but I'm excited about the possibility.
If you are going on to the other village, what about the rest of us?
Chalath asks. He hands a chunk of jerky over to Natalie, who takes it from his clawed hand without question and eats it. He frowns at Harlow.
How do we get back?
Oh, well, Tia knows the way, right? Harlow looks over at me. I nod. Yeah, I've done it a few times now. Granted, most of them were flying, but I know the route that Ashtar takes each time. He follows the mountains until he gets to a big purple one with an icier-looking peak than most, and then turns east and heads for the shore. Even from the ground, it'll be hard to miss a mountain. I'm confident I can lead them back. Chalath eyes me with a sour expression.
Her?
Rem'eb jumps to his feet, a glare on his face and fists clenched.
You have a problem?
I put a calming hand on one of his angry fists. It's fine. He can stay here for all I care. Rem'eb shoots Chalath another scowl, but his shoulders relax a bit. My mate turns to me and offers his hand.
I have a headache and wish to lie down in the tent. Will you join me?
Getting to my feet, I put my hand in his and give the others a weak smile. Anyone's welcome to stay here if they don't want to come back with us. I can send a search party for you later. Harsh, Colleen mutters as we head off. I don't care if it's harsh. If they don't think I'm capable, I can send someone else after them later. They'll be fine as long as they stay close to the base of the ship. I've got bigger worries, namely what's going to happen with Rem'eb and me. This is a conversation we need to have. So why is my gut clenched so tight? He said he wanted to stay with me. I'm just not sure it's the right answer because it screws over everyone else for our happiness. I'm not sure I can live with that. When we're alone in the small tent, I pull my boots off and then curl up on the furs as he peels off his outer layers and then does the same. He sits across from me, crossing his legs, and then reaches for my hands. When he talks, he pitches his voice low and soft so no one else can eavesdrop.
We are here, my Tia. I can understand all your words now. Speak your feelings to me.
My mouth goes dry. I lick my lips, thinking. I've wanted to say so much to him for weeks, and now that I can, my brain empties out. I wanted to tell you how I feel, I begin. That was my goal for you to get this language from the ship. I needed to say everything I could to you before you left me.
I do not think I can leave you now. Not with a child on the way.
Rem'eb gives his head a little shake.
I knew it would be difficult, but with every day that passes, I think of waking up without you at my side, without seeing the face of our child, and I realize I am far too weak to let that happen. I care for my people, but I will give up everything for you, my mate.
Tears fill my eyes. but you shouldn't have to. I hate that this is a them or me situation. Even if I win, I don't feel like I'm truly winning. Someone else is going to suffer for my happiness.
Then you do not want me to stay?
His expression is tight, as if he's holding back agony.
Is it because of Irek and the messages you sent to him?
The messages? I stare at him in surprise. Is he jealous? Irek resonated to someone else before I even knew you.
That does not mean your heart has moved on.
He looks uneasy, his fingers twitching against mine as we hold hands as if he wants to clutch me tighter. I shake my head. There's nothing between me and Irek. Our entire relationship was messy. Do you know I was sent away from the Ice Home tribe? I was young and I flirted with all the single guys, and they flirted back. The attention was so nice. God. For the first time, I felt like the center of the universe. But then they also got jealous of each other and started fights, and so I was sent away because they decided that guys that hunt and contribute were worth keeping and I wasn't. My voice grows bitter, and I realize that yes, I'm still resentful of the entire situation. I haven't forgotten, haven't forgiven. I went to Croatoan and lived with strangers, and they were so lovely and kind to me. They didn't make me feel like I was a problem, like I was some beach Jezebel. And yet they still weren't my people. Everyone at Croatoan was friendly and wonderful, but they had all known each other for so long, had bonds together that I couldn't possibly understand. And no matter how much they tried to include me, I still felt like the odd one out. I was the only unmated woman, the only unmated person of my age, and the only stranger. No matter how I tried, I still felt like the odd one out. It's why I returned to Ice Home. I wanted to see if it felt more like home than being at Croatoan for 4 years, or if I'd always feel like the one that didn't belong.
It was wrong of them to reject you,
Rem'eb tells me fervently.
Any male would be proud to claim you as his mate and have you at his side.
I shake my head. I don't know if he'd understand about my childhood of boarding schools, of summer camps away from home, and nannies because my parents were never around. I never lacked for pretty clothes or the newest phones. Just attention. Affection. Maybe that's why I need it so badly. Maybe that's why it hurts so much when Rem'eb doesn't see me. Then why haven't you asked me to go back with you? To your people? Rem'eb's expression is stunned. His mouth falls open.
I did not think to ask. I did not realize you were waiting for me to ask you.
I didn't realize I needed you to ask until just now. I shrug. I guess I needed to hear from you that you wanted me.
I do want you. I want you more than anything.
Even as he holds my hands, he lifts his others and cups my face.
I cannot bear the thought of one morning without you by my side, and that is why I have not asked you to return to my people with me. I would never let them put you behind a wall.
I give him an encouraging smile. Then you take down the wall. Rem'eb hesitates.
That is my goal, but it might take time. Some will be resistant to it. Some will worry that the sickness will spread again, that we are making things unsafe for the very females we seek to protect.
Did anyone ever ask these women if they wanted to be behind a wall? I shake my head, playing with his fingers. People are allowed to choose if they want to be with their mates or not. Maybe some will want to stay behind the wall, but others will want to be with their families. They will want freedom. No one deserves to be shut away because they're a problem.
Like you were.
He asks softly. I nod. Maybe I have more in common with the women there than I thought. Things are changing, too. Like Harlow said, we might be able to send messages back and forth through the pod, the Oracle. Even if we can't, we can send runners back and forth. If you have an outbreak of sickness in your village, I know Veronica would come and help out. He considers this.
She is the dragon's mate, the one with the special Qui.
She's a healer, yes. Rem'eb nods thoughtfully.
If she comes to our village, I am not certain my people would ever let her go.
His worry makes me chuckle. Have you seen her mate? They can try. Rem'eb laughs, and I don't realize how rare the sound is until now. My poor, serious, sweet man. He carries far too much on his shoulders for one person. His smile fades a little as he gazes at me, stroking my cheek again.
I just do not wish to risk you.
You won't. If things go sour, you can help me escape again. I give his hands a cheery little shake to go with my joke. Now that both our people are aware of each other, the cat's out of the bag, as my people say. There's no going back. We're always going to know of each other, but that's not a reason to be fearful. We can share the fruit cave and its wealth. Better yet, we can establish trade between our people. You grow those mushrooms, and you have that gorgeous cloth, and we have red meat and furs and roots. I beam at him, excited by the prospect. Heck, for all we know, your people's sickness isn't contagious. Maybe it's a vitamin deficiency of some kind from living underground. He blinks at me, a worried look on his face.
I thought I had all your words, but I was wrong. What is vitamin D fish? Cat bag?
I laugh with delight. Unimportant things. I'm just spitballing. You don't know that word either. Okay, I'm just tossing ideas in the air because I'm excited over what we can accomplish together. Rem'eb's gaze searches mine.
You would truly come with me? Leave behind everything and live in the caves with me?
He sounds so uncertain that it makes my anxiety kick in. I fight the urge to pull my hands from his grip. I mean, only if you wanted me.
I want you. I want you more than anything, my Tia. But what about your people? What about your home here? The loom you wished to bring them?
The beach isn't my home any more than the other village, Croatoan, was. Everyone was nice and kind, but I didn't feel like it was my place, my home. I don't know that I've ever had a home. It sounds so pathetic that I feel obligated to continue. Even when I was a child, my parents would send me to live with others so I could get the best education, the most well-rounded learning so I could get into the most prestigious colleges. All I wanted was to feel like I belonged, like I was wanted, important. The only person that's ever made me feel like I'm valued is you. The only time I truly feel settled is with you. The only person that makes me feel heard and loved and valued is you. Maybe you're my home. Rem'eb groans, leaning in to lightly kiss me. His gaze moves over mine.
You are certain you wish to do this?
As long as you promise you're going to tear that wall down. I didn't come across the universe for my mate just to live apart from him. A grin flashes over his mouth before he kisses me again.
There will be resistance.
No one likes change, but I don't give a fuck, I whisper against his lips. And are you the chief's fist or not?
Oh, I am.
He practically purrs, the sound thrumming along with his contented quee.
My beautiful stranger, you are so much more than I dreamed of.
Just say that you want me, I tell him, feeling vulnerable and suddenly afraid. Am I truly lucky enough to get all that I want for a change? Say that you want me, and I'll go to the ends of the world with you.
Nothing would make me happier than for you to be by my side for the rest of my days.
He kisses along my jaw, tilting my face before sliding to my neck.
I am the luckiest of males to have you as my mate, and if you cannot bear to be amongst my people, then we will return to yours, or we will make our own village. I care not. Just stay with me.
With a happy sigh, I throw my arms around his neck and pull him in for another hungry kiss. His hands roam over me as our mouths meld, and this time, when tears slide down my face, they're tears of joy. I kiss him wildly as he works my pants down my hips, just enough that I can lift my body to kick them off and aside. With trembling fingers, I pull him free from his leggings, and then his slender, perfect shaft is in my hand, the edge of his frill somehow hotter than the rest of his skin. We both groan with pleasure when I seat myself upon him, and he cradles my face, gazing down at me with such love and devotion as I rock my hips over his length. When he's deep inside me, so deep it feels as if he's touching my womb, his frill spreads inside me, the sensation making hot pleasure ripple deep. I can feel it flutter and push against my walls, and when he pulses, it makes me clench around him until I climax. I come, clutching hard to him as he fills me with his seed.
Mine,
he whispers, leaning down to kiss me.
all mine.
For the first time, I believe it. Chapter 34. Tia. We part from Harlow and her family at the base of the ship, and then I rope together with the ancestors and the clones, and we make our way back towards Icehome Beach. No one stays behind. I guess Chalath decides to roll the dice and follow me, and we end up getting back sooner than anticipated without the sled and the small children slowing us down. Once we're back on Icehome Beach, Rem'eb and I invite Najme, Setnef, and Tallnef to our hut to share dinner and to discuss what comes next. We found a thick cluster of mussels in a tide pool, and I've salted them up and boiled them for the meal. I'll miss fresh shellfish down below, but I'm eager for our new beginning. I'm actually looking forward to settling into life with Rem'eb down in the warm caverns, even if we don't know exactly how we'll be received just yet. I'm going to look at it positively, I decide, and ignore the whole kidnapping thing for now. We sit around the fire in my hut and share bowls of mussels, passing them around so everyone can have as many as they like.
You do not have to go back with us,
Rem'eb tells them once he announces that we are returning to the people below.
But I feel obligated to my father and those that remain below, and Tia will return with me. We will take down the wall that separates the women from the men. After seeing how they are here in this village, our way of life seems more wrong than ever before.
I will go with you, Najme the attendant says, a bowl of shellfish in her lap. The people will need the oracle more now than ever before, especially now that I have all of the oracle's words in my head. But do you plan on sneaking away from the camp? Not at all, I say. I'm going to talk to Liz and Rahash and the rest of the group in the morning. They deserve to know that the ancestors are going to be aware of where they're at. It's my hope that we're going to establish peace between our peoples and a way to share information and food. This doesn't have to be a bad thing for any of us. I agree, Najmeh says brightly, eating another mussel. I think we should invite more of the above peoples to go with us, so they will be seen as friends and not strangers. It can be a short visit, but I think it would be beneficial to all of our people. I'm not sure anyone is going to want to go with us, I admit, looking over at Rem'eb. So many have small children here and won't want to leave them behind. I'm guessing they won't want to take them with us either. It hurts nothing to ask, continues Najmeh, her expression cheerful but stubborn, her mind made up. What of you, Setnef the Wanderer, and Tallnef the Swiftest? Will you return? The brothers exchange a long glance. I am not ready to return, admits Setnef. I have only seen a fraction of the above. I would yet see more before I am satisfied. Tallnef gazes thoughtfully at his brother, and I will remain at his side as family should. I don't point out that he looks less thrilled at the prospect. That's between Tallnef and his brother. I offer my mate one of my mussels, and he gives me an adoring look, leaning down to brush his lips over the top of my head. I am worried we will have a fight trying to change the minds of those that like how things are, but we must try. I think you will have less of a fight than you realize, Tallnef says. Just because something is a rule does not mean it is popular. Your father will be the one with the most objections. Rem'eb's expression is determined. I can handle my father. The next morning, I speak to Liz and Rahash over breakfast and tell them my plan. They think I need to address everyone, and so we spread the word around camp. By the time dinner rolls around, everyone is back at the camp for an announcement, and I tell the gathered people of our plan to return to his people and establish trade between our two groups. We would love if more people would come with us so we can show them that we're friendly and normal and mean no harm, I say, even as I watch Arjal protectively put an arm around Rosalind's shoulders. I can check them off the maybe list for sure, not that I blame him. Lauren looks at her mate, who has their son in his lap. He nods at her and she raises her hand. We'll go. Cathen's old enough to travel a bit, and I wouldn't mind warmth for a while. She gestures at the thick, furry collar around her throat, which moves. Kaki is getting older, and he could probably use the break from the chill. Right, because Cathar has a bat-winged pet that has no fur and spends most of his time cuddled up with someone else for warmth. It makes sense that they'd want to check out the warmth of the city below. We will go too, says one of the new clone women. Her name is Vivi, and she's resonated to the part lizard gladiator. You will? I say, surprised. It is warm below, right? She glances at her mate and then back at me. I want to stay there during the upcoming brutal season, then. I don't like the cold. Something tells me that it's less about her liking the cold and more like her mate not liking it, judging from the protective look she gives him. Just like Kaki, he probably struggles with the weather, but I'm fine with it. We'd love the company. Well, maybe I'll come too, Colleen blurts out. What could it hurt? Najmeh gasps in happiness and flings her arms around her friend. Wonderful! Liz gets to her feet, putting her hands up to indicate silence. It's a good crew, and we should establish a way for you guys to send a signal back to us if there's a problem. Maybe leave a note in the fruit cave or something? How long will you need to get ready to return? Rem'eb looks to me, leaving it in my hands. I was hoping we could bring furs and some salted red meat. I get to my feet to address the group, keeping my tone firm. It feels strange to be in charge of the return party, but Rem'eb keeps a supportive hand on my boot and makes no move to get to his feet, which tells me I have his support. And we're probably going to have to split the produce from the fruit cave with the people below. There should be plenty for all, but we can mark off who gets what so no one cleans the place out again. We think of it as ours, and they think of it as theirs, even if they weren't touching the fruit until recently. We'll send you guys with a welcome package for sure, Liz says, and for once she's not full of jokes or silly comments. Her expression is as serious as mine. And let them know that they're welcome to come and spend time with us whenever they like. We don't bite. I bite, Chalath says. Shut up, Tater, Liz replies sweetly, her smile remaining on her lips. No one asked you. Chapter 35. Tia. It takes 2 days to pack everything we want to bring. In that time, Natalie comes by my hut and asks to see the loom. She sketches it out on a hide with some charcoal and then thanks me. I'm going to make my own, she says. Have you ever woven before? I ask. I'm torn between bringing the loom with us so I can give the half-finished project back, but I'm also rather covetous of the loom itself. Part of me wants to keep it even though I know I shouldn't. Natalie just blinks and won't look me in the eye. She touches the loom instead. No? Do you know how to make yarn? To spin wool? No. Want me to show you? If you have time, sure. She picks up the charcoal again. I'm going to take notes. Liz comes by while I'm instructing Natalie. She carries a woven basket in front of her and eyes me as Natalie gathers up her notes and then scurries out of my hut before Liz can even greet her. Liz doesn't seem bothered, though. She gestures at the basket. I wanted to drop this off. Hannah made you a smorgasbord of our dried herbs and what they're good for. Maybe if that weird sickness rises up again, something in here will help. She sets it down on the floor of my messy hut, which looks as if it has been pulled apart at the seams as we get ready. And, if you send for Veronica, her and Ashtar will be there as quickly as possible. I know. I appreciate it. I pick up one of the herb bundles from the basket, and it has a narrow leather band holding it together with seagrass headaches stitched onto it. Another one has Leedy burns stitched in red. Smart. This is great. His people have some metalworking and weaving abilities. I'm hopeful we can establish trade and fill in some of the gaps we have in our knowledge. If we can, cool. If not, it's fine too. She studies my face, her hands on her hips. You're good with this, right? This was your idea to go with him? I stop admiring the herbs and glance up at her. What? Yes. Just checking. And if they pull any funny business, come back and we'll have, Ashtar melt the tunnel to their caves into sludge so they can't come back. Or something. We'll figure it out. That's surprisingly defensive. I give her a smile, confident. It's going to be fine. Rem'eb thinks his people are hungry for change, and I think our arrival will be just what they need. I hope so. She pauses again. I feel like I need to make an Anakin and Sand People joke here, but it had better not come to that. Sand People? I ask, puzzled. Anakin? She just shakes her head at me. I'm so sad for you that you don't know what I'm talking about. Knock, knock, calls a voice at the entrance to my hut. It's Floor. Wow, I'm popular today, it seems. I was just leaving, Liz says. We'll see you guys off in the morning. Until then, if you need anything else, just speak up and we'll make it happen. She pauses again and gives me a searching look. This is really brave of you, by the way. Is it? I don't have the time to ask her what she means because she ducks out and in walks Floor. She's got a hefty nut potato root with her and holds it out to me. I brought this.
Everyone says you're packing goodies for a feast for Rem'eb's people, and what's a not-hoth feast without not potato, right? Oh, a feast. Is that what they think all the food is for? I guess I'm far more mercenary, but a feast is a good idea. It'll seem friendly and welcoming, and show them the kinds of foods we have to offer if we ever want to set up trade. I take it from her and set it with the herbs. At this rate, I'm going to be so laden with gifts, they're going to have to tug me along behind Rem'eb on a sled. Thanks, Flor. This is perfect. Flor keeps smiling, watching me closely. She doesn't leave once it's handed over, and I can sense she's waiting to ask me something. It's obvious from her antsy body language. So I'm just going to ask, she blurts out after a moment. You're not leaving because of me and Iraq, are you? Because you know you're welcome here, and it's absolutely not personal, and we'd love for you to stay. I knew this was coming. I shake my head. It's not you guys, I promise. You know you're one of us, and I would hate for you to feel like we ran you off. Her eyes are worried as she sits down across from me. I know things have been weird since you returned, and trust me, they've been weird for me too. It's okay, I reassure her. You and Iraq honestly seem perfect together. He listens to you in a way he never listened to me, and I don't miss him. I think I had an idea in my head that we'd end up together since it had taken so long for both of us to resonate, but I know now that it was just waiting for Rem'eb. I love him, and I want to help him fix things with his people. She doesn't look convinced. If you're sure. If the tables were turned, wouldn't you want to help Iraq with his people? They're his family. Flor's worried smile changes to a confident one. She reaches out and clasps my hand. Family can be chosen. You know your family here too, right? And if things don't work out below, I hope you'll come back. And even if they do work out, I hope you'll visit. I smile and squeeze her hand, and I feel strangely, completely at peace. Absolutely.
Chapter 36. Rem'eb. My spirit feels lighter with every step towards my people's caverns. I am going home. I am returning with my mate, and I am going to fix everything that is broken. I have seen how the people above live, and they do not split themselves up in fear of sicknesses. Rahosh mentioned that their people had a great sickness many turns of the seasons ago, around the same time our people did, and they lost many of their tribe. But they did not hide away the women they had left, and the sickness has not returned. This is important. It means we can tear down the wall and have no fear of destroying our people. Knowing that the sickness is nothing to fear any longer means we can change everything. We set off from Tia's village with bags full of food and herbs, along with thick, beautiful furs that are soft to the touch. My mate touches my hand as we walk, a smile on her face, the humming of her kui as contented as my own. Vivi and Scar are with us, along with Najme and Colleen. The attendant chatters non-stop to Colleen, telling her all about what kinds of food we eat below and which ones she thinks the humans will enjoy. Devi and her mate Ndek wanted to join us, but had already committed to helping with the new arrivals in the village. Judging from the wistful look on her face, they will be coming to the village of those who remain as soon as they are free. Also with us is Cathar, his mate Lauren, their son, and their strange winged pet who looks too closely like the flyers in the caves that make such tasty eating. I have not pointed this last part out yet. It does not take long before we have returned to the Forbidden Garden, the place Tia's people simply call the Fruit Cave. Stepping into the heat feels like coming home. The moment we enter, everyone peels off heavy layers of fur, groaning with pleasure at the warmth. Such a welcome change from the cold, Cathar says, setting his son down so he can undress him. I do not mind the snow most days, but then I come here and I am reminded that there are warm places left. It makes me homesick. I nod understanding. From what Cathar has told me, he lived in a land that was kept warm and damp because of a smoking mountain, but when the mountain died, it took the land with it. Now they live on the shore with the Ice Home people. Well, Tia says brightly, glancing around at our small group, we'll stay here overnight and then head on. This is last call, though. If you change your mind or if you want to head back, now's the time to do so. Glancing at each other, no one speaks up. I'm good, Colleen says. I'm really curious about how you guys live in the caves down there. And besides, we're just visiting, right? No one said this was forever. We can hang out for a while and then head back to the beach if we're not vibing. Do you know how to get back to the beach on your own? Tia asks her. Well, no, but I can stay here. Colleen gestures at the verdant cave. Someone's bound to swing by. And if we're establishing communication with Rem'eb's people, this might be a good place to meet. There's food, water, warmth, and it's neutral ground. I do not know if it is truly neutral. Other than Kenfar the Exile and a few other mischief-makers, my people mistrust this place and its never-ending light. But my people were also quick to eat the fruits brought back. Perhaps. We will discuss it. We rest next to the water, bathing in its warmth. Tia curls up next to me, but I am unable to sleep. The bright light in the cave sears into my eyes even when I close them. More than that, I cannot stop thinking about what comes next. How will my people react to my return? To the strangers that I bring with me? To the females that have no intention of going behind any wall? And that I support them in this? Tia reaches over and twines her fingers with mine, resting her chin on my shoulder. You okay? I am thinking, I whisper back, trying to imagine how things will go when we return. She considers for a moment. I'm guessing a little screaming, a lot of arguing, but I think overall people will be happy. I can't imagine anyone is satisfied living a life behind a wall that keeps them away from their fathers or mates or sons. Tia is right. Of course she is. I only think of my father and how disappointed he will be if I overturn his rules. He will think the rebels have polluted me, that they have won somehow. I need him to realize that his way is wrong and the chief does not like to be wrong. It'll turn out fine, she reassures me. Taking down that wall is the right thing to do. I nod, kissing the hand entwined with mine. She is right, but I will not relax until everything is settled. Our group makes good time as we move through the warren of caverns that lead to the village of those who remain. Nojme turns out to be an excellent guide as she stays with us. She reminds the above-grounders to be silent in the caverns that swarm with predatory gorgers and points out the small signals the guards leave when a particular route is no longer viable. She shows Colleen and the others where there are signs of water and when we should not touch plants as they are in a farming cavern and must wait until they are larger to be harvested. I should be guiding them, but I am lost in my own troubled thoughts, playing through conversations I will have with my father to convince him that I am somehow right and he is wrong. I ponder this even as we travel through the tunnels on the outskirts of the village. Too soon we run into one of the males on patrol. It is none other than my old friend, Tanzor the Careful, the younger brother of my father's loyal man, Kassor. Tanzor stares at us in shock from across the cavern, taking a few slow steps toward us. He scrubs at his face, looking at me, then at Tia, then at the people behind us. Am I breathing sulfur fumes, or is that you, Rem'eb the Fist? Tanzor asks, cautiously approaching. His hand is on his belt knife, but it remains sheathed. It is me. I approach, hands open and outstretched. I have been above, and now I am returning with my mate and several of her friends. Tanzor's eyes widen as his gaze moves over Tia. You mated one of the above-grounders? I have, I say proudly. Tia and her people are from above, and they are friends. There is no curse in going to the land above. It is cold and inhospitable, but her people live there happily. When he offers his hand to me, I clasp it tight. More than that, they live with females and males together, and no one suffers from sickness. That makes Tanzor pause. No sickness? None. And they are together all the time. Families all under the same roof. I gesture at Cathar and his mate Lauren. The male holds his son in his arms proudly, his female at his side. It has shown me that the wall we have in our village is wrong. We cannot separate families thinking we are saving them. We are only making things miserable for everyone. Tanzor eyes me. You have never been against it in the past. I never had a mate in the past, and I will not let her be trapped behind the wall. She is my mate and belongs at my side. He huffs with amusement. You sound like Soran the Bitter. Perhaps he is more right than we realize. Perhaps. Tanzor's interested gaze skims over Najme and moves to Colleen. This is all fascinating. I am ready for the change you bring, Rem'eb the Fist. I hope I do not let him down. But Tia puts a hand to my back, giving me an encouraging look, and I am renewed in my resolve. I am glad to have you on my side, my friend, I tell him. But tell me how things are in the village. Is Kinfar the Exile still whispering poison in my father's ear? Tanzor looks unhappy. His gaze slides away from mine, and he glances at the human females for a long moment. Your father is not well. After your betrayal, he went into his dwelling and is hidden there ever since. He sees no one but my brother. Kassor is trying to hold things together, but the rebels grow louder all the time, and Kinfar has taken over a hut in the village as if he belongs there, and there is no one to speak otherwise. We are leaderless. I feared as much. If my father will not be chief, then it is up to the chief's fist to carry out his wishes. I nod at Tanzor. That, too, changes today.
Chapter 37. Tia. I can tell Rem'eb is worried about how his return will be received. To break me free, he more or less drugged the village and ran away, so I totally get his hesitancy. Yet his friend Tanzor is enthusiastic at his return, and as we meet two other guards patrolling the tunnels, they are relieved to see Rem'eb. Not just relieved, thrilled. It's clear that before he abandoned them, Rem'eb was loved. That hasn't changed, and as he tells them his plans to free the women from behind the wall and change the very fabric of their daily lives, no one looks upset. If anything, they smile wider and join our little group as we head through the last few tunnels toward the village. Everyone looks at myself, Colleen, and Lauren with unbridled interest, but I don't feel unsafe. They're just fascinated because not only are we human, we're female, and I'm guessing they don't see a lot of women unless they resonate. They're all fairly young, and when one blushes, his color rippling as he makes eye contact, I decide that this isn't just a dying village, it's a dying village full of virgins. Yeah, the whole Free the Women campaign is going to be a success. I just know it. To his credit, Rem'eb's color never flutters with nervousness, not once. His chin is up, his shoulders back, and his tail still as he moves with determination through the tunnels heading for the village. If the hand that clasps mine is a little sweaty, well, I can't blame him. The tunnel widens, and the village inside the belly of the mountain opens up before us. Close by, Colleen sucks in a breath at the sight. I'm homesick for a brief moment, because if this village was plopped into an icy cavern, it'd look just like Croatoan. The huts, the way they line up along the cobbled walkways, all of it is so similar. There are no roofs to the huts here, though, and though the village is over twice as large, it lacks the bustle that Croatoan has. We're silent as we step forward, and I hold tighter to Rem'eb's hand as a few people emerge to gawk at us. Colleen touches my shoulder. Where is everyone? This place looks like a ghost town. They don't call themselves those who remain for nothing, I whisper back. They've lost a lot of people. We stride forward, clustered together into the village. A man with a starkly white mane and a young face approaches. He wears his hair in 3 ragged tufts between his horns, much like a mohawk, and the expression on his face is downright skeptical as he views us. His tail swishes back and forth with agitation, and I can't help but notice that he carries a spear as he comes near.
So ran the bitter.
Rem'eb greets, his expression calm.
You look well, old friend. I see there are rules for chief's sons and rules for the rest of us.
So Ran drawls, crossing 2 arms over his chest.
Have you come to flaunt what you have amongst us? Was it not enough that you drugged us and fled with the stranger? Are you cursed now? I have not returned to flaunt anything,
Rem'eb replies coolly.
and I am certainly not cursed.
I want to speak up, but I know this isn't my battle. All I can do is support silently.
I am here because things must change,
Rem'eb continues.
We are stagnating, even as we scramble to save ourselves. But I have been above. I have been told all my life that it is forbidden, that those that live above ground are not to be trusted, that they are cursed.
He pitches his voice louder as he speaks, ensuring that those men that continue to creep forth from the huts can hear him.
I have lived amongst the people above for many hands of days now, and they are good people. They are not cursed, they do not wish us evil. They greeted me, and met me with joy in their hearts. They fed those of us that left the caverns and clothed us, and gave us a home with them. They wanted nothing more than for us to flourish just like their people do.
He gazes out at everyone.
And they are flourishing. Their village is full of small children. Resonance is common amongst them. They happen more and more frequently amongst their people, and some couples are on their second or even third resonance amongst themselves. When was the last time that has happened amongst us?
The village is silent. I can feel all eyes on our group, and I wonder what they think of Lauren and Cathar, here with their small son. I wonder if they even realize how much bravery it took for them to come with us to live with a potentially hostile people. Rem'eb shakes his head and steps forward, addressing his people. I release his hand so he can go, and he pauses, turns back to me, and takes my hand, lifting it to his lips for a kiss. He smiles at me and then drops it again, turning back to the village and the men that watch him.
We are stagnating,
Rem'eb tells them.
We have only a handful of small children in our village. Few of us resonate. We are doing something wrong, and we are going to change things. That is what we have been trying to get you to see.
So-Ran hisses at Rem'eb as he moves to his side.
Your father, my father, is chief, but even chiefs can be wrong.
Rem'eb continues, unruffled by So-Ran's anger. He gives the other man a friendly touch on the shoulder.
He has tried to protect us, but in doing so, perhaps he has caused us even more harm. Who worked with Kinfar the Exile to steal the people from above and smuggle them into our home?
The men glance around, no one speaking up. Some of them look shocked.
No one will speak up. Admit that they let the exile speak poison in their ears.
Rem'eb turns toward me and holds a hand out. I want to burst with pride because he's so damn sexy when he's in charge. I love it. I step forward and put my hand in his again, and he gives me a heated, possessive look as he draws me forward.
This female was kidnapped and hidden away in the village. I was told that only I could see her. It was in the hopes that we would resonate, yet our quees did not speak. They would not.
He turns and faces the village once more.
This was wrong,
Rem'eb continues.
And so I put Sleeping Leaf in the stew and stole her away once more. I returned her to her people, and the moment we were above, we resonated. It is as if our spirits were waiting for something. I think they were waiting for me to see the truth of how our people should live, intermingled, together, as families.
And Rem'eb strides forward through the village, tugging me along behind him. He's in full badass mode, being the leader he was born to be. I glance at the others as we leave them behind, but Najme has stepped forward, standing in front in case anyone gives them grief. Lauren shoots me a thumbs up from afar, grinning.
Where are you going?
So-Ran demands, jogging at Rem'eb's side as we make our way deeper into the city.
"We are going to the wall," my mate explains calmly. "And we are going to smash the doors open. And then we are going to live as we should."
Hope flares in the other man's eyes. He shoots a look at me, suspicious, and then back to Rem'eb.
"The chief has not stepped out of his house since I left,"
Rem'eb says.
"And in times when the chief cannot lead, his fist must do so. And I am the chief's fist."
He turns to me.
"Now, my mate, would you like to destroy the doors, or should I?"
Damn. This man is soaking my panties with his decisiveness. I love it. How did he doubt himself for a single moment? This is what he was made for. And I'm so glad I'm here to see it. Epilogue. Tia. As we head into the city, triumphant, the door to the women's quarters is the first thing to go. Just seeing it with the bar across the door makes me angry. No one should be locked in. If they choose to keep themselves separate, that's one thing. Locking them away like they're prisoners? That's wrong. I'm the loudest to cheer as Rem'eb smashes the door open with the heavy hammer he takes from a workstation nearby. Then, the entrance to the other side of the wall is open, and a woman steps forward. She looks a lot like Najme, her build delicate. She blinks at us, her gaze lingering on me and then on Rem'eb. Another moves forward behind her, and it's clear they don't understand what's going on. Neither one approaches the now open doorway. A choked sob echoes in the cavern, and a third woman races past the other two. She barrels her way through the gathered group, looking for someone. When she finds him, she squeals and dives into the arms of a man waiting nearby. He picks her up and races away with her, as if he thinks someone's going to steal his mate back from him, and it just reinforces the feeling that this is right. It doesn't matter that Rem'eb's father separated everyone with the best intentions. It was still misguided. After that, Rem'eb explains to the women that they are free to move about as they please, that they could remain behind the wall if they were comfortable, or they could join their fathers, brothers, or mates, that no one would be forced to hide away again. Several of the women surge into the city, reuniting with family, and the cavern fills with joyful cries. Some of the women and young girls choose to stay behind the wall, uneasy. That's fine. I just want it to be their choice. I touch my stomach as I watch the joyful reunions, thinking, I want our baby to have choices. If they want to live down here in the village under the mountains, that's fine. If our kid wants to become the chief's fist just like their father, that's fine too. If they want to go visit everyone on the beach, they're welcome to. I just want my child to feel as if they're loved and accepted and wanted wherever they go in life. No one should be made to feel like an outcast or unwanted, even amongst their own people. After the doors that blockaded the women behind the wall are smashed, Rem'eb sweeps on to his father's home. To my surprise, the chief's house is a mini palace with multiple rooms and its own private gardens. It's a far nicer home than anything on Icehome Beach, or that I've seen on this planet at all. No wonder Rem'eb wanted to return, if this is the sort of living he's used to. It's not nearly as primitive as life on the beach, and the garden is lovely and artistic. I'm starting to look forward to what kind of house we'll have here, too. Kaz-Zord the Loyal meets us, relief on his face. You have returned. I am so glad. Welcome back, Chief's Fist. The two men grip each other's forearms in greeting, and then Rem'eb looks around. I am here to set things right, my friend. Where is Kinfar the Exile? He ran the moment he heard you returned.
Kaz-Zor explains. "He is too cowardly to confront you. He knows no one is on his side. I suspect he will be hiding out in the tunnels and hoping we forget him. I will not forget. We shall send someone after him, because he cannot do as he pleases. He is exiled for a reason."
Rem'eb glances around the cavern, watching as another woman embraces a mate, and then a young male that must be her son. He turns back to Kaz-Zor.
"And what of my father?"
He indicates a door, and then Rem'eb kisses my forehead.
"I must go inside alone, my mate."
It's fine. I'm not surprised. Whatever needs saying is probably best said between father and son without a stranger hovering over them. I'll help get the others settled. Are you sure it's all right if we stay here in your father's home?
"I have invited you."
He reassures me, lifting my hand to his mouth and kissing my knuckles.
"All of you. I think once my father adjusts to the idea, he will like having a great many people around. And until my people are used to strange faces amongst us, it is safer for all if you are where Kaz-Zor and myself can watch over you closely."
Okay then. I love you. I reluctantly let go of him and smile at Kaz-Zor as Rem'eb strides away to his father's quarters.
"Come," Kaz-Zor says, beckoning us inside. "There are many empty rooms, plenty of space for all."
With Kaz-Zor and Najme's help, we get everyone settled in the chief's house. He's right that there's enough room for everyone. Off of the inner garden full of colorful mushrooms and strange sculptures and the burbling fountain in the center, there's a half-dozen large rooms, most of them heavy with dust and long unused. Lauren and Cathar and their son take the largest one, and I'm happy to see poor little Kaki sitting atop Cathar's head and preening. Underground, there's no need for him to huddle for warmth. If nothing else, Kaki is going to love it here. "Devi is going to be so sad she's missing this," comments Vivi, who takes her pack from her mate Scar and enters their new room. "I wouldn't be surprised to find her on our doorstep by the time the week is out."
"There is room for more if they arrive,"
Kaz-Zor says cheerfully.
"Are you all hungry? I can make soup and serve some sliced mushroom, and there is plenty of fruited water."
It's been such a busy time that I've completely forgotten about the supplies we've brought. Oh, speaking of food, we're going to have a feast tomorrow. We've brought food from above, fresh meat and roots and fish from the sea. We thought it might be a good way to introduce ourselves to everyone. And it'll give the village a chance to gather and hear more about Rem'eb's plans for change. I bite my lip, glancing back at the rooms at the far end of the large house where Rem'eb is no doubt talking with his father. Do you think the chief will disapprove? Kaz-Zor just smiles.
"I think he will love that his son is becoming the leader he has always wanted him to be."
After everyone is settled, I'm led to a smaller room off to the side. It's Rem'eb's childhood bedroom, complete with a narrow pallet for sleeping, a few decorative pillows tossed upon it, and an old cloth doll that looks like a mushroom with a frog-like face atop the cap. I clutch it to my chest and stare up at the lattice ceiling that isn't truly a ceiling, and wonder at how tomorrow is going to go. I wonder about the feast, how Lauren and her mate, and Scar and his mate, will get along with everyone, and them with us. I wonder about the baby we've made. Mostly, I just wonder if Rem'eb is all right, because I know he worries about his father. I drift off to sleep, clutching the doll. Sometime later, Rem'eb enters the room, weariness evident in his large form. He strips off his kilt and sandals, clothing he switched to the moment we entered the warmth of the fruit cave, and then joins me in the bed. He pulls me close, resting his cheek on my breasts, and I nudge his large, arching horns out of the way so he maneuvers his head and they don't press against my face. "How did it go?" I ask, brushing his hair back from his brow. "How's your father?" He sighs heavily.
Deep in his sadness. He has not moved from his bed since I left. My betrayal made him despair, and when he saw me, he wept. He did not even care that I told him I was changing things. He was just so relieved I had returned.
His arms tighten around me.
I did not realize how much I would hurt him.
"You had to do what you thought was right," I reassure him, stroking his brow. "Would you have changed your mind?" Rem'eb thinks for a moment.
No, it was the right thing to do. He had no right to keep you. No right to lock the females away either.
"Then don't dwell on it." I trace his brows lovingly. "All you can do is be there for him now. Your people need a leader, and if he's not going to be chief, it's up to you to take the reins."
What are reins?
I bite back a chuckle. Let me rephrase. If he's not going to be chief, you need to be chief. Rem'eb grunts.
He said the same thing. He wants me to take over.
He strokes his hand down my side.
And he is excited for our child. Will you meet with him?
Tomorrow. I run my thumb over his lips, my arousal sparking. There's a lot to be done tomorrow. I want to meet with the weavers and give the half-completed project back. I want to learn from one of them if they'll have me. I want to talk to the women and reassure them about the changes, which means I have to hunt down Najme and get her to interpret unless you want to do it for me.
I will happily be at your side.
And then we'll have to make sure Lauren, Vivi, and the others are all settled and see how they feel. And, oh gosh, I've forgotten entirely about the feast. I give a little groan. Did I mention we'll be busy?
Once or twice,
Rem'eb teases.
And you will need to learn more of our words.
I will, I agree. I can talk to Najme about how much or how little of the ancestors' language their oracle has. I'm guessing I'm going to have to learn to speak their language so I can talk to them. I can understand them when they speak, but I'd like for them to be able to understand me. That's fine. I rather like a challenge. Rem'eb sits up, gazing down at me. His expression is worried.
If I am taking over chief's duties, there will be a great deal that needs attending to. The rebels have nothing to rebel against any longer, but I am certain they will need soothing. There is Kinfar, and making certain he remains in exile. There is establishing trade with your people. We must ensure the women feel safe and as if they have a choice as to where they dwell. We will have to watch carefully for sickness, too. So much is going to be changing that we must be firm and resolved in our decisions. And I worry that this is not what you envisioned when you agreed to come with me. It will be a great deal of work.
That's sweet that he's worried about me. I don't mind work. I'm excited about the changes we'll make together. Just promise you'll always hear me if I have opinions about something and we disagree.
I am excited to hear all your opinions,
he tells me earnestly. You say that now, I chuckle. Wait until the pregnancy hormones kick in and I start making insane demands of what I want to eat. His eyes flare with excitement, his gaze skimming to my belly.
I look forward to your insane demands, because it will mean our child is growing.
You're too good, I tease him, stroking my fingers down his neck and to his shoulder and twining in the pelt there. Are you happy to be back?
I am.
He leans down and kisses me, settling his bigger body over mine. The affection in his gaze turns to hunger, and he pushes my short skirt up.
My beautiful stranger, you are more than I ever dreamed of when I hoped for a mate.
Am I still a stranger, then? I slide one leg up, hooking it around his hip. The thin blanket over me gets pushed to the side, and then we're skin to skin on arms, legs, and stomach. I caress my mate, appreciating his large form and the strength in his body.
No, you are the mate that handles the fist.
Oh, God, I will never live that down. Can we go with something else? That sounds filthy. Rem'eb looks down at me in surprise.
It does.
I make a hand motion of jerking off.
Ah! He gives a bark of a laugh. While I like your hands teasing my frill, I like your cunt more.
Rem'eb slides down over me, nibbling his way over my cleavage and then continuing farther down, his fingers dancing over my stomach.
So if I should not call you my stranger, what should I call you? Tia the perfect? Tia the clever? Tia the tasty?
Maybe you just call me yours? Rem'eb flips my skirt up.
I can do that.
This concludes Romancing Rem'eb by Ruby Dixon. Narrated by Holly Jackson and Mason Lloyd. Copyright 2024 by Ruby Dixon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ruby Dixon, care of Root Literary, and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.